are going to start our meeting here in just one moment, so if we could have you settle down, and we'll have the chairman kick off the meeting here just shortly. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioners meeting. Welcome to those joining online, on Facebook, YouTube, and everyone joining us in person. We're glad you're here today. When you walk in, we encourage you to grab a meeting packet agenda that allows you to follow along with all the items we're discussing at today's County Commission meeting. If you're ever curious about supporting documents, you can have access to those to www.sedgwickcounty.org. We've got a full meeting today, so let's get started. Call our meeting to order for August 5th, 2026. Madam Clerk, first item.
Invocation to be led by Pastor Ron Pratt, Olivet Baptist Church. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pray with me, please. Father, your Spirit inspired the Apostle Paul to write to the church of Rome these instructions. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those who exist have been instituted by God. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. This morning we come before you thanking you for those who serve our community in places of leadership. We ask you to guide their thoughts and their actions for your glory and for our good. Use them to give direction to us and set examples for us as citizens to follow. Protect them from selfish thoughts and actions and give them courage to act for the good of those they've been elected to serve. Yesterday, citizens across the United States entered voting booths to choose the candidates who will stand for election in November. We ask you to guide these candidates as they continue to make their cases for election. We ask you to raise up godly men and women who seek your glory and our good. We ask you to give them wisdom as they choose those who will give counsel to them. May those who counsel these candidates speak truth that considers the good of those who elect them. Today we gather as fellow citizens to speak to these commissioners about the concerns that are on our hearts. Give those who speak for or against an issue courage to speak their convictions clearly and respectfully. Help each speaker and each commissioner guard their words and speak only that which edifies and encourages and does not tear down. As the budget and issues surrounding potential data centers are discussed, help our words be instructive and respectful. Bring us to common ground for the good of our county and the health and protection of our citizens. In the midst of a very hot summer, we ask you to protect those among us who are not able to adequately care for themselves. We ask for your protection over the elderly, the homeless, and those who live in difficult financial circumstances. We also pray for those first responders who serve our community, the police, fire, EMS, and hospital emergency workers. Protect them, we pray, from the difficulties of the weather and from those who would seek to do harm to them. Fill their families with confidence that they'll return home safely after their time on the watch. We thank you again, Father, for these commissioners. We ask you to give them wisdom, courage, and the confidence of their convictions as they work for the good of the citizens of Sedgwick County today and every day. And I ask these things in the precious name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk, next item.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Beatty.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Wise. Present. Chairman Blubaugh.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. First off, we are going to have the Treasurer, Brandy Bailey. She's here to give an update on tag office operations. Ma'am?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning,
Brandy Bailey, Sedgwick County Sedgwick County Treasurer. Oh my gosh. I guess I'm just so excited to see everybody here to hear about the tag office update today. It's encouraging to me. Okay, first I'd like to take a few minutes to provide an update on the Treasurer's Tag Office, including our current operations, satellite office expansions, appointment availability, wait time systems, and July transaction volume. First, I want to update you on the Derby Tag Office. We are now fully opened and serving customers Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. We did open up our offices on Monday. At this time, we have one clerk station operating at that location, with space set up and available for a second station. The limiting factor right now is staffing. Once we are able to staff that second position, we will be able to expand service capacity at that site. We are also in discussions about adding a more enclosed service area around this workstation we've been provided for better privacy for the customers and our staff. We've been working with the Derby Library Director on this and looking at possible options for that space. And Eric at the Derby Library, he's been wonderful to work with. I just want to give him a shout out and thanks for all his help. We have evaluated the possibility of purchasing or leasing a separate building in Derby. At this point, based on current needs and available resources, the best path forward is to continue expanding satellite locations throughout the county. That approach allows us to increase access, reduce pressure on the main office, and to bring services closer to residents in different parts of Sedgwick County. We are continuing to make progress on additional satellite offices. We have secured another workstation at one of our existing East Side satellite tag office locations, and we have also secured a workstation at a new location in Western Sedgwick County. Those locations will be opened and announced once staffing is in place. We will not open a location before we are prepared to operate it effectively. Our goal is not to just add locations, but to make sure each location is properly staffed and capable of providing reliable services to the public. Regarding our wait time system, we have made improvements and the system is more dialed in than accurately before. However, with that said, we know that there is still work to be done with this system. At this point, the best long-term solution is not simply purchasing another off-the-shelf solution. Our operations have specific needs, and we need a system that can be built around the way our offices actually function. We are continuing to evaluate options that would give us better accuracy, better reporting, and better customer experience. We continue to see strong demand for appointments, and we've identified opportunities to improve appointment availability for our customers. Currently, our appointment calendars allow customers to book up to 45 days in advance. Each day, a new day becomes available on the calendar, and those appointment slots are being filled very quickly. At this time, we are fully booked with appointments. We want to encourage the public to continue checking for cancellations. When someone cancels an appointment, the time slot does reopen and becomes available to another customer. We also want to make a direct request to the public. Please do not book multiple appointments just in case. We've noticed there is an individual that's out there that does have 6 appointment slots booked at the moment. When one person reserves several appointment times, it prevents our residents from being able to schedule the service. We need those appointment slots to remain available for customers who are ready and able to use the system right now. At the Douglas Tag Office alone, we are currently offering 105 appointment slots each day. We are using the capacity we have, but demand continues to be extremely high. Our goal is to get to the point where all title work is done either by appointment or by drop-off. I also want to remind residents that tag renewals do not require an appointment, nor do they require you to get in the queue line. Residents can walk into the Douglas Tag Office at any time during the business day and complete a renewal. The average wait time for a renewal right now is currently approximately 15 to 20 minutes. We want to make sure residents understand that appointments are not the only option, especially for routine renewals. If you simply need to renew your tag, you can come directly into the office and get in line, 15, 20-minute wait, and we will help you right then. Now a brief update on our July numbers. In the month of July, the Treasurer's Tag Office completed a total of 66,903 transactions. 40,885 of those were in-person transactions. 26,018 were web transactions. That's an average of approximately 2,909 transactions a day. In terms terms of foot traffic, we served 21,276 people in person during the month of July. In the Douglas office alone, we saw 15,273 people. In the satellite offices, we saw 6,003 people. That means we are averaging approximately 925 people walking through our offices each day. For comparison, when we had both Douglas office and Kellogg office operating, we were typically seeing between 650 and 700 people a day. We are now serving significantly more people daily through the Douglas office and our satellite locations. That increase shows two things very clearly. First, demand for tag office services remains very high. And second, the satellite office model is helping us serve more customers across the county. Overall, we are continuing to focus on increasing access, improving efficiency, and making responsible decisions on how we expand our services. Staffing remains one of our biggest factors in how quickly we can open additional stations and locations. But the direction for the satellite offices are helping us reach more residents, reduce the burden on a single central location, and provide more convenient options to the public. We still have work to do, especially with appointments, wait times, and staffing, but we are making progress. Our goal is to continue building a tag office operation that is accessible, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the Sedgwick County. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Okay. Brandy, thank you very much for your explanation. I know it's very fluid. I know you're making a lot of changes over there and trying to, offer better efficiency. And I know, you guys have been out there hands-on trying to take on the wait times and everything yourself, so appreciate it. Commissioner Howell, you have some questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to reflect on a couple things you said. I want to say thank you to Eric, specifically the director of the Derby Library. He was very accommodating and very great to work with. He's just a really nice guy. I also want to thank the City Council, the City of Derby, and the Mayor especially for their advocacy and for their interest in partnership with the county. They recognize this need and they really stepped up. So I want to say thank you to them specifically. I also want to say thank you to the state legislature because they passed a law this last year, which is going to provide additional revenue to your office. So again, all the challenges we've had going backwards, I think that are going to be a lot better going forward because we have a slightly better revenue stream that hopefully hire all the staff that you need to take care of business. And so thanks to those three. And then finally, I just wanted to say that when the announcement came out that the tag office in Derby was closing, a lot of people were confused because we actually were co-officing with the Kansas driver's license office. And a lot of people were upset because they wanted the driver's license not to close. They didn't understand. Maybe they didn't read the story. And so when I explained to people that it's really the tag services that are in the driver's license office, and we're talking about 35 appointments per day, that'll be reduced at that location, but we're looking for another location. I kept saying, we're looking for another location. And again, I know I'm not doing it, but you're doing it, and you did a great job, by the way. Without even a day of interruption, we went from one to the other with no interruption. Every appointment was kept. Still at least 35 per day. Maybe you'll even ramp that up, I assume. But rather than call this, and I'll just my recommendation is rather than call this a tag office, which when people understand that term, is tag services in the Derby Library. That to me is a little bit clearer, because if we decide to change it again in the future, and I think actually we should, I'd like to see a permanent location that's maybe more robust, more services being offered up potentially at a different, maybe even a better location. So I think we're going to continue to try to solve that problem. But when it changes again, I don't want people to get mad that we're closing the library or something like that. So anyway, I just want to say thank you for all you did, and many people actually I think should be thanked and remembered for actually really a good outcome for what needed to happen. And so I just want to say thank you, Brandy, for what you did.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, Brandy, thanks for being here today. I think a lot of people maybe misunderstand the relationship between the commission and the treasurer's office. So can you give us an update on the staffing? This is how we can best support your office. How do we help you in the staffing piece of this?
Currently, for my frontline staff, as of Monday, I was fully staffed there. Friday, I did get additional approving to add 5 positions to my staffing table. So those positions on Monday were posted out there. So I do have 5 positions that are now out there available to add additional staffing to my staffing table. And And as the funding has now increased from the state, we know that January 1st there will be additional funding coming. And so then I can come back and ask for additional staffing to the table at that point when the funds are available. But at this point, I had funds to essentially cover 5 staff, and that's what's posted out there to hire. Once I have those positions hired, then the intent is for the second station there in Derby office, have that one completely full. And like I just announced, I have another location secured at one of our existing spots, and I have a brand new location out in western Sedgwick County that's ready for us to go, and we're just waiting on the staff. So as soon as those positions are full and we have our people trained up, then those will be there. So staffing right now, we're looking good at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Brandy.
All right. Brandy, thank you very much for coming in this morning. Appreciate it.
Okay, for County Good News, I'm going to have Stephen Shaughnessy come to the podium. The Central Plains Area Agency on Aging, which is housed here in Sedgwick County, recently received the Innovations Award from U.S. Aging during its annual conference. And Stephen's here to tell you more about it.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Stephen Shaughnessy, Director of the Department of Aging and Disabilities and Director of the Central Plains Area Agency on Aging, which is administered in Sedgwick County and includes Harvey and Butler counties. And we are thrilled to announce that our in-home counseling and community support groups program received the 2026 Aging Innovations Award from U.S. Aging, which is one of the highest honors presented to its members. This program addresses mental health concerns and caregiver stress through comprehensive clinical assessment and the provision of in-home or community-based counseling sessions. Additionally, it delivers community-based psychoeducation and outreach to promote mental wellness, reduce stigma associated with therapy and treatment, and increase wellness of mental health risk factors. The client-centered program provides individual counseling and group therapy for adults ages 60 and older to their family caregivers, and was among 16 area agency programs to receive the Innovations Award during the U.S. Aging's 51st annual conference. It was my honor and privilege to receive the award on behalf of CPAAA at the Aging Conference a couple weeks ago, but today I want to recognize and thank Jennifer Lastly, Director of Information and Community Services, and Jessica Huber, Aging Specialist and Licensed Therapist, without whom this program would not have been possible. Jessica, who wasn't able to be here today because she had an appointment with a client, helped develop the counseling program and the caregiver components of the program, and supports older adults as they work through life's challenges and taking steps towards improved mental wellness and working with caregivers in the support group. And to Jennifer, who provides support and guidance to Jessica and provides the knowledge and expertise of the Older Americans Act to ensure funding is possible through this grant. Just want to thank the Commission for allowing us to be here and sharing this significant achievement for our department.
Well, congratulations and thank you very much. Commissioners, you guys have any comments or questions? All right, thank you, Stephen.
Okay, as a reminder to all that the Sedgwick County Health Department offers childhood immunizations. Getting these items checked off early helps ensure your child is ready for their first day of school. You can learn more or schedule an appointment by calling 316-660-7300 or visit www.schd.online/student-vaccines. The Sedgwick County 2027 recommended budget is now available for public review. Residents are encouraged to share feedback online through the public forum at sedgwickcounty.org or in person at the final public hearing at 9 a.m. Wednesday, August 26th in the lower level auditorium, which is this room located at 100 North Broadway. And that's all I have for today. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? All right. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next item.
Consideration of minutes, item A, en banc meeting minutes from June 30, 2026.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about the meeting minutes for the en banc on June 30th? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and run all these together. If you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna ask you if you guys have any questions on the meeting minutes for July 1st. You guys have any questions or comments on July 8th? How about meeting minutes on July 15th? Any questions or concerns? If not, I'm going to make a motion to approve items A through D.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Proclamations. Item E, proclamation declaring National Emergency Management Awareness Month.
Okay, and Commissioner Howell will be given this proclamation this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a core function of Sedgwick County government, so I'm pleased to bring some recognition to your team. The proclamation says, whereas local emergency managers, community leaders, state governments, and Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, dedicate countless hours to developing preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation programs to protect the lives and property of all persons living in the United States and U.S. territories. And whereas emergency managers across the United States and U.S. territories are charged with establishing and maintaining the capabilities necessary to effectively direct, coordinate, and support emergency and disaster response and recovery efforts. And whereas the emergency managers serve the nation by responding to countless emergencies and disasters each year, demonstrating commitment, compassion, and professionalism in protecting the public. And whereas the efforts of our nation's emergency managers have helped millions of community members across the United States recover, rebuild, and become more resilient in the face of adversity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Chairman Jeff Blubaugh and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby proclaim August 2026 as National Emergency Management Awareness Month, in conjunction with the National Preparedness Month of September, and urge all community members to express their sincere appreciation for emergency managers in every sector who work diligently to prepare, protect, and serve against all risks and hazards. Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased to make a motion to adopt this proclamation.
Okay, we have a motion, and I'll second that motion. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. And Julie Stinson will be.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Dr. Julie Stimson, Sedgwick County Emergency Management Director. On behalf of Sedgwick County Emergency Management Team, thank you for recognizing August as National Emergency Management Awareness Month. This is the second annual event, and for your continued support of our mission. Emergency management is much more than responding to disasters. Every day, our team works to strengthen preparedness before disasters strike, and then coordinate response and recovery support when disasters do occur. In Sedgwick County, we serve more than 500,000 people in 20 cities by bringing together local governments, first responders, healthcare organizations, schools, volunteer organizations, private and public industry, and then state and federal partners before, during, and after disasters. Whether we are preparing for tornadoes, floods, wildfires, hazardous materials incidents, cyber threats, or supporting large community events, our success depends on collaboration and dedication of many partners. I do want to recognize my emergency management staff who's here with me today: Cody Sharvett, Brian Ellis, Jonathan Stropfer, and Kenji Brooks. I also would like to recognize more than 350 volunteers that we have that are our force multiplier when things get tough. Members of the Community Emergency Response Team, our K-9 Search Team, our Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Services Amateur Radio Group, and our local Emergency Planning Committee. Their professionalism and dedication to strengthen their community resilience is inspirational. They stand ready to provide resources and support when the disasters do occur. I also would like to thank our first responders, healthcare partners, school districts, faith-based organizations, VOADs, and our public and private partners for their commitment to collaborate before disasters occur and work together when they do happen. Together, we are all building a more resilient community for today and tomorrow. I wanted to extend an invite to you and the public to an open house that we're going to have at the Emergency Operations Center, 714 North Main, Tuesday, August 18th from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. We're going to have several of our volunteers representing all the different teams that are going to be out there to talk with folks. We're going to have some displays, some things to kind of give away to help people get prepared and get their individual houses ready to go. You'll be able to learn how to stay informed of threats and then how you can get involved in your neighborhood and community's preparedness. And then we'll also give you a tour of our Ready State Emergency Operations Center, which is usually pretty closed off to the public, but we're going to open it on the 18th from 3 to 8, invite folks to come in and take a look and see what we got. And again, I just want to thank you for this proclamation and your continued support. We are honored to serve Sedgwick County residents every day.
Well, thank you very much for all you do, Commissioner Howell.
Chairman, I just wanted to make a couple more comments. I want to recognize Brian especially because he was like the Superman of the year, apparently. He was one of the recognized Sedgwick County Employees of the Year through a recognition program that we have, and so he's got a trophy cabinet that's getting bigger all the time. Thank you, Brian, and really your whole team. Julie, I was going to ask you, what kind of emergencies do you actually plan for?
Everything.
Everything.
Pretty
like
much.
A plane crash. Would a plane crash be one of those?
Plane crash, absolutely. In fact, we have a full-scale exercise with the airport in September with a lot of our first responders. It will be a full-scale exercise. There'll be more news about that, but we're going to light a fuselage on fire, and we're going to treat it like a plane crash.
My goodness. Well, we know we probably think about floods and earthquakes and tornadoes. That's kind of things that people all around the country deal with. There may be a few others that we don't want to talk about, things like trains and water supply and all kinds of other things. And so I did mention in my previous comments, this is a core function of government. This is one of those things where people say, I have no idea what county commissioners do or what county government does. Let me say, there's always like 46 different agencies. This is one of those things that we don't talk about very much, but boy, is it important. Because when that bad day comes, we've got a team of people who they practice every single day. What's going to happen if this happens? What's our plan? How are we going to, and they practice it. And they practice it, and they practice it. And they've got everything set up, ready to go. They've got equipment, they've got written plans. And so really what they do protects all of us. And I just want to say, I appreciate what you do because again, even our cities don't have to think about it because it's taken care of. So all of us enjoy, if you will, the comfort knowing that someone out there has got our back, and it's you guys. So thank you for what you do. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. If you don't mind hanging around here, we'll try to get a picture here in a few minutes. Sure. Congratulations. Okay. Next item, please.
Item F, proclamation declaring National Health Center Week.
Okay, and this will be read by Commissioner Wise.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I am happy to read the proclamation of Sedgwick County. Whereas for over 60 years, community health centers have provided high-quality, affordable, comprehensive primary and preventative health care in our nation's communities with limited access, delivering value to and having a significant impact on America's health care system. And whereas the country's largest primary care network, community health centers, are the health care home for 52 million Americans in over 17,000 communities across the country. 1 in every 7 people in the United States gets their care at a community health care center. And whereas community health centers develop new approaches to integrating a wide range of services beyond primary care, including nutrition, oral health, vision, behavioral health, and pharmacy services to provide comprehensive care that allows each patient to thrive. Community health centers have more than doubled their behavioral health workforce in the last decade to meet Americans' growing need. And whereas community health care or health centers are locally owned and operated small businesses that serve a critical economic engines, helping to power local communities by generating $261.7 billion in economic activity and supporting more than 809,000 direct and indirect jobs nationally. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Chairman Jeff Blubaugh and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby recognize August 2nd through the 8th, 2026 as National Healthcare Week and recognize Hunter Health, Grace Med, and Health Corps, the 3 federally qualified health centers in Sedgwick County, for their vital role in shaping the past, present, and future of America's healthcare system. Chairman, you've heard the proclamation, and I move to approve.
Okay. And I'll second that motion. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0.
And here to accept this proclamation is Amy Femer, CEO of Hunter Health, and Teresa Lovelady, President and CEO of Health Corps Clinic.
Okay. Good morning, Amy and Teresa.
Good morning. We're also joined by Nancy Dooling with Grace Med.
Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. On behalf of Community Health Centers, I want to thank Chairman Blubaugh and the Sedgwick County Board of Commissioners for this proclamation during National Health Center Week. Since the nation's first community health center was founded in 1965, community health centers have understood that where we live, work, worship, and play impacts our health. With roots in the civil rights movement, the visionaries who founded the earliest community health centers believed that we could fight poverty and empower communities with health and opportunity.
I am Nancy Dooling with Grace Med. Today, community health centers play a vital role in enhancing access to essential primary care nationwide. We increase access to crucial primary care by reducing barriers such as cost, lack of insurance, distance, and language. In Sedgwick County, the federally qualified health centers have been instrumental in serving over 70,000 individuals annually, providing a comprehensive array of services, including primary care, dental, behavioral health, vision, and pharmacy services. Every August, we seek to increase the awareness of the nearly 1,500 community health centers nationwide.
All right, and this year, the theme of our National Health Center Week is building innovative care where it matters most. And it matters most in our communities here in Wichita, here in Sedgwick County. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. Our community health centers, and I'd like to add in Guadalupe Clinic is one of them that creates our safety net. We're here to be a beacon of hope, strength, and service to care for the most vulnerable people in our communities, regardless of their ability to pay, regardless if they have an insurance card. As we celebrate our employees, our board members, and supporters, we want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Chairman Blubaugh and the Sedgwick County Board of Commissioners for their recognition and support of the significant contributions made by community health centers in Sedgwick County. So we are so appreciative and thankful to all of you for supporting the work that we do for each person in our community.
Well, thank you very much. All three of your organizations provide a gap here in our community that's very needed and very much appreciated. Commissioner Beatty? Yes.
Just a profound thank you for all that you do, for what you do in our vulnerable population, but also thank you for what you've done at 29th and Grove for the water contamination issue. It's our FQHCs that have stepped in a big way to do the testing. If we had a shorter agenda, I'd spend 10 or 15 minutes just singing your praises. But you need to know how valued you are, how much you're appreciated. And thank you so much from the bottom of my heart in District 4 for what you've done with the water contamination issue in 29th and Grove. You are unsung heroes, and today we get a chance to elevate who you are and what you've done. And I wish I had more time to do it. But God bless you. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I say, not only if it's just 29th and Grove, if it's anyone who has felt like they're in a community where there's a water contamination issue, you can come to any of our clinics. There's clearwaytesting.org. I'm going to get that wrong, but any of our clinics, and you can come for a free screening just so you'll know where your health is. I'll just put it there. Completely free of charge. Our goal is to educate and give you the information you need so you can be great stewards of your own health.
Amen.
So thank you.
Yep. If you guys would like to take a picture with you, if everybody just bear with us, we want to do a 5-minute recess. We just want to slip out, do a quick picture with Julie and your group and then the health group, and then we'll be right back. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order.
I know.
Before I start back in with the agenda, I want to recognize any elected officials here. Clearwater City Councilmember Justin Shore, I see you here today. Thank you very much. Is there any other electeds in here?
Clearwater Mayor, there's your man.
Clearwater Mayor?
Joni's here.
Yep. Joni, Clearwater Councilmember. Thank you guys very much for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Appointments.
Yes, Chairman Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. Item G is a resolution appointing Jennifer Burian to the Sedgwick County Emergency Communications Community Advisory Board in the at-large third-class city position as recommended by the Sedgwick County Association of Cities. Recommended action is to adopt the resolution.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and, does anybody have any questions about that? If not, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye. Sorry.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Good morning. How are you, Jennifer?
I just want to thank you. I look forward to representing and serving the community.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you stepping up and representing. So we'll go ahead and get you sworn in here.
I'm going to swear you in. I'll read the oath all the way through. At the end, just say I do, and then we'll sign, okay? Please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County Emergency Communications Community Advisory Board, so help me God. I do. Thank you. Sign.
All right. Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
Public agenda. We do not have anyone signed up on our regular public agenda. I think everyone here that's signed up to speak is on one of the solar cases. So next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Okay.
Chairman of Commission, good morning. Tom Stills, County Manager, recommending approval of consent items H through U on regular agenda.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about items H through U? Okay. If not, I would like to make a motion to approve items H through U.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye, and the motion passes 5-0. Before we go on to the next item, I would like to recess the Board of County Commission meeting and go in to the District 1 Fire Board. So if we could call that meeting to order.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Beatty.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Wise.
Present.
Chairman Blubow.
Present. Next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular fire meeting minutes from July 15, 2026.
Okay. You've all received a copy of the minutes from July 15th. Do you have any questions or comments? If not, I'd like to make a motion to approve item A.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye, and the motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
We do not have anyone signed up on the fire agenda. Next item, please.
New business. Item B, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on July 30, 2026.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Good morning, Joe
Commissioners.
Thomas.
Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The Board of Bids Contracts that was sitting for Fire District 1. We have one item for you this morning, and it is the various fire apparatuses. The recommendation is to utilize the HGAC buy contract, which is number FS 12-23A, and that's with Conrad Fire Equipment, and it's in the amount of $3,325,950.60. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about the item?
Just one question here.
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. Just was wondering, what's the delivery time on these trucks? Do we have
I believe it's 20.
estimate?
Yes, Chief Williams.
Good.
Good morning, Commissioners. Doug Williams, Fire Chief. The estimated delivery time on the two pumpers is 49 months, and the delivery time on the tender is 17.
I am. So I'm just curious, will these be 2027 models or 2030 models?
They'll be 2030 or 2031.
Interesting. All right. So again, I don't know how long it's been going like this, but to have to order something for 4 years from now takes a lot of planning and a lot of. I'll just say this, that you don't get these. There's no lot with these for sale. They build them for our specs, right?
Yes.
And these are expensive, and they are a 49-month delivery. That is crazy. But thank you for clarifying that. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, and they're actually, we had hoped that was going to come down. We had heard stories that it might come down, but it actually got worse. So these are technically on the replacement schedule in 29, so they're actually going to be at least a year behind schedule anyway.
I guess I have one more question. These are so expensive. Are these cash funded, or how are they? What's the funding behind the scenes?
As a general rule, to maintain a constant budget hit every single year, that they generally finance these on a 7-year basis, lease purchase.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Chief. I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommendation of the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Budget discussion.
Commissioners, do you have any budget discussion you'd like to make today? All right. Next item.
Other.
Okay. Anyone got anything on other? Okay, next item.
Executive session.
Okay, we do not have an executive session. At this time, I would like to adjourn the Board of County or the Fire District 1 meeting and go back into the Board of County Commission meeting. Next item on the Board of County Commission agenda, please.
New business, item B, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on July 30, 2026.
For the record, Joe Thomas again. And the Board of Bids and Contracts, the regular meeting of July 30th, we have 5 items for your approval. Our first item is the forensic software platform for the Sheriff's Office, and this is a recommendation to accept the quote from Magnet Forensics, LLC, in the amount of $61,395. That 1-year period starts August 15, 2026, and will go through August 14, 2027. Item number 2 is Office 365 renewal for the Division of Information Technology. This recommendation is to accept the quote from Dell Technologies in the amount of $6,083,767.41. This covers a contract period of 3 years. Item number 3 is on-call data drop cable installation for various departments. And this recommendation is to accept the bids from Cablecom Incorporated, Decker Electric Incorporated, and Southwestern Electrical Company. This will be for a contract period of 2 years with 3 1-year options to renew. Item number 4 is TrueMed AccuVax and AccuShelf annual software and service agreement for Sedgwick County Health Department. This recommendation is to accept the quote from TrueMed Systems Incorporated in the amount of $90,932, and that's for a contract period of 5 years starting March 1st of 2027. And our final item. Item number 5, the Atlantic Health Partners Incorporated Vaccine Purchasing Program for Sedgwick County Health Department. This recommendation is to accept the pricing from Atlantic Health Partners Incorporated at the rates listed, and this is to be automatically renewed annually unless notice of termination is provided by either party. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions on these and recommend approval.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommendation of the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Item W, presentation of the quarterly financial report.
Good morning, Brent.
Good morning, Chairman Blubow. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Brent Shelton, your Deputy CFO. And this morning, I'm bringing you the quarterly financial report for the second quarter of 2026, as we'll compare our fiscal results against the same time period, the first 6 months of the year versus 2025. As you know, this report and this presentation have been prepared by the members of the budget and accounting teams, and to them I owe a debt of gratitude for putting this report together. This is based on unaudited financial statements. It's subject to some minor adjustments that you might see as we go through our audit at the end of the year. It has been made, been given a copy, and this will be made public on the website at the conclusion of today's meeting. For the presentation today, because I think we have a couple of other items on the agenda that may take some time, we've condensed the report a little bit. I'm going to highlight things that might not look like they're consistent with results, but all in all, we are seeing things that were expected and anticipated. There's no red flags in our fiscal report. To begin with, let's look at our anticipated fund balances at the end of the year. And the one that I would point out to is based on a trend. Our health insurance premiums and costs for employees are tending to go up. So we're anticipating a deficit in year over year, or a reduction in fund balance of about $6 million in the enterprise and internal service funds. Beyond that, everything is pretty much anticipated as we go through the course of the year. As we break things down into those funds for which we have a dedicated property tax, we look at those 5 funds, and across those we've been looking at revenues. And you'll see across the bottom a graph that shows revenues over expenditures for the first 6 months. Those will get closer as we go through the year as the expenditures catch up with revenues that have been received. But one thing that I would point out is that ad valorem tax has increased our collections there by about 3.6% so far this year. But that's with an 8.5% increase in our assessed value. Your actions to reduce the mill levy last year by a little over a mill have put a cap on those property tax revenues to the county. Otherwise, we're seeing pretty stable, pretty predictable revenues in those funds. Because personnel expenditures are the largest expense there, we take a look at those. And one thing that we might be beginning to see is a bit of a trend. We have an increase in overtime. We haven't seen that in the past because of staffing stability due to the compensation enhancements that you have approved. But in the detention facility, both the adult detention facility and in the juvenile detention facility, we're seeing a little bit more overtime, I think due to a little bit staffing reductions, as well as some increased demand for those services. So it's not alarming at this point, but it's just something that we're keeping our eye on. Non-personnel expenditures in those funds, you see a couple of large movements on the top 2 lines. Transfers out were increased as a result of the settlement payment that was made in the first quarter. And then we closed out our grant award to Exploration Place last year. So that accounts for that decrease in the second row that you see there in grant awards. Let's take a quick look at the Fire District General Fund. Again, you see that graph on the bottom that shows revenues over expenditures. Again, that follows the same pattern as the county. And we're seeing pretty stable, pretty predictable increases. Revenue of about 8.3% and expenditures increasing by about 6.5%. So everything continues as projected in the Fire District. Now, we do have a number of funds for which there is not a dedicated property tax. These are mostly in our human services area. And I would point out that the anomalies as we see movements from year over year are primarily, as we look at the state revenue in KDADS, we received some additional funding there for the state mental health hospital, state funding. We're also seeing on all other revenue, last year we got ARPA funds for that same project. We won't be receiving those this year. So this is all anticipated as we go through the year with these. Some of the key expenditures in those funds, the thing that I would call your attention to in the facilities construction line item, you see a big decrease. Last year we had increase in revenues for the state mental health hospital. This represents a decrease there in those same expenditures as we compare year to year. Revenues and expenditures higher last year than this year. This just represents what looks like an erratic chart, but it's our fund balance by quarter over the last 5 years. And you can see that we're in the second quarter, which is historically the highest quarter for fund balance because we've received our property tax distributions. We'll be spending those down as we go throughout the course of the year. It's been kind of fun to talk about our investment income because it has been up over the last few years. And on a portfolio of $526 million compared to $488 million last year, we earned in the quarter $6.3 million. That's versus $6 million same quarter last year. So investment income from the year to date is up by 11% on a year-over-year basis. We're keeping pace with our benchmark. We're just a little bit behind it right now because of some interest rate increases that we've seen in the marketplace. Let's take a quick look at some capital improvement projects that are ongoing or have seen some significant activity. The ComCare Crisis Expansion Center, that's going to house the 988 and some other consolidated ComCare funds. They're doing a lot of interior work now, mechanical, plumbing, rough ends, and so forth. That is scheduled to complete in March of next year. The main courthouse annex remodel for some sheriff and Department of Corrections functions is underway, making good progress there. It is scheduled to complete in December of 2026. A couple of bridge projects. This is on 87th Street between Seneca and Broadway. It was completed in June of this year, a brand new bridge in that area. And then finally, we have a special assessment project for Brindley Estates, road, sewer, paving, support services for about 25 home sites that'll be a couple acres on average in size. As we look forward, I would leave you with these key points. One is that we're in sound shape. We're in good fiscal condition, in good shape to meet the challenges ahead. There's still a lot of instability in the world that can affect things and does affect our pricing sometimes. The state legislature's looking at a lot of changes that have direct impacts to the county. We've seen market volatility, some inflation. It has specifically impacted fuel prices, and that is causing upward pressure on our expenditures. As you move into the budget adoption, there's kind of a balance here between those increasing costs for fuel, the increasing service expectations and demand, and balancing all that against your goal to continue to reduce the reliance on property tax and provide that relief to the taxpayers of Sedgwick County. And of note is some of those public safety, some of the increasing demands there that we're just starting to see that might be something to take a look at. And then continuing to be a competitive employer and take care of our employees because they're delivering the goods every day to the citizens of this county. With that, I will stand for questions.
Okay. Before I open up to any questions, I want to ask, how many of these quarterly reports have you presented to Sedgwick County? Brent, do you have any idea?
Over 20.
Okay. And how many more are you going to present?
This is the last one, and I was amazed that so many people turned out to hear my final quarterly report.
I really appreciate everything you've done, and particularly want to call out what you've done with our investment portfolio and set that up for the county, and really appreciate it. I don't have any specific question, but I am very appreciative of what you've done for Sedgwick County and the other roles you've taken on.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments? Okay. Commissioner Meissner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brent, thanks for all you've done. It's been wonderful working with you, and even appreciate a lot what we've done on the economic development side of the community. You've been a key in that area, and it's been just very respectfully a joy to work with you, and best of luck to you and your family on your retirement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wise?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, if I heard that right, we have about $6 million that we have added through investment, a portfolio which you were responsible for getting set up. What is 1 mil here in Sedgwick County equal to?
It's a little more than that. I think we're at about 7.5.
You're pretty darn close to adding a whole mill to what we're able to do in our community. And that is, I just want to point that out. That's a really big deal.
And that's on a quarterly basis, not annually.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, so we could probably afford the statue we talk about of yours after post-retirement. We could probably fund that with some investment dollars. Okay.
Put it on a high pedestal.
Yeah.
So you can see how
Brent, thank you so much. Great job.
Okay. Commissioner Howell, do you have any questions or comments?
Oh, I just want to say thank you, Brent. I usually ask a few questions, but I don't feel like I need to do that today. You just do a great job, and I'll say thank you for your service to Sedgwick County. Actually, I want to reflect on it a little bit. You took about 6 months or so to go and head up the appraiser's office, and we learned some things over there. You did a tremendous job. You could be a wonderful appraiser. Are you interested in? I mean, we have a great appraiser now, but I'm curious if you're interested in doing that, because you did a great job of that as well. So,
thank you. I have some other plans.
Oh, you do? Well, I think you know that you're loved by all of us. You're an amazing person. Your personality is perfect for Sedgwick County. Thank you for all you do here. I did prepare a couple of questions for you, though. So I got to read these because I'm not going to get this right. So I wanted to know, in your career, you've worked with countless county commissioners. Which one asked you the most impossible financial questions, and which one ignored your advice the most? You don't have to answer that.
Is it possible that it could be the same person?
It could be.
Let's leave it there.
Yeah, I know. All right, here's another one. If you could go back and redo one budget presentation, which commissioner would you make pay closer attention? Oh, we shouldn't do that. Okay.
Everybody is always so attentive.
Yeah. I've got more, but I think that's enough. The point is, we love you, and I want you to have the best retirement ever.
Thank you, sir.
You're too young to retire, but you're going to enjoy it. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
You prepared well, and I want to say well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brent, just in closing, thank you very much for all you've done. I've certainly appreciated you sitting down and doing the video interview with me here a few weeks ago, and excited to put that out there, and got to know you a little bit more, and got to know how important family is to you, and hopefully you get to devote a lot more time to your family going forward. So
Plan to do
thank
that.
you very much.
In case people didn't get enough of me this morning, that video should be out soon.
All right, thank you, Brent. I would like to make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Item X, public hearing to consider the petition from landowner Joshua McClure for the inclusion of property within the boundaries of the Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Kevin Stamper, Assistant County Counselor. I'm here today on the petition of Joshua McClure to be entered into the Sedgwick County Fire District. The statute requires that the Board of County Commissioners, rather than the Fire Board or the BOCC sitting as the Fire Board, open a public hearing and take a vote in order to change the boundaries of fire districts. So that's why we're here on this agenda today. Joshua McClure, address is 7400 North 135th Street in Colwich, has petitioned to be added to the fire district, and this would require a 3/4 vote of the County Commission. What we're asking at this time is that the board open a public hearing, accept public comment, close the hearing, and then take vote.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. If not, I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing and accept comments and close the public hearing, adopt the resolution, and instruct the county to publish the same according to law.
Chairman, sorry.
We're opening the public
Justin Wagoner, County Council. Yeah, first, I would just open the public hearing. And, okay, sorry, I apologize.
So we'll just open the public hearing. So would anyone like to come up and speak? Okay. If not, we will close the public hearing. Bring it back. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Wise? You're good? Okay. So then we'll make the motion to adopt the resolution and instruct the county clerk to publish the same according to law. That's the motion, I guess.
Okay,
Is that
second.
correct? Okay. A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Item Y, CON 2026-00039, conditional use request in the county to permit utility major for solar energy conversion system on properties zoned RR, Rural Residential District, SF20, Single Family Residential District, and LC, Limited Commercial District, generally bounded by South 119th Street West, West 47th Street South, South Ridge Road, and West 63rd Street South.
Okay. And Scott, if you don't mind, before we get into this presentation, I want to read a couple notes to everybody in the audience. If you guys bear with me here. So we appreciate each member of the public hearing today and want to provide everyone an opportunity to speak that wishes to speak, and we'll do so after the presentations. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes for their remarks, so please be respectful of comments and try not to duplicate what anyone else has stated by someone else. I'm also asking for decorum and respect throughout today's hearing, so please stick to your time allocation. No disruptive outbursts, clapping, cheering, booing. Failure to comply with any of this could lead to removal from the chambers. And then we're going to provide breaks throughout today. I think at 11 o'clock we're going to probably take a quick bathroom break. We're also planning them at 3 and 5 if we go that far, and we're going to take a hard break from noon to 1 for lunch. I'm going to ask commissioners that whenever we do break for lunch, please try to go your separate ways. Try not to, I know there's a lot of people who are going to want to visit with you and stuff. Just please try to stick alone or go call your family or something. Just so that we don't taint the case at all. And then I want to read a couple other disclosures. Pursuant to the state law and Wichita-Sedgwick County zoning code, there is not requirements for a full public hearing by the Board of County Commissioner meetings. However, consistent with our standard practices of the Board of County Commissioners, in order to ensure additional transparency, the board will be holding full public hearings. I'll tell you, like when I was on the Wichita City Council, if this is coming in front of the City Council, they wouldn't have even heard it because it's already been heard. But here at Sedgwick County, we're trying to be transparent, and we're choosing to hear it again, even though it's already been heard. I also want commissioners, in order to ensure additional transparency, the board will be holding the full public hearings on both of these matters. And it's anticipated the Board of County Commissioners will be meeting longer than typical, and that's why we're doing the planned recess. So, commissioners, do you guys have any questions about the rules today? Okay. If not, we'll go ahead and start in with the presentation. So, Scott, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Scott Wadle from the Planning Department.
I hate to interrupt. I was going to ask if you would consider doing ex parte disclosures by the board commissioners before the presentation. In this
Absolutely.
Case, possible.
Commissioners, you guys comfortable going ahead and doing your ex parte disclosures? Commissioner Meitzner?
Usually in zoning cases, rarely do we have very much ex parte communication, but in this case, it's been hundreds and hundreds of emails, met with applicants' representatives, both applicants, this one and the next one, met with property owners that are involved in it. I've met with property owners that are adjacent to it, and met with people that are in favor of this and opposed to this, and so It's been quite a bit. I think that's the extent of my ex parte, and that I will hear this today and remain an open mind, and then we will make a decision.
Okay. Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I have received ex parte communications on this matter. I've had communications from the applicant's representatives. I've had communications from property owners and that are applicants in this process. I've had communications from neighboring property owners that oppose and individuals that support this application. So I maintain an open mind on the matter. All that's been consistent when the comments have been consistent with what we heard at the MAPC hearings as well. So I maintain an open mind. I'll base my decision upon the information and the statements that have been included in the record and what's being presented from today's hearing.
Okay. And I have met with the landowners that have property in the project. I've met with landowners that are across the street. They're against the project. I've had hundreds of emails. I've met with elected officials discussing this, outside of the Board of County Commissioners, local electeds like from Clearwater. I've discussed it with them. I've met with groups that are for solar. I've met with groups that are against solar. So I do maintain an open mind in this matter, and I will base my decision upon the information and the statements that have been included in the record and what is presented today during today's meeting. Commissioner Wise?
I too have received ex parte communications on this matter, including hundreds of emails, phone calls, communications with the applicants, representatives, communications with the property owners who are applicants, communications with neighbors who are not included in these projects, both for and against the topic and the project specific. All of these communications have been based on the same that have been shared in the MAPC hearing as well. I maintain an open mind to the information that we received today, and I believe that's all that needs to be included in the record.
Okay. Commissioner Howell?
Well, thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to say I've tried to be as gracious as possible. I've met with everybody that's requested it, and that includes the applicant, and sometimes they brought representation with them. I met with many people who are opposed, some that are in favor. I met with some landowners. I met with people who, in general terms. I have watched portions of the MAPC hearing. I believe I have over 1,000 constituent emails. I've kept them. I've answered some. Again, with the general, just thank you for your email. Again, I'll just say this. If you have spoken with me in the past, and I see many people in the room actually have, it doesn't matter what we talked about because I sit on the fence, and if you don't say it here today, it doesn't matter. You have to say it here today. So if you want me to know something, it matters what you say today, because it doesn't, anything before today is essentially interesting, but it's not going to weigh in on my decision today. So I'm absolutely on the fence. I'm here to hear what you have to say, and we'll make decisions at some point, but I have no bias whatsoever. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. Scott, we'll go ahead and get started.
Yes, sir. So for this application, as you heard, the applicants are requesting a conditional use, and that's in order to allow utility major for a solar energy conversion system, as well as a battery energy storage system, sometimes referred to as a BESS. This item is being heard today because the application has been protested, and I'll talk more about that. The applicants have indicated they're requesting the conditional use to develop a 1,490-acre solar project with the battery energy storage system in the application area. Predominantly, most of the site would be used for the solar energy conversion system, and then there is a portion that would be used for the battery energy storage system located in the eastern kind of south portion of it. And we've got a better picture of it in just a moment. In terms of the site itself, it's generally bounded by the following roadways: 119th Street to the west, 47th Street to the north, Ridge Road to the east, and 63rd Street to the south. And again, those are general boundaries. The specific ones are shown here on the graphic. The site is, as I indicated, 1,490 acres in size. It consists of multiple ownership parcels. The majority of them are zoned rural residential. Others are zoned SF20 single family and LC limited commercial. The majority of the land within the project area is in agricultural use. In terms of context, properties surrounding the project area are mostly zoned rural residential. Let's see if we can get to the zoning map. Here we go. Are mostly zoned rural residential and SF20, with the majority of those properties in use for agriculture. Multiple properties have single-family dwellings on them. Some of the single-family dwellings are owned by applicants who are leasing their agricultural land for the solar project. Other single-family dwellings are neighboring properties and not associated with the project. Other districts, zoning districts that are within the project area include LI, Limited Industrial, and GI, General Industrial. Oh, I'm sorry, these are not within the project area, these abut the project area, with uses that include industry, warehousing, and an electrical substation. And you can see those industrial zones over here. They're the purple and the gray areas. In terms of the staff report provides additional information about information that was requested by the MAPC for their second meeting and a review of the application and the comprehensive plan. In addition, attached to the staff report are multiple documents. Those include a review of the application and the Unified Zoning Code Supplementary Use Regulations, minutes from the MAPC meetings with staff analysis, public comment received in favor and against the application, graphics illustrating the project area and the proposed landscaping, as well as others. In terms of review, on April 29th, this item was first heard by the MAPC. They held a public hearing and considered the application. The MAPC heard comments from the applicants and 44 speakers, with 10 speakers in favor of the request and 34 speakers against the request. The MAPC closed the public hearing and voted to defer the application to their June 11th meeting, with the request that planning staff provide follow-up information on multiple items, which are described in the staff report and the attachments. On June 11th, the MAPC considered this application for the second time and the follow-up information that they had requested from the planning department. No additional public comment was received since the public hearing was closed at the prior MAPC meeting. The MAPC voted to recommend approval of the application subject to staff recommended conditions, and that vote was 7-5. The number of recommended conditions is 41. They include conditions related to landscaping, environmental health, decommissioning, health and safety, and more. And I'm not going to go through each of those specifically. I just want to highlight those. We'll stand for questions if there are specifics about those. The application, now in terms of protests, the application had initially received 53 protest petitions. Since the submission of the agenda packet for this item, the protest map has been updated in the following ways. First, a protest petition that was initially deemed invalid was determined to be a valid protest. So that was added to the protest percentage, and I'll show you a map that illustrates this. And then multiple property owners, I believe it was somewhere around the ballpark of 10 property owners, submitted official requests to rescind their protest petitions, and that occurred by the deadline, which was yesterday at 5 o'clock. The total revised and updated protest percentage is 42.64% of the protest area. So this exceeds the 20% threshold set by state statute, and therefore any vote to approve the conditional use will require a supermajority or 4 of 5 votes. In terms of recommended action, it is recommended that the County Commission adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the conditional use request with the recommended conditions, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. And again, that requires 4 of 5 votes because of the protest. Alternatives include the following. You can override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, deny the application. That would require a 2/3 majority or 4 out of 5 votes. Another option is that you could return the case to the MAPC for further consideration with a statement specifying the basis for the failure to approve or deny the application, and that would require just a simple majority or 3 of 5 votes. Now, a quick note about staffing. A number of other county staff are here today to help answer questions. In addition, Brent with the Finance Department is here to share insights related to taxes. I will turn the podium over to him in just a moment, but first I want to take you through some slides related to the application, and then I'll turn it over to Brent. So let's go back to the beginning. So here's the outline that shows the application site. Here's a graphic that was submitted by the applicant. It shows the fenced area, the project area, essentially the boundaries, and the calculation of the facility areas. This is a zoning map, which was described earlier. Again, you'll see the industrial located to the east and a little bit to the south. You'll see SF20, which is the pink color, and then you'll see rural residential RR district, which is the green color. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan. It shows the future growth concept. Essentially what this illustrates is this is what's recommended for future land uses in the city of Wichita. This is close to the city of Wichita's urban growth area, so we show this map to show that it's outside of the urban growth area. Likewise, this is the actual urban growth areas map. From the comprehensive plan, it shows that this is outside the city of Wichita's urban growth area, as well as any other city's urban growth area. This is the urban area of influence map. This comes from the zoning code, and this shows that it's outside the urban area of influence of any cities. This is the protest map, and I believe we have two graphics. So the blue ones are valid protests, but they are outside of the protest calculation area. The red ones are ones that count towards the percentage or valid protests that counted towards and added up to the 42.6%. The orange ones are applications, are protests that were rescinded, and that is shown here as well. This one is so large because there was protests that were received that were quite an extended distance to the northwest. This is the site map, conceptual site map that was submitted by the applicant. This is a zoomed-in illustration or zoomed-in location around the BAS, and you can see that illustrated here with this box, and then these kind of oval shapes here as well. This is the landscape plan that was submitted as part of the application. It also shows floodplains. These are transportation routes that were identified as part of the application materials. And then there are landscaping views that they put together. So these show the different viewpoints. And so these illustrate the landscaping that's already in existence. Also, they illustrate what is proposed to be installed as part of the application or as part of the project later on. So in this case, you don't see any changes other than that there's a location of a fence identified. And I'll try and go through these relatively quickly, but I do point out that in this one, you'll see that there's a number of trees that are identified in the bottom one that are not existing currently today. So I don't want to focus too much time on this, just want to show you that they're in and were submitted as part of the application. We can come back to them if you have any specific questions. But there were quite a few of them, so don't want to go through them in too much detail. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brent, and then after he's done, I'll stand for his.
Scott, before we go there, if you don't mind, I do want to kind of get into the setbacks a little bit and have a good understanding of what the setbacks look like as well as the screening and what's required.
Sure, absolutely. Yes, sir. Okay, so, and I'm going to go to the portion of the zoning code that deals with this. So give me just a moment to look it up. I'll take just a second here. Okay. So in the zoning code, and what was adopted as an amendment to the zoning code, it says that all structures shall be set back at least 100 feet from the project boundary line. But it also says that any panels that are included as part of the project shall be located at least 250 feet from any dwelling unit that's not participating in the project. So the basis is that you have 100 feet for any structures. You have 250 feet, including panels, from any dwelling unit that's not participating. You also have that, yes, okay, anyway, and the 100 feet would also include from the project boundary lines, also includes right-of-way, just to make sure that people are clear that they cannot be closer than 100 feet to the roadways.
Is there any mandatory screening requirements with berms or trees or any of that?
Well, so what is identified is that there are screening requirements. And so that's why there's been a landscaping plan that's been submitted by the applicant. Now I'm going to go back to this.
Okay.
And what it does is it shows where landscaping is proposed. I think I've gone a little bit too far. Here we go. So there, you can't see it in great detail because of the size of the whole thing. But you'll see some green lines showing up here, here, here. You can mostly see them on the boundaries and edges where the panels are located. That's where they're proposing to put in the landscaping that would provide screening.
Okay. But I guess I'm getting technical here, but it's proposed. Is it required, or is it something, well, we might do, or is it
so? Because these projects are so large and there's so many details to them, this approval process for the zoning is done in iterative stages. And so today, if you take action on this, and let's say if you were to approve it, it would essentially be saying that this is a good use, but there are additional details that need to be worked out. And there's a whole list of additional details. They include a landscape plan, a drainage plan, construction traffic mitigation plan, decommissioning plan, emergency response plan. So there's a number of other documents that need to be finalized. Okay. One of those is the landscape plan. The landscape plan is required to be substantially in conformance or similar to what has been submitted, and ultimately, if it gets approved today, it needs to be substantially in conformance with that. However, it does need to be reviewed and approved. So it's not like a blanket, yes, this is what it's going to be. There will be additional analysis that will be done.
Okay, so if we approve it today, that decision's still fluid.
It is, that's true. But the assurance that you have is that it will be in substantial conformance to this. So I would say that there would not be drastic or dramatic changes in terms of reductions to the landscaping on this. And if there were changes, there would better be a really good explanation about why those are proposed.
Okay, so for the most part, we're assuming the applicant's going to stick to what's here, and we're assuming it's not going to deviate far from.
That is correct, yes, sir. And furthermore, to more directly answer your question, this is a requirement. They would be required to install this landscaping as part of this, whenever the plan is approved, the landscaping plan.
Okay, Commissioner Wise got a question.
Scott, this visual here, and I think there was another one on page 8, are the bolded lines that are within the project area, are those actual representation of solar panels? Is that the amount of solar panels that we'll see on these sites? I'm not counting them, but just visually, is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
So my understanding is from looking at this is that these are the locations of the panels, where the rows of the panels would be located.
Okay,
Yes.
and then I see on these green lines that you pointed out for the landscaping lines, those are including what a setback would look like from the property line to the actual solar panel.
Yes, they are. And in addition, you see a number of other lines that are on here. Those also include fences that are proposed as part of the project as well.
Okay.
And sometimes you'll notice that the fences occur some distance from where the panels are. So there's a number of things that occur within the space between the panels and the property line or the roadway.
Does this, sorry, can I ask one more? Yeah. Okay, does this project, I know that within our regulations, we have a total project size that is allowed or considered, I should say. Mm-hmm. Do we not have it written into those regulations that has to be contiguous? Or I know that we have some corners touching here, but does this fall within what current regulations outline as far as maximum project size?
It does, yes, ma'am. So in terms of the regulations provide constraints, but at the same time, they provide a little bit of flexibility. And I'll go through those with you. So just so everyone is aware. So in the zoning code, it limits each of the projects for solar projects to be no more than 1,500 acres, so 1,500 acres. Likewise, it also requires that all of the project area would be located in or on no more in or on That's correct. Shall be located in or on no more than 6 contiguous sections of land. And part of the concern there when the discussion about the regulations was going on was about these kind of spreading out all over the place. The second thing that is related to that is that there's a requirement that none of these solar projects shall be nearer than 2 miles to any other solar approved SECS, solar energy conversion system. So it could come into play, especially with 2 applications. And then the other one is that no portion of a project, solar project, can be located more than 1 mile from the balance of the project. And again, that was an attempt to kind of keep these things from spreading out as one project.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty.
Thanks, Chairman. Scott, thanks for the presentation.
Sure.
And just ahead, thanks for all the work you've done on this. A couple questions for clarity. Who is the governing body that approves the decommissioning, the landscaping plan? Who does that?
So there are different levels that the different plans and documents are reviewed at, and I'll go through some of those.
Okay.
So the first one is the landscaping plan. The landscaping plan, the planning department would be responsible for reviewing and approving that. And as the planning director, I want you to know I'm going to want to be in close coordination with folks on this one because I want to make sure the county gets what the county was expecting. The drainage plan is also listed. Construction, traffic management, and mitigation plan, that is to be reviewed and approved by Sedgwick County Public Works. The decommissioning and reclamation plan is to be approved by the planning department. The emergency response plan is to be approved by the fire district, number 1. A grading plan is to be approved by Public Works and Sedgwick County Environmental. And there's a whole list of these, but you can see that there are different departments and agencies that would be responsible for those. One of those, one document that I would mention is the road use agreement, and that would have to be approved by the BOCC.
Okay, that's helpful. Chairman, this might be for you as well. From a process, I have a hunch that I'm going to suggest some modifications to some of these conditions based on kind of what I know now, reading the staff report and the work we've done on this. Am I going to have an opportunity to, I think I'd like to hear public comment before I formulate some of these final. Am I going to have an opportunity to ask more questions to the applicant and even staff in regards to, I just want the public to understand. I want to be very clear too. I want to be able to ask some questions after we get the initial presentation from Scott, we hear from the applicant and hear public comment. Are we going to be able to still bring the applicant back up for questions?
Yeah, Justin, go ahead. But certainly, that's the way I was assuming we're going to give the applicant 10 minutes to speak, and you'll have an opportunity as a commissioner if you want.
I think my point is after they speak from just a few minutes for 10 minutes, I think I want to hold my questions for them until I listen to public comment, and then I'd like to make some modifications based on what I hear, and I'd like an opportunity to be able to visit and bring them back up. Is that permissible? I'm going to have to ask them if they can or can't do some of the things that I'm going to.
And I think that's fair, Commissioner Beatty. I think commissioners, you can choose when or both times you can ask questions, because the process that the chairman has outlined for this would be for the applicant, for them to be able to speak, you can ask questions, then the public comments, you can ask those speakers questions, and then there's a rebuttal also. Okay. And so that would probably be a good time potentially to ask those questions. I did want to, there's one point that Scott made that I maybe wanted to clarify a bit in my understanding, and the decommissioning agreement, I think with the condition of approval, the way it's worded is the Board of County Commissioners would have to approve that in condition 41. So that is something that I think would have to come in front of the Board of County Commissioners, wouldn't just be a staff document.
Okay.
I do want to, because I had a question on that, and I'll go ahead and ask you, Justin. On the decommissioning, is it a choice of cash or a letter of credit or bond, or how's that decision finalized?
Pull up the code provision specifically, Chairman. Give me just 1 second. It does say, I know it says that cash is preferred. It allows you to do cash. It says the required financial assurance shall be provided by cash held in escrow, and then parentheses it says most preferred, or in the form of a surety bond. In the alternative, the required financial assurance may be provided by any other financial instrument acceptable to and approved by the appropriate governing body, which would be the Board of County Commissioners. And so that it would give you the option as the board if you would prefer to do so. That could be addressed in your decommissioning agreement. And you could also be more specific today, I think, if you would want to. I'm looking at Scott to see if he has any different view on that, but I don't think we have to this point, the recommendation from the Planning Commission does not specify one way or another. So I think you have a free hand. If you would want to add a condition, that would be reasonable. If you would prefer to address that more specifically within the decommissioning agreement, I think that's something that could also be done. There may be some comments, I would imagine, from the applicant's agent on this today as well. So you could certainly inquire as to that, what they may have in mind as well.
So if there was an approval today, would the decommissioning agreement follow later, or?
Correct. That's correct, Chairman. It would be a subsequent document. Again, we want to give you a chance to hear the case and not run these documents in front of you beforehand, because that's not the way it's contemplated in your zoning code. It's contemplated that would be after you make the zoning decision step.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And if anyone doesn't have any other questions,
I'm clear now. Yeah.
Scott, there was when the discussion started about this about a year and a half ago, there was a lot of discussion about maybe some of this being developed on contaminated property.
Mm-hmm.
Is any of this property contaminated property? Do we know that?
I'm actually going to defer that question because we have an expert here.
Okay. Okay. Susan will know.
Okay. Susan Erlewine with Environmental Resources. Just to the east of these properties, you can see, let me see if this works, okay. The grain elevator there, and then Occidental Chemical here. And over time, pollution occurred from Occidental Chemical and contaminated the ground. Occidental Chemical bought a lot of properties here and off the map to the east of here, homes and everything, because of the contamination. I do not know exactly how much it would have gone this direction, but the key is, yes, there's in the area. Whether these are on top of it, I'd have to investigate.
Okay. Like we've talked about the saltwater plumes, how they move with time. Is there do we think that this is moving?
It has moved over time. That's why it's over to the east. And groundwater usually moves maybe a foot a day at the most. So it will move off of a property under other properties.
But it's more likely to go easterly than it is north or west? Would that
Southeasterly.
Southeasterly?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Most of the groundwater in Sedgwick County moves northwest to southeast.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Yep. Do you want to turn to Brent?
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Brent.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Brent Shelton, your Deputy CFO. Before I speak to some of the fiscal impacts to local governments, I just want to follow up with one of the ways that we have done financial guarantees for developers that we had advanced special assessment funds to was one of three options: cash, an irrevocable letter of credit, or a surety bond. And those are all in favor of us. So that gives us the guarantee that should something happen, that irrevocable letter of credit is renewed annually. If it's not renewed, we call it, we bring the money in. So there are ways to go about doing that, just setting the amount. So I know there are a lot of things to consider as you look at this application. So I'm going to just limit the comments here to the fiscal impacts to local governments. And I wish I could give you some better numbers than I'm going to be able to, but there's some lack of guidance and this is new stuff, new uncharted territory. So we'll just take a look at both components of this project. The solar piece, the battery piece. We'll look at the developer's projections and what they might be given some different assumptions. So to begin with, the project calls for about a $310 million investment in solar. Now, Kansas statutes 79-201-11 provide for a 10-year property tax exemption on solar electric generating facilities. During the time of that exemption, the value or the cost new of that solar equipment is depreciated down over a 7-year period to 20% of its costs new. Then when it goes on the tax roll, it's taken times the assessment rate, which is 25%. The easy way to figure it is a $100,000 investment in solar equipment is a $5,000 assessed value, 20% times 25%. So because of that depreciation, when it goes on the tax roll in year 11, it stays at that level. That's about the only thing that's clear cut in some of the rules. The other piece of this is that the underlying real estate that's currently subject to taxation as ag use generates a nominal amount of tax revenue to the county. The guidelines from Property Valuation Division of the Department of Revenue to the county appraiser when they're looking at this is that that property needs to be reclassified from ag to commercial because the use has changed. We also have an opinion from Property Valuation Division. It's not a directive. It's not guidance. It's an opinion of someone from Property Valuation Division that the real estate is part of the electric generating part of the project, that would be exempt in that first 10 years. So there's some uncertainty as to whether we lose the few $1,000s that we're getting today for the first 10 years or not. And then how do we value that real estate on an ongoing basis in year 11? A simple reclassification from ag to commercial will typically double or triple your revenue stream from the public revenue stream from that property. However, these are unique in that they have leases, and so there's some suggestion that an income approach would be used to determine the value of that underlying real estate. So those taxes going forward in years 11 through 30 or 35 are going to be paid by the property owner if they're continuing to hold title to the property and are leasing it to the solar operator. Now, so that's some of the nuance around the solar piece of this. Let's take a look then at the battery storage component, and it's a little less clear. Okay. So around the battery storage component, we have it could potentially be taxable. It could potentially be partially exempt. It could potentially be fully exempt. It depends upon the definition and whether it's used to store power, generate power, is attached to the solar project, or is a standalone project on its own. So what we might see there, if it's part of a renewable generation project, that it could fall under that 10-year exemption with the solar project. If it's a standalone storage system, they could apply for an exemption under the commercial industrial machinery and exemption statutes and have the thing fully exempt for the entire life of the project. Or if neither of those happen, then it could be taxable. And it's going to be a case-by-case basis that's going to look at the use and the definition, the ownership of that property.
Okay, can I ask you a question here? Okay, I'm back on you're saying 5% of 100,000, and I'm back on the $310 million investment. Just trying to ballpark it here. So $15.5 million in tax savings, is that per year or over the life of the project?
So that would be about $15.5 million would be the assessed value for that would go on the tax roll. You're going to take that times the mill levy. If we assume a mill levy somewhere around 120 mills, I think that's about $1.7 million a year in revenues from that project.
Okay. But we don't really have a hard number as to what we think it going from ag to commercial, what the increase would be there, right?
Worst case is it goes from what it is today to zero for 10 years, and then it goes up after that. If this is $10,000 a year now, it could go to 20 or 30. It could go to significantly more based on the income from the leases.
Okay. But the first 10 years are probably an estimated at least 1.7 or something like that.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, Brent, thanks for that analysis. I know it's been, let's just call a spade, been rather frustrating because the guidance from the state is not clear. Have you been able to talk to other counties? We're obviously not the first county in the state that has entertained this type of a use. What are you hearing from other county appraisers of how they're handling this and how they're interpreting the information coming from PVD and the Kansas Department of Revenue?
I know that our appraiser has reached out to all of the other county appraisers and reached out to PVD, and I think at this point she's not able to get real clarity in terms of what's uniform and across the state.
Okay.
It's too new to have established some history to see what's happening.
I don't, it's the weight of that on a zoning case, it's in its own compartment. I understand that. And we have property owners that have a financial interest here. It's not just government that has a financial curiosity of what's happening here, and we need to keep that in mind as well. That just because the government may not be making and the community may not be making a significant windfall of property tax revenue, there are economic individuals in this case that it is a separate economic conversation. So I think that's important to acknowledge that. What I won't do is say, well, if the government ain't making a lot of money, nobody else can either. I think that's bad policy, and I think that's a bad approach. But I will also say that that is incredibly frustrating to not have clear guidance from the state of what these are. These are significant projects. These are significant programs. They passed a tax exemption from the state, not from local government, from the state, without clear guidance. And to my partners at the state and many friends in the state legislature, they have put local government in a precarious situation because we don't have clarity of what it is we're working with. Now, we'll hear from the applicant shortly, and they have an estimate of what they were projecting over a 30-year span. And is it clear to say you've seen this document? Do you agree with their estimation, or do we have a conflict between what they're telling us and what you're telling us?
They have estimated about $127 million in public funds over the life, revenues to local governments over the life of the project. That depends, that is dependent upon everything being taxable, battery storage component. If they would apply for an exemption and get a 10-year exemption, I think we're dropping that 127 down to 109 million. If it's fully exempt, it's going to pull $50 million off of the project.
Over 30 years?
Over the 35-year period. So then you're looking at 65 to $70 million.
Okay.
So we've got a range from 65 to 100.
We have some disparity in what we're being advised from legal, from our appraiser, from finance. Okay, that's helpful. Let me just say that is very frustrating to not have clear guidance from the state. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that for now and make a couple calls later, but that's frustrating.
The only other piece that I would add to this is that if you have competing projects, if you had a commercial project, or if you had a residential development, the same level investment in those other two will outpace the public revenue stream from a solar just because of that depreciation on the first 10-year exemption plus the depreciated amount. You compare that to another commercial investment, $100 million in commercial investment is going to go on the roll at $25 million. This $100 million goes on at $5 million. So even with a IRB and a property tax exemption for the commercial, because it's real estate, it goes on, it has some appreciation when it's on the roll. This is a flat line number that goes forward. So it's better than, in terms of revenue stream to local government, than what it is today. The other two, assuming there's a competing investment, will outstrip it, and ag or residential, just depending on build out and so forth, and all those are variables that just know that investment, dollar for dollar investment, this comes in third out of four. So, but if we don't have competing investment, then that's
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. Just that last statement you made on a competing investment, this comes in third out of four. Please explain that further.
So if we currently have ag land.
Okay.
Generating a few thousand a year.
Right.
Let's say it developed into housing.
Okay.
So then you've got $100 million invested in residential real estate. There's $115,000 on the roll on assessed value. Commercial is 25% assessment rate. So those different assessment rates affect 11.5, 25, and basically 5.
Sure. Okay. That makes sense. So again, I think the money is important to understand. Your estimate of $15.5 million in assessed value, that number, if I just take 26 mills property tax for Sedgwick County, we're talking about, if I do the math right, and I'm looking at Lindsay, she might want to calculate this too, but we're talking about a little more than $400,000 a year to Sedgwick County. And considering our total tax levy, that's, by my calculations, it's 0.2% of our total tax levy, or it's about 61 cents on a $100,000 home per year. I want someone to check me. If those numbers are correct, I think we need to know that. So I'm just asking for a validation.
I think that's about right, because the total would be $1.7 million. We're usually about a fourth of that.
So
that puts it in that.
Okay. Again, those are numbers that I think those are numbers that are very important for us to reflect on that as we discuss this today. That's all I got. Thank you.
It's about 10 till. The next thing I'm going to give the applicant their 10 minutes. If you guys are okay, we'll go ahead and we'll take our restroom break now. Try to be right back in here at 11. We'll start with the applicant comments and then
wanted to take this moment to let you all know that if you need subsistence, there are vending machines on the main level. If you go through the gold doors by the elevator, there's 2 vending machines there. And then also on the 4th floor. Just wanted to let you know in case you needed something. Thank you.
So much. Thank you.
Yep. here in 1 minute, so if you could please return to your seats, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we'll call the meeting back to order. At this time, we'd like to hear from the applicant. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Ethan Frazier, Associate Director of Permitting for Mission Clean Energy, 7531 Grand Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. Also, got a presentation here. I'm trying to pull that up. Yeah. Oh, you're on IT. There we go. Is there any of these look familiar? The Galena presentation should be the one. Okay. There you go. Okay. And then I would just use the buttons up and down. Sounds good. All right, thank you, everybody. Again, Ethan Frazier, Associate Director for Mission, presenting the Galena Solar Project. I'll start by saying I appreciate all of the work that the county commissioners, everybody here has done, especially with the diligence to a project that is very, very complicated and about 1,000 pages plus for the application. It's a ton to review. It's a ton of information. I'll explain a little bit why that's there. Also, apologies for speaking so fast. I only got 10 minutes. We got a whole lot to cover. Starting with kind of the basics of the project for people that aren't familiar, even though I imagine most people are. County did a great job instructing earlier on this, but it's a 260 megawatt project with 260 megawatt battery storage. The facility area is 1,497. The project area is a shade below that based on the new calculations we had to do for additional information requests, and the fenced area is about 1,100 feet. You can see in the same map that the county showed earlier kind of where that goes, and also importantly setbacks there. We set back from wetlands, transmission lines, utility pipelines, and other things that are really important to be able to avoid as well as required by law. We have 14 landowners working with us in connection to this project. We're tying into the Murray Gill substation that's immediately to the east of the project. I'll explain a little bit why we're there in a bit. And also we're going to be starting construction on this in the first quarter of 2028 if everything goes as planned, and the project should be operational in 2030. As everybody here knows, or as a lot have known, especially the commissioners that were here helping draft the ordinances that we are applying under for our conditional use permit, there is an extensive amount of diligence that we had to do to be able to even get to this point. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these items, but I wanted to flag some important ones. First, consultations. We've met with basically every environmental department that the local groups have that are relevant to this application, as well as local county groups to have a review or consultation that is now included in the application. We have an extensive number of studies and plans that you can see in the bottom left, as well as a list of plans that are going to be reviewed and approved prior to construction by the various entities that Scott noted previously. One of the main questions that we get that I wanted to kind of circle up on now that we have an understanding of the project is why we're here. I'll spend a little bit of time on each of these, but starting with kind of energy reliability and need. It should be no surprise to anybody here that we are in desperate need of power. SPP, particularly as we're facing the extreme temperatures that we have this summer, has been strained on the grid, and there's been an emergency order that was issued for 17 states, including Kansas, by the federal government recently. Also, the Kansas Corporation Commission also notes that there is a deficit in power availability looking forward in 2028, 2030, and I have graphs that we can get to if there's any further questions about that. But suffice to say, we need power, and we're a big power generator. The reason that we're here specifically tying into that substation is because it's easier, cheaper, and better for ratepayers to be able to tie into existing infrastructure than be able to do line taps. I know a lot of people here might be bringing up or would prefer to have these projects on rooftops, contaminated land, other unique places. However, the problem is with economies of scale, you cannot get the single amount of generation that's valuable to utilities to use without having that existing infrastructure and having a sizable enough project to generate the amount of energy that we are. Lastly, and this is probably the most basic, we need available land. We are a private company working with private landowners. We are not a utility. We do not have eminent domain, and we are not able to bypass zoning regulations, which is another reason we're here today. If we do not have land, if we do not have willing landowners, if we do not have partners in this, we do not have a project. The project location, at least as we believe, and I think is demonstrated by all the evidence that you see here, makes a lot of sense for this project. The first and foremost is that it's a rural area with very few nearby homes. We do projects all over the country, and even in the most rural areas, you find it very, very hard to get numbers that are as low as these for surrounding landowners within 1,000 feet of the project. Our number is a little bit more ambitious than the county's number of 22 that you can see on the back of the handouts. The reason being that we counted basically every single garage, shed, anything that could potentially be a dwelling as a dwelling, and that number goes up a little bit higher from that. The county calculated 22 people. There's also 7 landowners that are immediately adjacent to the project. Of those 7 landowners, 2 of them are either supportive of the project or are participating, as well as all the other landowners having the 100-foot setback from property lines and the 250-foot setback from homes. There's only one project area that has currently within the site plan land that has at least 1 row of panels on all sides, or not all sides, on 3 sides of it. However, we revised the site plan to remove that area, and we would recommend or appreciate codifying that into the condition of approval to make that 100% locked in. We are in close proximity to sizable industrial developments, particularly OxyChem, Arkema, Gavilan Grain, Evonik, all of those companies that you see immediately to the east of the project. There's also existing utility infrastructure, like I mentioned before. We're a sizable distance from municipalities, and also importantly, Wichita has been able to seed some of the urban growth area, being that they noted this area has not been slated for future development. There's no existing or proposed municipal resources out there that would make it attractive for additional residential or commercial development without an extensive amount of new county utility running. That includes water, sewer, new police departments, fire stations, anything like that within the project area that are proposed other than what is existing there, and there's just currently no water or sewer in that area. This is just a little bit more of a rundown of what I mentioned before on the landowners. Again, you can see that the number is a bit higher, and you kind of see stacking up with different agricultural sheds, other things that at least hypothetically could be dwellings, which is why our number is higher than what you would see on the county's report on the back page of those packets. One of the other things I really wanted to highlight here and kind of how we got to this point is a history of the ordinances that the county has for solar energy. In 2019, the Board of County Commissioners approved kind of the first set of solar regulations, and based on those regulations, we began scouting for solar projects in the area kind of towards the tail end of 2022. For understandable reasons, there was a moratorium passed by the Board of County Commissioners in 2023 that then was designed to inform new ordinances to be able to address a lot of the main concerns I think you're going to hear later today. That includes concerns about decommissioning, project materials, setbacks, visual screening, adequate zoning, the size of projects, where things can be located. That included public comment, online public survey, discussion from County Association of Cities, Citizen and District Advisory Boards, as well as county staff and commissioners. That was proposed for a vote, went to 13-1, and then there was another moratorium following that first initial vote from the MAPC. That led to a fold-in of additional consultants, experts, to be able to take another look at those ordinances, and what you got left with is what we applied under for this last go-around. That includes significant setbacks. That includes a cap on projects. That includes distance threshold from other projects. That includes visual simulations, transportation assessments, landscape plans, all sorts of other plans that lead to us having a 1,000+ page application that I'm sure you've at least taken a fair amount of time to look through. It's definitely not super fun bedtime reading, but it's all in there. Following that, the Wichita UGA was kind of a main hindrance to our project. There was a condition put in there that the urban growth area cannot be affected by solar projects. That urban growth area was removed removed unanimously by the Wichita City Council without public comment to allow for our project to come forward. This kind of goes again to the lack of development that's expected for this area. If Wichita expected development to be coming in this area, they would not have done so, and it certainly would not have voted unanimously without comment to do so. We also had, as was noted by Scott previously, a MAPC hearing that was initially deferred on the 29th. That led to the tax model review, water use information, and other clarifications that have been folded into the public record as part of those, and then were eventually voted on 6/11 by the MAPC for project approval, which is what is in front of you today, requiring the 4 out of 5 votes of the protest to approve. Also, between that last hearing and now, we've done outreach to neighboring landowners, which kind of points to the rescission documents in the map that was shown by Scott previously, showing where we've been able to make inroads, talk to people, really get ideas about the project out there. One of the things that I'm not going to spend as much time, but I was certainly prepared for, I appreciate the Finance Department doing a great job covering this, is taxes. We are similarly frustrated with the lack of guidance that the state has been able to provide for this. We have done as good as we can without having clear codified rules that speak to particularly the battery storage facility as well as portions of the solar. However, as referenced previously, we anticipate an up to $129 million tax revenue over the life of the project for this. We also laid that out by tax revenue by year, and this kind of factors in the depreciation schedule. You're going to be seeing those numbers go down as the battery storage piece depreciates for kind of the first 10 years of that life. You'll see a jump as the solar component comes out, and then kind of a more flat revenue as everything depreciates based on its established schedules. There's also some small spikes in the battery storage facility at the beginning as we augment and replace battery equipment to effectively make it new again. In short, again, there's $129 million for 35 years of its life, referencing and including in that model all of the abatements that were referenced by the Finance Department previously. However, we do believe that the battery storage facility will be taxed, and we are welcome to codify that as well to ensure that that is done so without the guidance from the state. We are happy to solve that issue, clarify that guidance, and put it in the conditions of approval. I won't cover on the clarifications, covered pretty well previously. Another question we get is related to operation. The project will have insurance for complete coverage. It's required by statute. The water use for it will be dramatically less than is already occurring on irrigated parcels that we're retiring for it, about less than 1 acre-foot of water annually and up to 8 acre-feet of water for construction dust management. Also, noise has been modeled. The battery storage facility is extremely far away from homes, upwards of 2,000 feet, as well as the inverters being centrally located and not being audible for any surrounding homes. The battery storage facility, again, I won't touch on, but suffice to say there are extensive conditions of approval that you can find before you in a motion to approve or within the existing conditions that speak directly to fire safety as well as future coordination and fire plans to follow. We will be expecting all of the panels, but using industry standard panels that do not have any contamination risk, and this has been reported and reviewed by the Environmental Department, as well as something that we'll do in the future. And decommissioning, we expect to be able to recycle or reuse basically all of the equipment that's part of this, as well as having financial assurance to cover the county in the event that the project is abandoned. Lastly, quick 10 minutes. We believe this project makes sense for the county. We believe it makes sense for our landowners, and we believe that we're tearing land that is currently not being used or developed to its full extent into one of the largest tax revenue generators for the county, as well as benefiting our landowners and local workers, which you'll hear about later. Thank you.
Do you have anything else to elaborate? You're right on the nose there. I know.
I had my timer here, so I could get it pretty quick, and I appreciate keeping time there in front desk.
I'm sure the commissioners are going to have questions before and after both, so you're still going to have enough.
Yeah.
We have right now Commissioner Beatty, I guess.
Yeah, I just, you might be able to help us. The substation that's down there, what is the capacity of that substation down there? And I believe we have 3 in Sedgwick County, is that correct? And what is the capacity of that substation?
Yeah, so there's 3 different substations that are in Sedgwick County. There's one kind of up by Mason Coolidge, if we all remember that kind of discussion. There's also one to the northeast that I believe is much closer to residential developments. So this kind of remains, if you're going to be tying into the substation, one of the last options. I believe that the interconnection, we call it injection, that's available at that substation is 260 megawatts, which fittingly is the exact capacity that our project is slated for. So the idea is that we have essentially access to the only substation. You can also tie into lines like you'll probably hear about later today, but generally speaking, it's cheaper and more affordable for the project, as well as requiring less coordination with utility to get into a substation. We're taking the 260 that's available currently with the injection, of course, subject to change based on utility modeling. It's something that is impacted impacted by other areas on the grid, other projects that are coming online, new utility developments, but generally speaking, that's the case here.
I'm going to have a lot of questions after public comment, but the only thing that I'm going to ask you, because I'm going to ask our Environmental Resource Director the same question later, do we have environmental or water concerns with these types of projects?
No. I could say flatly, with the kind of panels we're using, polycrystalline silica or monocrystalline silica, I mean, what you're getting in a panel is basically steel and glass. There's very, very, very trace amounts of kind of lead that's used for soldering, but you would have to basically take all of the panels, boil them down into one small, circle, and then kind of dump it in one specific area. Any sort of situation that would ever result in contamination is just completely out of the question. So happy to have questions kind of answered by environmental in the future, but our understanding, and this is the understanding of the entire industry and scientifically supported, is that there's really no contamination risk here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, what other questions do we have?
Thank you. Can you go back to that tax slide? I can't read the numbers from here. What's those out years? What's that number?
Yeah, so
the flat line out years.
Yeah, it all kind of trails from the chart, and it's based on that $129 million number. We see kind of on the first year when the battery storage piece is taxed, having the highest amount, and then it depreciates just like a car or anything else would be, like the finance department helpfully explained previously. That kind of goes down. You see a small spike there in year 8, which is when we expect to augment some of those units for the battery storage piece. What augmentation means is effectively we're swapping some of those out because batteries degrade over time, as everybody knows. So that should increase the value a little bit because you're getting new equipment that won't be depreciating, or at least will have kind of the previous tax level covered. Then on year 11, you kind of start getting the solar piece in, which adds into the other pieces, and then augmentation occurs again on year 16, so you have another spike, and then that will depreciate again to the 22 on forward number. The other thing that I think is important here is that we only modeled the battery storage piece of the project for 20 years. That's kind of the going rate for the battery facility. That's what we'd insure it for, and that's what the contract that we would have with the utility for the battery is. However, looking forward, there's really no reason why that wouldn't continue out into the future. We just wanted to be conservative in our estimates because, kind of not wanting to overpromise here. But in the idea of repowering, there's really no reason to believe that the battery storage facility would not continue on. It's just not included in this model for the reasons I mentioned.
Okay. Thanks.
Trying to make it work.
Commissioner Howell?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you testifying this morning. I want to just go, you did go very quick, which was awesome, but I do want to kind of break it down a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about some details about the plan.
Of course.
What is the plan for water usage?
Yeah, so we're proposing biannual panel washing. The reason being dust accumulation. A lot of the surrounding agricultural fields, particularly in the early parts of the growing season where that ground's less stable as kind of seeds are developing, will definitely be kicking up some level of dust. So at least in the operational part, and I can kind of cut to this on the operation piece, we're expecting annually for both of those washings, not one, adding them together, but being under 1 acre-foot of water, so about 220,000 gallons. There's really not as water intensive as you might imagine to clean the panels because a lot of it is being brushed and not kind of just blindly spraying everything with a hose. What you're going to see for kind of larger water use here is going to be construction dust mitigation. The idea there being is we're moving kind of larger trucks on gravel roads that we will be paying for any of the damages for under the road use agreement referenced previously. We'll be wanting to mitigate dust for surrounding homes and homeowners as well as agricultural fields. We anticipate roughly 8 acre-feet of water being used for that dust control management portion, which compared to, really just kind of any agricultural use is markedly less than you would see. I believe the state of Kansas actually estimates 2 acre-feet of water as reasonable use for 1 acre of agriculture. So a small portion of that, as well as we're retiring some irrigated parcels over the life of the project. So it should be a net water gain for the area instead of a net water use, given the retirement of some of those irrigated parcels that are out there already.
Okay, so then the water that's being utilized, is that from the ground or is that municipal water? Where does it come from?
So non municipal water, usually how this works is if we have a well on site that's rated, and most of these ones, because they would be agricultural wells, would be rated to be able to get us the water quantity that we need. We'd obviously be paying for that water. Nothing in this life is given for free. However, what we see in a lot of other situations is kind of trucked water to the site, like you might see at other construction sites with kind of water tanker trucks coming in. Again, that would be water that we would be purchasing, wouldn't need to be tying into municipal funds for that, likely going through existing wells with agricultural fields that we have that I referenced before, or that trucked water that we'd be paying for and brought on site.
So with agricultural fields, those water rights continue to your usage?
Correct.
Okay, I did not know that. Regards to mowing the vegetation and the use of herbicides and that type of thing, can you please elaborate a little bit on the plan? What are you planning on doing to keep the vegetation down?
Yeah, so there's a couple things that tie into that. The first one being that we're kind of converting all of that land back to native prairie and native pollinators. It's one of the benefits that we actually see of being able to turn over some of that land, get some of those nutrients back in. So everything within that fenced area that'd be covered with panels that would not essentially be just the battery facility and the substation, which is a small fraction of the acreage, is going to be reseeded with native pollinators. One of the benefits of that is they don't grow as high in a lot of circumstances, but definitely will need to be maintained periodically. We envision probably, twice a year to 4 times a year mowing, or other options that we're exploring would be able to use some level of grazing, maybe not across the entire site, but if we could find partners for that, it's kind of a good look for us as a solar company to be able to bring in, sheep populations. Really, goats or other things don't work because they get on the panels, but sheep, we're open to it. We don't have any contracts or anything signed like that, but would have, again, 2 to kind of 4 times a year mowing to maintain that and keep the land, or I guess the plants, from growing over the solar panels and eating into efficiency.
I'll probably ask Scott later or one of our other staff, but in terms of the regulation of again, the management of the vegetation, I guess I'll ask some questions later on that. In regards to fire mitigation, I don't know if solar panels can burn. I don't know how that works, but certainly the battery storage is a concern. Please talk about, can the fire trucks go between the panels or between the rows? Are they wide enough for fire trucks if they had to put a fire out? Can they get down the rows and that type of thing? And then with the battery storage, what's the technology planned to be used for the battery storage?
Yeah, so I'll kind of start with the battery piece because I think that's the most pertinent to this, and then I'll get into the solar rows. So I pulled up here while you were talking about the proposed conditions of approval that are included in the battery storage facility. This is on top of kind of the existing requirements and honestly restates a lot of what we're expecting to do. So in addition, and I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but in addition to a pretty sizable amount of existing fire codes, testing standards, et cetera, for the systems, we'll also be using lithium iron phosphate, or LFP, battery chemistry. It's a little bit different from antiquated systems, and the reason being is that the older systems and battery chemistries used what's called nickel manganese cobalt, or NMC. The main change for those is that even though the NMC batteries were technically more energy dense, from an economics perspective, you could get more power in a smaller area, you were having heavy metals like nickel, manganese, and cobalt, which meant if you had any sort of emergency at those facilities, you would be getting a lot more toxic materials into both the air, soil, and groundwater. You essentially eliminate any of those risks with the lithium iron phosphate battery cells that we would be using for this, mostly because those heavy metals are not included. A report that I cite often was done by I believe it's Fire Research Association, or FRA was the name of the entity. They looked at 35 battery fires at American facilities between 2012 and 2024, looking at exactly this question of, if we have an existing fire event, emergency event at one of these facilities, what happens to the air, soil, and groundwater both at the facility while the fire is going on and then immediately after and sometime following that event. In all of those instances, all 35, there was no evidence of either soil, groundwater, or air contamination that would rise to a hazardous level in any sort of fire event. The only facility that, at least I'm aware of in America, that's had any kind of contamination concern is an event called Moss Landing, using a completely different kind of battery technology, using those NMC batteries, as well as kind of a warehouse enclosure. That is why we're using a sort of modular approach. I can elaborate a lot on this, but the basics of it is that if you have 260 megawatts of battery storage, it's a lot safer if you have 261 megawatt containers to fold down that risk than having 260 megawatts in one single building. The last thing I'll say on this before I talk about the fire piece is that we'll be coordinating directly with Fire District Number 1, that is the responding entity in this. It's both codified in the conditions of approval already, and it's something that we do in all of our projects, even in places like Texas, where we don't have to go through these zoning processes and get the same permits. So we'll be doing training with them prior to construction, prior to commissioning of the project, and then it's required by code to happen every single year thereafter. The same will apply to the solar portion of the project. Essentially, we'll probably be doing all of this as a bundle. We'll be coordinating with them for a whole facility to be able to address concerns within the field. I think as it relates to fires in the solar portion of the project, what we see typically as major impacts is kind of fires coming into solar facilities as opposed to fires originating at them. Part of that goes back to the mowing and the pollinator vegetation discussion that I had before. If you're going to have lower grasses that are more managed, you're not really going to have the same sort of fire risk that everything folds in and flows out. There is, of course, with any electrical equipment, some issue or at least some concern that a fire could originate, but the mowing should resort or restrict that to being kind of isolated pockets that could be immediately addressed. So there's a perimeter access road. In terms of the panel rows themselves, typically not usually kind of the rows are outfitted for kind of smaller equipment that you could load, kind of like a gator, where you could put individual kind of panels on to replace. But there will be a perimeter access road that kind of speaks to the setbacks for this facility where fire trucks can get inside and kind of around all that.
But they may not, again, to be clear, they may not be able to get the fire trucks between the rows.
Correct.
Okay. And again, you use the term lithium iron phosphate. I'm not familiar with that entire term, but the word lithium battery, I think we all know what that is.
Right.
Is this the type of fire that basically, if it does catch on fire, you have to basically let it burn out? You can contain it, but you're not going to be able to put it out with any type of chemical response.
That's correct. This again speaks to kind of the containerized approach here, where if you had 260 megawatts of batteries going up that you can't extinguish, and this is what we saw at Moss Landing, you're having a real big issue. However, based on testing, and that's the UL 9540A that you see referenced in the condition of approval that all of our enclosures would use, those are tested to ensure setbacks from one container to the next do not allow a fire to jump. So even if we have something, and I won't go through the ins and outs, but even if something is not caught by the 24/7 monitored battery management system, that would automatically move power out of a cell if there's an issue identified. At worst, you are losing one container or 1/260th of the facility, which is 1/260th of the risk. So in short, yeah, you would have to let it burn, but the risk is minimal.
Is that something that's been tested in terms of a real-world event, and is there some type of certification that tells us that that's how this is designed? It meets some type of a protective specification?
Yeah, UL 9540A is a certification process other than a code, and we have seen this in other battery storage facilities where there's been one container that has caught on fire, had an issue, whereas the surrounding containers have been unaffected. I will say, as it relates to the water, sorry to keep cutting you off on all of these, you might see water used not on the container that's burning for the reasons that you just mentioned with electrical fires. You're not trying to put water on them, but in some specific circumstance, if there's a prevailing wind or some reason to do so, the fire department would come out and place water on adjacent containers to just kind of reinforce that cooling. So it's already established in the UL 9540A certification that a fire is not going to be able to jump. If we're adding another layer of redundancy on this, that would be an emergency response plan to be able to apply fire to adjacent containers to further mitigate that risk.
Is there some type of a control room that's on the property that, again, there's battery storage and there's solar panels? Is there some place where you guys go that essentially is a monitoring station that you're able to turn things on and off and that type of thing?
Yeah, so generally speaking, everything works remotely. It works automatically at the first stage, and then an offsite monitoring facility would be able to also manually move the power out or at least flip the switches and make the control changes. However, for first responders mostly, we have what's called kind of an emergency terminal that would be on the outside of the fence that would have more or less a laptop that's integrated with backup power that you would be able to open. It would show every single container in the facility, kind of the exact conditions that's going on there. So without even getting into the site, any first responder arriving on scene would be able to have that information in front of them before they kind of run into the facility.
I'm only down to a couple more questions at this point, but
yeah, fire away.
Let's talk about the screening or fencing and trees, or is it chain link fences? Is it privacy fences? How tall is it? Kind of explain some of that, please.
Yeah, so 6-foot chain link with some level of barbed wire is kind of the standard for security purposes. I will flag to Commissioner Beatty's questions previously that we're open to modifications on that and the landscape plan changing. The tree fencing is evergreen trees planted at 5 feet that would be reaching maturity somewhere around 10 years. I believe that the way that the landscape plan is set up, that would be about 10 to 20 feet. So the idea being that over kind of 5-ish years of the life of the project, it'd be screening effectively all of that fencing. But again, something where we understand there's kind of sensitivities in specific areas. We are willing to add conditions or make modifications to that landscape plan in the future.
So if I'm driving down the road, am I going to see the trees or the fence?
Depends when you're going. Probably the first few years of operation, you're going to see tree, and then fence, probably you get 5, 7, 10 plus years out, certainly towards the tail end of that, you should just be seeing tree.
So again, are these parallel to each other? Is there's some fence here, some trees there, or is it tree line and then there's fence inside of that, or fence on the outside by the road and there's tree line inside that? Again, please clarify.
Yeah, so the trees would always be on the outside of the fencing, and then based on what the county had recommended, which is included in that landscape plan you see, we have trees basically around the entire perimeter of the project, other than the few places where there's kind of interior fencing next to an agricultural land. So roadways adjacent to homes, you're going to see tree, fence, pretty much uniformly around the entirety of the project.
And to facilitate the growth of those trees and get the long-term maintenance of those trees, are you planning to provide water, at least at the initial planting of those trees? Are they going to be watered so they grow up quickly?
So we currently don't have any plans for consistent irrigation or providing water to those trees. However, we'll have a vegetation management plan for the project that, again, I don't remember if it's in the condition of approval, but we'd be happy to add it. That would require upkeep, maintenance, pruning of those trees, contract with local providers to be able to manage that.
Okay, and then there was some discussion earlier about a decommissioning bond, and I know there's another theory that maybe it could be an escrow. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I'll say from this side, and this is actually something I wanted to bring up and didn't have time to in the speech, there's a condition of approval within the conditions that you can see before you in the motion, 23 specifically, that requires that the bonded amount, the escrow amount, whatever, for the decommissioning be provided 60 days following this approval, far, far ahead of the start of construction. We would recommend a letter of credit, or most, usually a surety bond, and we have documentation from surety bond providers included within our public comments as well to be able to satisfy that. The other thing that we would recommend would be amending that condition of approval 23 to allow that bonding to be posted near to the term of construction, because currently, as it's presented, we're bonding for something that has no impact. Prior to construction, there's really no work being done on the project. There's nothing to decommission. There's nothing to reclaim. The money is more or less something that we're having to provide without any sort of advancement of the project. So we are open to all three. Would strongly prefer a surety bond. It's how we see this done in pretty much every single other municipality that we work in, not only around Kansas, but around the rest of the country. But would recommend that condition of approval 23 at the very least be tied to a year from today, or at the probably at the best prior to the start of construction. Still covers the expectation or the request from the county to be able to have the funds available if something happens to the project and there needs to be decommissioned, but doesn't provide an additional burden that, from our view, doesn't solve any problems.
Well, functionally speaking, those are different, I think, in a couple of different ways. Again, please elaborate. But the surety bond, if I understand correctly, is more like an insurance policy. You put a certain amount of money down, and then if the decommissioning is ever exercised, then there's money that comes in maybe from the person that carries that policy, if you will. Whereas the escrow is basically cash up front, sitting in a bank somewhere, and you got to put all that money up on the front end. Am I right about saying it that way?
100% correct. Yeah. We worked with Varney. It's another letter that you could see in the public comments that we provided as kind of a leading one of those insurance providers or surety bond providers that do this for solar projects all around the country. And what you described is exactly right.
And I guess my last question right now would be, since you do have battery storage, let's talk about any type of sound production and again, attenuation and propagation. How much, if I was in the road near this thing, could I hear it? How far away can I hear it? Is there any type of expectation in terms of a way to mitigate that sound, and how bothersome is that? I want to talk about the issue of sound entirely, so please elaborate.
Yeah, I'll even do you one better and cover the inverters too, because those are kind of the two main noise generators that would be around the project. So the battery storage facility, I think it's one of the big benefits of our project, is right next to the substation. Importantly, that substation is right next to OxyChem, and also, as you could imagine, a substation is kind of the terminus of a lot of high voltage transmission lines that run north, south, east, and west all over that area. Homes from that battery storage facility are, I think, at a minimum 2,500 feet away or in excess of 2,000 feet away. So based on the propagation of that noise noise, kind of rule of squares, kind of getting further and further away, that noise dissipates. We've modeled and provided this in our environmental assessment, but do not expect the noise for anybody's homestead, at least, to be more than ambient. I think tying into that goes to all of the noise generation that's already occurring in that area from industrial development as high voltage transmission lines that also make that little whir if you're standing near or under them. As it
Let me restate what you just said, make sure that you agree. You're telling me that if I'm at someone's home, I can't hear the sound generated at the inverters or the battery storage. It's indiscernible, basically.
Correct, yeah. The battery storage facility is located far enough away from any homes to be audible, as are the inverters. The inverters make a sizably less amount of noise, so while they are technically closer to homes than the battery storage facility would be, we'll have centralized inverters for the various rows that are inside the fenced area of the project that are centrally located and keep them far, far away from the homes, and the noise generated from them dissipates in a much lower distance than the battery storage facility does.
And I know this may not be much as a question, but maybe more of a comment for everyone's, because I asked this question numerous times and I finally got an answer. So these are going to be situated on steel piers, essentially driven into the ground about 6 feet. That's what holds the solar panels in place. If I'm saying that right?
Yeah, galvanized steel, correct.
They change, if you will, in not in elevation, but in azimuth. They'll follow the sun as it goes from east to west each day.
Correct.
So they're active in that regard.
Correct.
How tall are they again?
So kind of where you would rack a panel is generally kind of top of my head around 6-ish feet, kind of give or take based on individual conditions of the topography, but it's pretty flat out there for anybody that's driven that area. So usually mounted about 6 feet. If you're looking at kind of the taller end, you're about 8 to 9 feet if a panel's kind of straight up and down. Generally speaking, though, a panel would never be straight up and down unless there's some sort of emergency circumstance, severe weather, a reason to have them arranged that way. Typically, you're about 7 odd feet kind of moving right to left at the very, very tip of the panel. So with 6-foot screening as well as the trees in front of it, maybe you see the crest of a panel every now and again at kind of the very early morning or very late at night, but during the middle course of the day, they'll be flat around 5-6 feet under the fence.
So part B of my question would be this, that is the panels generate DC, but there's an inverter on each row or near each row that converts it from DC to AC, then it's transmitted to essentially towards the battery storage area. It may be stored, or maybe I guess my opinion is probably would be stored, because you probably want to convert that back to sellable electricity at peak demand, if you will. That's when I would assume that's most profitable for the company. But anyways, transmitted from the inverter to the battery storage area, where then it's maybe converted back to DC and stored, at which point later on, whenever it's consumed, it goes from the batteries back to some type of an inverter that configures it for injection onto the grid. So generally, it's how this whole system is designed. Am I saying that roughly correct?
Yes, the only thing that I would add is that, during kind of peak demand, or if there's, times where the utility who effectively controls the generation for this under the contracts that we would have, we don't have the opportunity to kind of flip on and off the battery system. We would have what's called a tolling agreement with Evergy that they would run when that's going to be used. So it's more kind of utility infrastructure. What the, solar facility would also sign is a power purchase agreement or something similar that is paid at a specified percentage and also fed directly to utilities. So in most circumstances under operation, exactly what you said would be correct. We take DC power from the panels, convert to AC at the inverters, run to the battery, convert down to DC, store, convert back up to AC, and provide to the grid. However, there's certainly situations, and we see this all over the place, where there's a need for energy now, maybe during the day, there's some sort of a unique demand. The DC in those situations, the DC that's generated can be transmitted to the AC that could then feed and bypass the battery storage facility directly onto the grid. So both are possible. The battery storage piece, kind of the additional conversion, is more likely, but we can also get directly to the grid as well through the substation.
Well, I just turned your 10 minutes into an extra 30 minutes, so
I'll take it.
Sorry for wasting everyone's time. I just have a lot of questions. I appreciate, Chairman, your grace for that, and that's all for my questions for now, but I reserve the right to ask more questions later.
Yeah, please do.
I just got a couple follow-ups. First, from someone who's failed more times than I've succeeded at planting tree rows. Can you tell me, do you have any idea what kind of trees you're going to plant and they won't have irrigation?
Yeah, it's denoted in the second page of the landscape plan. They're evergreen trees, which I think addresses some of the concerns also from people worried about, leaves falling off and then seeing that. I don't know off the top of my head the exact tree species, but there's 3 different. I know one of them, I believe, is Arbor Vitae. I'm trying to think of the other 2, but they're all included within that landscape plan. And again, if there's a need for irrigation, that'll be covered in the vegetation management plan. So while we don't currently expect it, we'll have a requirement mandated if it's added. I don't know if it's in there, but we'd be happy to have a condition of approval that requires us to maintain those. So if we need to get water to it, we'll get water to it.
Okay. Another question. I see a lot of union workers in here eager to get this kind of work, and I'm just curious, how many workers do you anticipate and what kind of timeline do you see in the area for construction?
Yeah, so entire length of construction is about 12 to 18 months. The first, I'd say 3 or so months of that is likely going to be site preparation. A lot of the main electrical work probably comes between months 6 to 12 to 18 and kind of about that year's timeline there. We anticipate at peak construction, and obviously this will waiver based on the demands of the site, roughly 200 construction jobs that are full-time equivalent. So roughly 200 jobs. Obviously, you see all of our fantastic union supporters here today. We anticipate a lot of that labor, if not all of it, to be sourced locally with skilled craftsmen and tradespeople that have experience doing renewable projects, electrical work. That would be running for more or less the 6-month period of that project development to about, I'll call it 16, because the last 2 is more commissioning, and the needs will drop a little bit there, but definitely will need labor throughout the entirety of that.
Okay. So probably 200 cars going in there, and I don't think any of this is paved, so I assume a lot of dust. Is that something that, do you guys do anything to water down the roads? Or I don't know that you can even legally do that. I don't know how have you guys done that in other areas? Do you work with the county to try to get them to water down the roads, or how does that work?
Yeah, so we're responsible for that, and this kind of goes back to those conditions of approval that were mentioned before. We have to do a lot of coordination before we're even able to move any trucks onto that land with the Public Works Department, as well as getting preliminary understandings of haul roads to minimize kind of east-west traffic and make everything more or less north-south. We do expect to do dust mitigation through exactly the ways that you mentioned, mostly watering of the ground to keep the water wet and prevent that dust from kind of emerging. That goes to that 8 acre-foot during the course of construction number that I cited previously, used just for dust mitigation during that time. The other thing that I think is really important to mention that Scott brought up previously is that we'd have a road use agreement with the county. What that road use agreement would require is that prior to construction, we're taking an inventory of all those roads. What do they look like? What do they need? Are they suitable for haul? Any upgrades to those roads that we need to make to be able to allow for construction, we'll be paying those fees. That's not passed on to county taxpayers. In the same sense that any damage to those roads, maintenance, as we're doing construction, then afterwards to get them back to the condition they were in, we are also paying those fees. We are doing that maintenance, or at the very least, we are contracting with the county to do that maintenance. So it's something we're certainly considering. It's included in the conditions of approval, and we're going to be required for a vote today under the conditions of approval to, do those plans, make that consultation, pay those costs, and fix those roads to be able to be suitable for construction, and then fix them if anything comes up.
Okay. After 2 years, how many local jobs do you see there?
So not very many. Once we start operation of the project, we anticipate about 2 to 3 jobs being needed. Of course, that would be kind of full-time equivalent monitoring of the system, or kind of supported jobs through either Evergy to monitor the system, or basically kind of upkeep and consistent maintenance. We'd also be contracting. We don't reflect this in that estimate, but also be contracting with local landscaping companies to do the mowing that I referenced previously, or the grazing that we might do with kind of local agricultural suppliers, as well as, like you alluded to, any of that kind of tree maintenance, watering, pruning, fence fixing, any of kind of the periphery stuff.
Okay. And I don't know if you mentioned it earlier, but you have some video surveillance or something to watch for fire or fire alert systems, or?
Yeah, so I'll talk about it kind of in 2 pieces, because the battery storage facility is a little bit different than the solar portion. So the battery facility itself works where, at this point, the industry, and I expect if we're not already there with every manufacturer, we will be in 2029 with the next fire codes, you can monitor the batteries down to the individual cell level. So that's kind of one individual battery cell. It's not a AA battery, but relatively relatively similar to that then's put in a box that's called a rack and then put into kind of a larger cabinet called a module. We can monitor that 24/7 remotely down to that individual cell level. So the idea being that if there's a fluctuation in temperature, there's a fluctuation in pressure, really there's any kind of abnormal situation happening, we're going to get the power out of that battery as soon as absolutely possible. The system does that automatically if anything's tripped, and then also, like I mentioned to Commissioner Howell previously, there's going to be monitoring, as I referenced with one of those jobs, to be able to kind of hit a button, flip a switch, and get that out if for whatever reason it's not automatically done. So layers of redundancy there. That's generally speaking how it's done with that level, in addition to kind of the outside the fence monitoring. As it relates to the solar portion, there's a less advanced but similar type system that monitors kind of individual rows and individual panels. Generally speaking, the reason that's done is because we need to be able to satisfy a certain level of capacity for our contract with the utility. If we're not generating up to that level, we get penalized just like anybody else would be for noncompliance with a contract. So if there's any sort of malfunction at the facility, any sort of degradation or issue with the solar panels, we're going to know that through that system as well, and that will kick off the emergency response plan that will coordinate with the local responding fire department.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any other questions right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And at this time, I'm going to start with the public hearing. I'm going to ask that I'll say your name, but please state your name and your address again for the public record when you come up. The first one, Mark Burkamp. And Kevin Jacks will be next.
Morning, Mark. Morning. Morning, Commissioners. I want to share why my family chose to participate in the Galena Solar Project. Over the years, we've been approached about developing other pieces of our land for solar projects, and we chose not to move forward because they simply were not the right fit. This project was different. The Galena project area made sense geographically, and just as importantly, we found a partner in Mission Clean Energy that shared our values and earned our trust. It's also important to know that these parcels represent only a portion of our farming operation. We're not leaving the community. Our family will continue living here, farming here, and in many cases farming right alongside the solar project. We would not make this decision if we did not believe it was the right one for the place we call home. As a farmer, I've never made decisions based on quick payoffs or short-term gain. Farming teaches you to think in decades, not months. You consider what will benefit your family, your land, and your community for generations. I remember my wife and I buying our first piece of farmland when we were newly married at 25 years old. Shortly before our son Jackson was born. Jackson's here with me today. After that first harvest, I sold the corn for $1.67 a bushel and wondered, what was I thinking? Looking back, it was still one of the best decisions we ever made. Some of life's best decisions aren't the easiest or the most popular, but seeing them through makes the outcome worthwhile. This land has been a tremendous blessing to our family. My parents, Tom, who's here with me today, and Florence spent years investing in and purchasing farmland as opportunities arose. My dad worked as an electrician for many years. He was an IBEW member towards the tail end of his career. And he often came home to farm in the evenings, pursuing and ultimately achieving his dream of becoming a full-time farmer. My wife, Kristen, and I have been blessed to continue building on that foundation. This land has provided opportunities for our family and for those who have farmed alongside us. We have used it to its highest and best use for many years, but I believe the highest and best use has changed. Today, helping provide reliable electricity for our neighbors and fellow Americans is, in my opinion, its highest and best use. And the beautiful part is this is not forever. In 35 to 50 years, this land may very well return to farming, healthy, productive, and perhaps a green space in the middle of whatever develops around it. God has entrusted us with his resources. Our responsibility is to steward them wisely and use them to their fullest potential. I believe that's exactly what we're doing. I'd also like to share a brief comment, if my 3 minutes are not up, on behalf of Charles and Virginia Horner, who are unable to be here today because they live out of state. I've had the privilege of farming their land for several years. The Horner family has owned this land since 1930, when it was purchased by Charles' grandfather. Through the years, Charles and Virginia have remained committed to preserving the farmland, turning down offers to sell, and resisting rezoning efforts that would have permanently removed it from ag use. They enjoy the fact that it will still remain a solar farm, and their family will eventually, it'll stay in their family. They have two boys. One last piece on behalf of Jordan. Well, I'd like to share a brief message on behalf of my other neighbor, Jordan Tommy, who could not be here today. He's out of town for work. The project's especially meaningful to Jordan because it was something his dad, Gary, wanted to be a part of before he passed away. Jordan's proud to honor his father's wishes by continuing that commitment. He asked me to share this project will be life-changing for his family, and he believes it will also help provide reliable energy for neighbors and future generations.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Does anybody have any questions for Mark? Thanks, Mark. Okay. Next up, Kevin Jacks, and after that, Greg Seiler.
My name is Kevin Jacks. I live at 9950 West 71st Street South, Clearwater. I'm speaking in opposition to the Mission Solar Project. I'm speaking on behalf of my family who owns and farms lands that will be surrounded on 3 sides by this project and land to the south of it that will be cut off from any future development by it. While I acknowledge my neighbors have rights to do what they wish with their land, I want to emphasize we too have property rights. If this project is allowed to go forward, it will encroach on our ability to use our property for what is currently zoned for, agricultural and rural residential. The heat radiated from this facility and carried by Kansas wind will adversely affect pollination and grain fill of our crops. Also, the first thing any construction project does is site work to improve drainage, which in conjunction with the increase in runoff from the panels will increase erosion and flooding on our surrounded farm and also on downstream land that we also have. Its presence also will make it undesirable for home sites, eliminating it other zoned use. The proposed location will create an over 3-mile-long barrier to the southward growth of Wichita, not only affecting potential development of adjacent land, but also all the land south of it. While the current Wichita administration has claimed to have no plan to grow in this direction, the development has already advanced to within slightly over 1 mile of it in some locations. Goddard School District also have a different opinion based on the fact that they have purchased land for a school 2 miles north of the proposed site. This project has been proposed as a minimum life of 40 years. Historically, residential expansion in Sedgwick County far exceeds the proximity of this site. If somehow the proximity of the site doesn't prevent desirability of new development, forcing these new developments to leapfrog over the site would be an economic burden for utility access to all points southward, as the cost of running utilities and infrastructure around or even through the 3-mile-long barrier, which would be 2 miles at its widest, would be an economic burden on any future development without the ability to spread specialist taxes on the land occupied by the solar facility. This will cripple the value and the potential use of all of thousands of acres around, in, and south of this site. The site is currently not suitable location for a commercial solar plant, and it will be even less suitable in the future. Also, I'd like to add their plans where we're surrounded on 3 sides, they're calling that, well, that's just agricultural land. Well, in Sedgwick County, we're quickly becoming residential. And they're putting no berms, no trees, no nothing separating our land from their site just because it's not on the road. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kevin. Next speaker, Greg Seiler, followed up by Christy Ellis.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Greg Seiler. My wife and I live at 3920 South, 215th Street West, Goddard, Kansas. That's 3 miles south of the town of Goddard. We do have property that's near this Galena project. This is a booklet that was researched and put together by members of the Sedgwick County opposition group to this Galena project. We wanted this booklet to be available to everybody, and so we wanted to get into the public record. So 5 days ago, I took it down to the Planning Commission, and they told me that it would get into the public record that way. What's in this booklet supports and verifies what the following speakers will be addressing. The booklet also explains why this application fails to meet the criterion of most of the golden rules of zoning. It contains documentation and conclusions of university and private sector in-depth studies covering the devaluation of property surrounding these industrial solar projects. It also contains investigative news reports covering the health, safety, and welfare risks and hazards to the surrounding people and area, particularly in the event of a catastrophic weather event, but more importantly, in the event of a fire. And it's, you know, the fires occur both in the solar systems as well as in the BESS systems. And it's not really the fire. The fire departments do a pretty good job containing them, but it's the smoke that comes off of them. And if you, as Ethan mentioned, the Moss Landing deal, it was the smoke that traveled off into the surrounding area, carrying, at that time, it was, like he said, nickel, manganese, and cobalt. But he never mentioned anything about the forever chemicals, which are the PFASs, polyfluorinated alkaline substances, which are carcinogens, and they're used in the structure, and they protect the metals used in the panels very well. One other thing I want to say, and that is these solar projects have a true industrial character about them. And when developers like Mission Clean Energy decide to weave 660,000 panels throughout a densely populated rural residential area that covers 6 square miles, you know, it's the very just so they can hook up to the power grid. It's the very reason there's such an opposition rises up not just here but all around the nation. And however, there are developers now that are going out seeking sparsely populated areas. That's pretty much everything. We ask that the commissioners decline this conditional use permit.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to have Christy Ellis come up, and then we're going to take our lunch break, and then the next speaker when we come back from lunch will be Mary Grogan.
Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Sorry. Oh, but I'm not going to cover that. I have something else. You can leave it up there if you want to. It's a nice picture. Good afternoon, or I guess it's still morning, commissioners. My name is Christy Ellis. My address is 12233 West 35th Street South in Wichita. I currently live near the proposed project, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of the project. I want to talk about one item of Section V-C.8 of the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Zoning Code, which specifies the review criteria that must guide your decision. Specifically, I will discuss Criteria A, also known as Golden Rule 1. This asks a simple question. Does the proposed use fit the existing zoning, the uses of the ground, and the existing character of the area? The answer here is no. The zoning uses and character of this area is rural, agricultural, and residential. The area features working farms, rural homes on larger lots, and people who live there because it feels like the country. The zoning matches that. The actual uses on the ground match that. There is no industrial zoning or uses near most of the application area. As the applicant stated earlier, there is only a very small portion near industrial. And there is no nearby zoning that is not residential. The introduction of industrial use through the conditional use permit is exactly opposite of what I've just described, and not within the zoning, use, or character of the neighborhood. Installation of thousands of panels, trackers, inverters, battery storage, and transmission lines is incompatible with that character, and it will completely change it for 30+ years, if not forever. You can call it renewable energy all day long, but that doesn't change what it looks like or what it does to the area. It takes land that has been used for agriculture and turns it into something that no longer fits that neighborhood at all. The Golden Rule 1 criteria exists for a reason, to stop this kind of incompatibility to current zoning and use. I'm asking you to look at the land the way it is today, how people actually live and work there, and how the land is used and zoned, and then decide if this industrial solar facility fits with the zoning, uses, and character of the area. It's obvious that it doesn't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay.
Sorry.
Nope. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Just to let everybody know, we'll be at 1 o'clock. We're going to break at noon. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Just to let everybody know, we will be ready for speaker number 5 of 60 right now, and then anyone else that has not signed up and would like to speak will still have a right. So, commissioners, I just ask you guys to kind of keep to yourselves over the next hour, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
a 1-minute warning. We will be starting the meeting back up here in 1 moment. Thank you.
All righty, we are back from our lunch break, and we will continue until, I believe our next break is 3 o'clock. So at this time, we'll call up our next speaker, and I'll call up a couple of times so you know who's on deck. So it's going to be Mary Grogan and then Dennis Woods.
No, I don't have photos. It's that Greg and Casey.
And you got a presentation, Mary, is that right? Or
No.
Okay.
I do not.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mary Grogan, and my husband and I reside at 5627 South Tyler Road, Clearwater. I'm speaking on Golden Rule number 2, the suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it has been restricted. I strongly object to the conditional use application for the Galena Solar Facility in southwest Sedgwick County. The property is zoned single-family 20 and rural residential. There are residences and agricultural uses on the subject properties. These properties are suitable for the current uses. The properties are also suitable for development of housing developments in the future, which would be allowed in the single-family 20 zoning. The ground is prime farmland and is excellent for farming. This divergence matters because it is shaping irreversible decisions. It is also at odds with the direction of the federal policy. In August 2025, the USDA accounted it would no longer contribute taxpayer dollars to fund solar panels on productive farmland, consistent with the United States policy of ending taxpayer support for unreliable solar supply chains built in and controlled by foreign adversaries. Also, the staff report supports the fact that this application does not meet this criterion. And I know that some of the people stated that we were taken out of the urban growth area, but one person went in and took us out, and the ground is not contaminated. And Wichita can grow to the south with housing and stuff. There are houses coming down Mays Road. There's a housing addition on Tyler Road within 2 miles. There's housing coming down Hoover, Ridge. And how do you think them other housing additions come south? They hook up to other housing additions. So there is room for housing to come south and the growth of Wichita to grow. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to deny this application.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mary? Okay, thank you, Dennis Woods, and then Sharon Ward is up next. Good afternoon, Dennis.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dennis Woods. I reside at 5201 South 119th Street West, Clearwater 67026. I'm here to speak in opposition to the utility scale solar application by Mission Clean Energy. I might add that this is the first of its type for this company, and the battery energy storage system, which currently has no regulation. Why am I speaking? Because we have the dubious distinction of having land within 1,000 feet of both this project as well as the next one that you'll hear. I'll be covering Unified Zoning Code number 3, more commonly referred to as number 3 of the Golden Rules, which reads, the extent to which removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. Now, before I get into the details, a little history on the Golden Rules. The Golden Rules were developed as a result of a 1978 Supreme Court case found, and the justices found in favor of the plaintiffs with specific set of criteria that must be met in a zoning change. If enacted, these property owners within 1 mile will lose between 6 and 30% of their value. Statistically, you could also see reductions up to 3 miles from this property. Now, the backup for this information comes from the booklet prepared by the Sedgwick County Solar Operation Group that was entered into record by Dr. Greg Seiler. I can't think of many more detrimental impacts than the loss of someone's home value, where the majority of folks carry a significant percent of their total net worth in their home's value. I believe in free market enterprise. I believe in individual property rights. Everyone here from the opposition is concerned about their property rights. And it's a privilege to speak for those that may not feel too comfortable in doing so. But if you own the land, you buy it, you pay for it, you do with it what you want, as long as you don't infringe on the rights of others, meaning the nearby property owners. If we're not careful here, we're going to enrich 14 people at the expense of hundreds. There's no greater good in this project, meaning the benefits do not in any way outweigh the cost to the nearby property owners. It doesn't meet the golden rules or unified zoning code. Overwhelming majority of the eligible property owners within 1,000 feet of the project area signed the protest petition, covering almost twice the acres needed for a supermajority protest. Since it doesn't meet the Unified Zoning Code, I request that you deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Dennis? Thank you. Sharon Ward and Greg Meese. Casey.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Ward, and I reside at 10625 South 100th Street West in Clearwater, Kansas. I am speaking against the application for the Mission Clean Energy Galena project because of the criteria set out in Section V-C.8 of the Unified Zoning Code. This application does not comply with the UZC and does not specify how it does meet those standards specifically. I'm talking on Golden Rule number 4. The length of time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned. The application states that the parcels are vacant. They are not. They are either developed with houses, used as agricultural, or both. Your staff report also agreed with this comment. Golden Rule number 6, the conformance of the requested change to the adopted or recognized comprehensive plan or other plans or policies being utilized by the city or county. The community investment plan, which is your comprehensive plan for Wichita/Sedgwick County, calls for this area to be residential or agricultural. The growth plan, which you showed on your own map, which is dated 2015 to 2035, does not show any commercial or industrial development for this area. I know that you have a policy that says within the county that it does allow conditional use permit for solar systems in the county. This policy modified the comprehensive plan to allow the conditional use, but the plan still calls for this area to be residential or agricultural. That has not changed. Mission Clean Energy Galena project is installing an industrial type complex. This is not a commercial complex. This is an industrial type complex. And this area, per your own comprehensive plan, is still zoned and used as agricultural or single-family rural residential. The other thing that I would like to bring up shortly is I hope someone has researched or looked into how many solar companies that have filed bankruptcy within the last 2 years of 2024 and 2026. The Environmental Protection Agency with the government in 2022 addressed big failures when it came to these solar industrial facilities. One in California, which was, am I out of time? Okay.
Finish your thought there. I've tried to let everybody finish their thought.
Okay, I'm sorry. One of these facilities, which was a 377 megawatt plant, was told that it did not produce what its goals were set out to do, and it expired and filed bankruptcy within 13 years. Another one, which was in Nevada, was shut down in April of 2019 after failing to meet the output requirements and losing its primary customer. In 2022, the EPA addressed failures to manage stormwater and to prevent sediment and discharge at several different solar sites.
Okay.
Commissioners, I please deny the conditional use permit for this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Greg's up next, and followed by George Palmer's.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg McCasey, and I reside at 11311 West 55th Street, South Clearwater. My wife and I are writing to formally express our opposition to this proposed Galena solar project. Our property is completely surrounded on all four sides by the proposed site. This project represents a significant detriment to our family and our quality of life. The fact that the project encompasses our entire perimeter means we will lose the ability to enjoy sunrises, sunsets, and the surrounding agricultural landscape. When discussing the rights of property owners, both the applicants and those opposed should be considered. Mission Clean Energy has made multiple offers to buy my property. The initial offer was up to 42% decrease in my value. This offer was verbally given by Mission Clean Energy employee Jamie Farrell. This tells me there will be a decrease in my property value and surrounding property values if this application passes. But you don't have to take my word for it. Citing paragraph 3 of Mission Clean Energy Project Cooperation Agreement, which states in part, owners understand and accept that construction and operations of the project may have some impact, including visual impact, noise on owner and on owner's use of the property. I have a copy of the agreement here to submit for the public records. Furthermore, if you've heard from or will hear from multiple speakers, this subject does not comply with the rules for approval from conditional use in Sedgwick County. We ask that you consider the severe personal impact of this application. Please imagine how you would feel if the project of this scale completely surrounded all four sides of your own home. For these reasons, we ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? All right. George Palmer's, followed up by Casey Martin. Good afternoon, George.
Good afternoon. My name is George Palmer, and I reside at 7101 South 103rd Street West, Clearwater. I'm in Commissioner Blueball's district. I'm in opposition to the Galena Solar Project. Today I will be speaking on Golden Rule number 5. Golden Rule number 5, relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare as compared to the loss in value or hardship imposed upon the applicant. The applicant property owners will not suffer loss in value if application is denied. The land still holds value as agriculture or future development of residential subdivisions. The foreign-held solar company will not suffer hardship. The application states that there is a benefit to the county in both economic and gain of additional electricity. Both of these claims are incorrect. The county will suffer economic losses during the first 10 years. The fact that the majority of the new property in the application is tax exempt puts an enormous burden on health, safety, and welfare. The additional burden on law enforcement and fire district alone should be enough to deny this application. The application states the county will receive around $2.3 million per year. This is already a terrible return on investment. Now add in additional cost, police, fire, regulatory permits from the county, additional time spent by county staff to approve and regulate. And today, our own county CFO says it's the third best use of land. The claim that this provides needed additional energy is also false. There is no shortage of electricity in the region. It is likely that this project will send a majority of power, if not all, to other regions. The Energy Information Agency of the federal government states that Kansas is an exporter of electricity. Senator Mike Thompson of the state Senate, who sits on the Utility Committee, states Kansas exports 56% of its electricity. The applicant claim of being deficient in electricity is based on the assumptions of data centers growth. Guess what? Data centers don't want solar. Data centers want reliable energy. The reason the Southern Power Pool issued emergency is because solar and wind underperformed as per their report. Industrial solar is not clean, it's not cheaper, it's not reliable, it does not help the grid. I urge the Commission today to deny this application based on most of the golden rules not being met. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for George? Thank you very much. Casey Martin, followed by Tim Gregan. Good afternoon, Casey.
Good afternoon. I have some photos that should be on the screen, but I also submitted them prior. You should have your own copy.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Martin, and I live at 9212 West 47th Street South. As the third generation, with my children being the fourth generation, to live at our property at 47th and Tyler, I am highly opposed to the passing of this application. I am focusing specifically on Golden Rule number 7, the impact of the proposed development on community facilities. The proposed development will have major negative impact on the community facilities. One major concern is that Tyler, Mays, and 119th are all gravel roads. As stated in the application, the developer plans to run hundreds of vehicles over these roads during construction. These roads will suffer major damage from the amount of traffic and cause high amounts of dust in the air. While the application notes that the developer will maintain and repair damages to roadways, it does not specify the extent of the repairs or the timeline. The above photo is an image of one of the roads of the application anticipates using to access the project during construction. This shows dust due to a normal daily traffic, reducing visibility on an average day. Imagine the impact when it's multiplied by hundreds of vehicles per day during construction and the safety implication this causes for residents and school buses in the area. Furthermore, the development could require significant fire protection and law enforcement during construction and continued once complete. This area is served by the County Fire District, which has limited resources. The BEST system could require major fire support if there were to be an issue. The developer will pay minimal county taxes for 10 years. This means during that time, the cost of the additional fire and law enforcement will fall on county residents and the fire district. Townships in this area are already limited on their budgets. The development will also have major drainage issues to solve. The monitoring of this drainage, as well as the compliance of the regulations and conditions of the conditional use permit, will fall on county staff. Since the development will have tax exemptions, they will not pay for most of this monitoring, again causing major hardship on the county and local townships. Additional images show the access roads used around the proposed facility after a rain in June 2026. While the county already deals with fields, bridges, and roads flooding, covering existing fields with solar panels will cause less ground to absorb the runoff and additional flooding. In the event of emergency, such as a fire, increased flooding could delay the arrival of emergency vehicles. For the safety and quality of life that many of us have come to know about living in rural Sedgwick County, I ask that you vote to not move forward with this project. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Tim Grogan, followed by Casey Martin. Good afternoon, Tim.
Good afternoon. My name's Tim Grogan. My wife and I reside at 5627 South Tyler Road, Clearwater, Kansas. We oppose the conditional use permit of the Galena Solar project. In reference to the Golden Rule number 8, opposition or support of neighborhood residents, regarding the Galena Solar Project, the MAPC staff report says, quote, at the time the staff report was prepared, the staff has received comments in opposition to large-scale solar projects, along with a list of citizens who have signed a petition in opposition of the project. Almost 1,000 citizens signed the petition opposing the project, compared to 2 comments in favor. Furthermore, at the April 29, 2026 MAPC public hearing, 10 speakers spoke in favor of the request, while 34 spoke in opposition to the request. Additionally, 91% of the eligible property owners within 1,000 feet of this project have signed their protest petitions. The total protest of the calculated area of acreage within 1,000 feet of this project is more than twice the amount needed to require only 2 votes to deny this approval of this permit. Throughout the MAPC meetings concerning this application, the rooms were full, most of which were in opposition to this, and many did not speak. Many more could not leave work to be there. It is clear with these numbers there is overwhelming opposition to a large industrial solar project. While we know the neighborhood opposition is not the sole condition for denial of conditional use permit, it is clear, based on the facts, that this application does not meet the criteria of the golden rules of approval of a conditional use. We ask the commissioners to deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Next speaker, Kason Martin, followed by Kimberly Palmer. Good afternoon, Kason. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Good afternoon. My name is Kaden Martin. I am 14 and live at 9212 West 47th Street South. I am here today to speak on behalf of children around the world who are likely younger than me and cannot be here to speak for themselves. While the solar panels used for this project will be assembled in the United States, the parts and pieces will be manufactured in other parts of the world. Manufacturing of solar panels is a very dirty process. It relies on high heat, chemical refinement, and mining. Key pollutants include silicon tetrachloride, toxic heavy metals, and mining waste, which all contribute to air, land, and water pollution in third world countries that have little to no regulations. Even more disturbing than that are the child labor laws in those countries. According to International Labor Organization, there are up to 1 million children working under hazardous mining conditions. There are 12 countries on the list of major exploiters concerning mining of critical minerals like cobalt, copper, lithium, tin, and cadmium. Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Bolivia are some of the worst offenders, but there are others. The greatest documented concern involves polysilicon, the primary material used in the manufacturing of solar panels. Other documented materials are ingots and wafers. According to the Department of Labor and other federal agencies, China uses forced labor and child labor. China produces 45% of the world's solar-grade polysilicon, 98% of ingots, 97% of wafers, and 77% of solar modules. Working conditions for these children are horrible, to say the least. They dig tunnels, haul heavy loads, and handle toxic metals with no protection. I think it's safe to assume you would not want your children or other kids like me working in these conditions. I ask Sedgwick County to take a stand today and say no to the participation in an industry that relies on child labor. For the safety of future generations around the world, no matter where they live, I urge you to say no to industrial solar today. Thank you.
Okay. Caden, do you do a lot of public speaking?
No, not really.
You did a great job today. Would you take a question? Would you take a question from one of our commissioners?
No question. Caden, just want to thank you for coming. I appreciate it. We got a couple young people here that might have different opinions on the issue, but to see young people engaged and showing up and speaking, it takes a lot of courage to do that in front of an audience and a lot of people that are watching online. So Thank you so much for sharing. Keep staying involved.
Thank you. We have Kimberly Palmer, followed up by Lori Lawrence.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Palmer, and I reside at 7101 South 100th Street, West Clearwater. I'm in Commissioner Blueball's district. I'm in opposition to the Galena Solar Project. Today I will be speaking about property rights. This seems to be one of the sticking points concerning industrial-sized solar. The applicants believe that they have the right to do with their land as they wish. This is true up to the point that it interferes with other citizens' property rights. The groups of citizens I want to defend today is homeowner and landowners, taxpayer and ratepayer. Homeowner and landowners will suffer between 6 and 30% loss in property value up to 3 miles. I'm referencing the book that Dr. Seiler submitted earlier. There are 4 independent studies in this booklet that are quite thorough. Mission Clean states that their studies have been largely inconclusive. I'm curious on why Mission Clean would offer bribes disguised as cooperative agreements to protest petition signers. Why would they need to pay landowners around the project if it did not devalue their property? They are paying because they know it does devaluate their property. So whose property rights will you defend today? The property rights of the non-applicants or Kuwait, Denmark, and 14 landowners who will profit at others' expense? Taxpayers are the next group of citizens whose rights are being violated, specifically property taxpayers. My husband and I owned a business for 25 years. We employed between 8 to 12 persons. We never got a property tax break there or at our residence. Every person or company that pays property tax is paying more, so the applicant doesn't pay any for the first 10 years. By then, the items that are taxable will be depreciated down to 20%, which is salvage value. Whose rights will you defend today? Non-applicants or the group I mentioned earlier? Ratepayer is the last group. The rates will increase. Industrial solar is not cheaper. It is most expensive and least reliable form of generation. The cost, even with massive tax subsidies, will be passed on to the citizens of Sedgwick County. There are many references to industrial solar not being cheap or reliable. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is where to look. FERC 1A form gives the cost of generation by utility and grid operators. Don't vote today to raise my electric rates for unreliable energy. It is a simple fact. Anyone's property rights ends when they infringe on somebody else's. I urge the commission today to please deny this application.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Lori Lawrence, followed up by Lynn Wilkin. Good afternoon, Lori. How are you?
Hi, good. Thank you, commissioners, for letting me speak this morning. I wanted to give you some reasons to approve the solar project. Number one, and has been spoken about before, is the fact that the City Council went to the effort to change their boundaries for their urban growth area, their area of influence, so that they could make this project possible. Out of respect for your fellow service people in elected office, you should approve it. Number two, this project is free. That's one of the arguments is that, well, why don't we put it on people's roofs, but then people have to pay for it. This is not something that we have to pay for. The investors that Mission Clean Energy has will pay the entire cost, including all of the maintenance and everything that is involved with it. There are no emissions like there are when you drill for oil or pump methane. And the sun shines all day in peace and quiet. Even when it's not 100%, we're still making solar power. There's no noise that anyone is going to be close enough to hear. There's not going to be any dust once construction's over with. But farming generates dust every time you have to bite into the soil. So we've lost a lot of topsoil in the state already because of traditional farming practices. So I'm relieved to say that many people are now using cover cropping and things that will help with that. But solar panels will not turn the ground at all once they're put in, and that land will stay there. Look at No-Till on the Plains for more information about not tilling your ground. The project also uses very little water compared to, as you've heard already. I mean, you have these facts. Water conservation is a state priority, and solar uses next to nothing. There won't be any chemicals sprayed, hopefully, and you won't have to fertilize pollinator plants. Pesticides and herbicides pollute groundwater, and we see those every day. Without the fungicides and the other chemicals, the mycorrhizal organisms in the soil will return that are no longer there. The sun will never stop shining. It's always going to shine. Kansas is the 8th sunniest state in the United States. We're sunnier than Florida. We need to take advantage of that. Even on a day with clouds, the solar will still produce. Maybe not quite as much, but they will still produce. And if there's battery storage, that's what it's there for. When it's overproduction during the day, that will store that power that will be able to be drawn out at later time. That's what they're for. Batteries now, we're not talking about 20 years ago, are incredibly safe. And
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Okay, incredibly safe. They're monitored 24/7, as you know. The substation is almost on site, so it's the closest place to do. There won't be any transmission lines that someone's mentioned before. Solar's temporary. Housing is permanent. This will come up after 30 years. And then there'll be farmland again. Only it'll be better farmland because it will not have been plowed all this time. Property taxes on the batteries will start very quickly, and you will start seeing that benefit y'all. Taxes on the panels will be 10 years, and then they'll contribute millions to the county. Please approve solar for Sedgwick County.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody got questions? Okay. If not, we'll go to Lynn Wilkins, followed by Dwayne Dugan. Lynn, how are you doing?
Hi, good afternoon. Good, good. A little nervous.
All right, take your time. You're okay. You got 3 minutes.
My name is Lynn. Thanks. I've been at it a lot of stuff. Lynn Wilkin, 3902 West 79th Street, South Hayesville. First, I want to rebuke that first comment she made. The city changed their area of influence because one person said the ground was contaminated, and it's not contaminated. You can ask OxyChem because we've checked into it. It's east of the area, so that was not my speech, but I wanted to add that in there. Last Thursday, I went and voted early, and when I turned in my ballot, I was given a I voted sticker. I placed this on your desk. I looked at the sticker and I thought, what a great representation of Sedgwick County. At the top of the sticker, it says Sedgwick County, and at the bottom is the state motto, and I voted. The artwork highlights key elements of Kansas's heritage and agriculture-owned aerospace industry, such as a barn, a silo, an airplane, the Capitol building, wheat fields, and a sunflower. This is what people see when they think of Wichita and Kansas. Do you really want acres and acres of solar panels to be one of the first things people see when they fly into Wichita? I don't think so. I'm hoping you feel the same way. I am not opposed to change, but I don't think solar is a good representation for Sedgwick County and all of the people that live in the project area. I ask that you please vote the Galena project down. And let me see, I'm supposed to add this. The decommissioning planning also leaves important questions unanswered. It permits significant underground infrastructure to remain buried, and key elements of the cleanup analysis were not independently verified. Residents should not have to rely on promises that proper restoration will occur 30 years from now. Stronger financial assurances and independent oversight are needed today. I believe there needs to be a cash escrow for decommissioning. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Dwayne Dugan, followed up by Helger Meyer. Good afternoon, Dwayne.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Dugan, 3620 North Beach Club Circle, Wichita. I represent Resource Recovery Management and the John E. Dugan family, and we are asking you to approve the Galena Solar Project. We own land in the project. My father purchased the land around 25 years ago, and he expected to develop the land. Being next to Oxychemical limits our options, especially for any type of residential development. And we see solar as a good use for the land and the least intensive. It is even less intensive than farming. There is very little noise, dust, traffic, pesticides, or herbicides. Now, many in this room will be glad that today has finally arrived so that they don't have to receive from me the picture of the solar farm just west of Mays in Sedgwick County. Hardly anyone knows it, but there is a solar farm west of Mays owned by Sedgwick County Electric. No one realizes it is there because it doesn't bother anyone. It makes no noise, and you can't see it until you drive right next to it and you are looking for it. And it doesn't have any screening like what Mission Clean is proposing on their project. And there are new million-dollar homes being built right next to it. So obviously, these homeowners are not concerned that the solar farm will damage their home value. We have worked on this project for 4 years, and we were glad to participate in it because it was in cooperation with the neighboring landowners and families. Additionally, it produces electricity, which is in increasing demand and which we all use. So with that, we ask that you approve the Galena project. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Dwayne? All right. Thanks, Dwayne. And the next speaker after this will be Brecklin Morrill. I apologize trying to read your penmanship. Is it Holger?
Yes,
Okay.
Holger Meyer.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had it right.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Holger Meyer. I'm at 2712 North Beacon Hill Court. I have solar panels on my roof. If I owned land near the proposed site, I would be in favor and speak as a landowner. I can only speak as a Sedgwick County resident. I want to bring a broader perspective. The electricity powering this building right now, it's something like 40% renewable sources, and also coal and other fossil fuel burning sources. That is the current state. It's increasingly becoming more and more renewable energy. That's because of one statistics I want to highlight. 2024 is the newest year where data is available of the newly installed electric generation capacity. So not the mix we currently have, but just what we are adding to it. The new installed capacity, 97.5% was renewable sources. Essentially, globally, all the new electric generation installed is renewable energy. Nobody builds coal, wind, gas, nuclear, and so on. In the US, the number is slightly lower than the global average, but it is still upward of 85%. Broadly speaking, everybody comes to the realization that building solar as well as wind is the right answer for their communities, and that's because it's by far the least expensive way to generate a kilowatt hour of electricity today. So those cost savings are going to trickle down to the consumer eventually. That's difficult to back up with studies because the situations are so different. But example after example shows that communities fare well that have large-scale solar arrays in their energy infrastructure. So I strongly support the Galena project and large-scale solar power for Sedgwick County. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is Brecklin Morrill, followed by Serena Robindo.
Good afternoon. How are you? Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Brecklin Morrill, Interim President and CEO of the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber evaluates projects like this through an economic development lens. Will they bring new investment to our region? Will they broaden our tax base? Will they strengthen our ability to compete for future growth? We believe the Galena Solar Project meets those tests. Over its lifetime, the project is expected to generate, give or take, more than $100 million in local tax revenue for Sedgwick County, area school districts, and other local tax jurisdictions. That matters not only because of the amount of revenue, but where it comes from. New private investment rather than higher tax rates on existing homeowners and businesses. Further, access to adequate and resilient energy infrastructure is becoming increasingly important in economic development decisions. Manufacturers especially want to know that a region can support their long-term energy needs. Additional generation and battery storage capacity strengthens Sedgwick County's position as we compete for those investments and those jobs. Reasonable questions about any project should be carefully considered. From the Chamber's perspective, however, the Galena Solar Project offers meaningful private investment, significant new tax revenue, and an opportunity to strengthen our region's long-term competitiveness. For those reasons, the Wichita Chamber respectfully supports approval of the Galena Solar Project. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Serena Robideau, followed by Jane Burns. Good afternoon, Serena.
Hi. Set this up here a little bit. All right, hello. I am Serena Rubidoux. I live at 14111 West Prairie Grass Circle in Clearwater, Kansas. Been out there for about 11 years now with my family. We strongly are in opposition to the Galena and all solar projects in Sedgwick County. A handful of people stand here to make money, while hundreds of us have anxiety and are very concerned about the struggles ahead of us. Our county and state have no experience in overseeing industrial solar scale projects or battery storage. I do not believe enough training or research has been conducted regarding long-term planning, maintenance, or safety of these projects. No direction has been given by our state or another Kansas county that has been successful. I am not willing to risk my family's future while a county learns to go through this by trial and error. Growth is happening in southern Sedgwick County. Every road leading south from Wichita has homes going up on it. It's a beautiful part of the county, country roads, open fields with gorgeous sunsets with a lot of wildlife. Prison fences, solar panels, battery storage facilities will ruin our way of life as well as our health. It's all unknown at this point, and to think going forward through 30 to 50 years is very concerning. Just had our first grandson last week, and I have to worry about that. We also take care of two of our mothers that live with us. My mother is 70, and my mother-in-law is getting ready to turn 92. They are also highly concerned about this. I have children that are on the spectrum in our neighborhood. We all have worries all over the county. And you'll probably continue to see me as years to come as these things continue to come forward in our county. I feel like we have a largely populated county, and they need to go somewhere else that doesn't choose all the people to go through this when there's just a few handful of people that stand to make the money on the project. So I respectfully ask that you stand with the majority of your citizens here today and vote no. And we appreciate your time.
Okay. You have any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Jane Burns and Steve Howerton's up next. I do want to take a quick opportunity to recognize Representative Cindy Howerton and Representative Leah Howe just entered the buildings. Thank you very much for being here today.
Jane's not here.
Jane's not here?
She had to leave.
Okay. So we have Steve Howerton, followed up by Newell Dillon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Howerton, live at 8019 South Meridian, Hayesville. I'm going to be talking about primarily regulations on the BESS, but some other things may creep in here. The BESS are being introduced across the country at a rapid pace. However, in Kansas, and particularly Sedgwick County, the regulatory framework has not kept up with the technology. At the state level has not established comprehensive regulations specifically governing large-scale lithium battery storage. While the Kansas Corporation Commission oversees utility and grid connection, it has not adopted detailed statewide standards for safety, siting, emergency response, decommissioning, and long-term financial responsibility. At the local level, Sedgwick County currently has no standalone BESS regulations. In general review, as part of larger solar projects or on a case-by-case basis, the state commission looks at the decommissioning, battery disposal, and financial assurances. The county itself recognizes these concerns by placing a one-year pause on future BEST facilities while financial officials evaluate potential impacts and determine what regulations are needed. That action acknowledges that important questions about safety, environmental protection, and long-term responsibility remain unsolved. These regulatory gaps create real risk. Lithium batteries can experience thermal runaways, resulting in fires that can burn at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, are difficult to extinguish, and can or may release toxic and flammable gases. Without clear standards, local emergency responders may not have the training, equipment, or resources needed to respond effectively. These sites of this size will contain 1 million of these batteries that were spoke of earlier. That is 1 million chances of fire. There are also long-term financial and environmental concerns. Batteries eventually degrade and must be replaced, recycled, and disposed of. Without enforceable decommissioning requirements and adequate financial assurances, those costs could ultimately fall on local taxpayers and property owners. If Kansas has not yet adapted comprehensive regulations and Sedgwick County has already concluded that additional study is necessary before approving future BEST facilities, then approving projects before these protections are in place creates unnecessary risk. If these reasons, technical testimony, regulatory deficiencies, and the real concerns raised by neighboring property owners, I respectfully urge the Commission to deny the approval of this project.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Is it Noel and Maria Dillon? Sorry.
It's Neil Dillon.
Okay. Sorry, my penmanship's worse than anybody's on here, so I can't
pretty bad, so that's all right. My name's Neil Dillon. I live on 14311 Prairie Grass Circle, Clearwater. I'm in opposition to this solar farming here in Kansas in general. I'm not getting paid to come in here and hold a sign and sit in reserve seating, and I paid for my own shirt.
Thank you very much. All right. Next speaker, followed by Dusty Self.
Hi, I am Marcia Dillon. I live at 14311 West Prairie Grass Circle, Clearwater, and I will actually be speaking a little more on the TED solar project, but I did want to go on record to voice my opposition to the Galena solar project as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dusty Self, followed by Eric Myers. Dusty not here? Okay.
I think he's going around.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
All the way around.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Dustin Self, and I reside at 7150 South 135th Street West in Clearwater, and I am opposed to the Galena and the TED solar energy projects. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. I am not the only resident of the county, but also a real estate professional who has spent years working, helping families buy, sell, and invest in property here. My perspective is based on working every day with homeowners, landowners, buyers, lenders, appraisers, and developers. I understand the importance of private property rights and economic development, but I also understand that the growth should strengthen a community rather than create long-term uncertainty. As a real estate agent, one of the most important lessons I've learned is that perception influences value. Buyers don't purchase property based solely on square footage or acreage. They purchase neighborhoods, views, lifestyles, and confidence in the future of an area. When buyers hesitate, demand softens, and when demand softens, property values can be affected. I have already seen this happen with my own eyes as I've been showing property near proposed data center sites and proposed solar energy fields, and that has been a question that these people have asked. Our county has built its identity over generations. We are known for productive farmland, open landscapes, and rural living, and communities where people choose to raise families or retire. Those qualities are valuable assets, and if we allow large sections of agricultural land to be converted into industrial energy facilities, that rural character changes, sometimes permanently for the duration of the leases, and can last several decades. The zoning exists because not every land use belongs in every location. Industrial facilities are generally separated from residential neighborhoods because different uses have different impacts. Industrial-scale solar facilities occupy extensive acreage and involve substantial infrastructure, including the fencing, inverter stations, electrical equipment, maintenance access roads, and often new transmission connections. Regardless of whether they produce emissions, they function as an industrial land use rather than traditional agriculture, and that distinction matters. Private property rights are important, but they exist alongside the responsibility of local government to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the broader community, including the equity that could be wiped out by this installation. Balancing those interests is one of your most important responsibilities. I can see this not having only an effect on the immediate surrounding properties, which I am located within 1,000 feet of one of the proposed sites, but I can also see this having a detrimental impact on Clearwater community and Hayesville community as people look at those as potential for development and new housing usage. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Any questions, anyone? All right. Thank you very much. Hayesville Councilmember Eric Myers, followed up by Kyle Kennedy. Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Eric Myers. I live at 7005 South Meridian, Hayesville, Kansas. I'm the owner of Myers Mushrooms, LLC. I'm a Hayesville City Councilor, Ward 1, so Northwest Hayesville. I come to you speaking as an individual, not on behalf of the city. I am speaking in support of the Mission Project and in opposition to the TED project as proposed. Full disclosure, I'm neighbors with the Burkham family, who are farmers applying for the Mission Project. Since I began farming in 2019, my company and theirs have worked together, helping one another as neighboring farms often do. My comments today, however, are based on a review of the project and the facts surrounding it, not that relationship. I went to the initial Mission proposal meeting, the opposition meeting, and I met with the farmers applying. I even spoke out against some aspects, such as the initially proposed Chinese components and foreign investments. Mission clarified that the panels will be USA made in order to comply with federal tax credits. I also came to understand that who invests in a privately funded project should have no impact on how they are governed unless sanctioned. In fact, allowing a strategic ally to invest wealth in Kansas enriches our country through infrastructure that should last for decades and help stabilize rising electrical costs. The Mission project is positioned to utilize existing electrical transmission lines from the decommissioned gas power plant. Using existing infrastructure makes sense and benefits the local grid, shifting away from dependence on fossil fuels. The project's battery storage is located within an established heavy industrial corridor. The presence of OxyChem and the elevator has shaped the character of this area for decades. Because of the nature of these hazardous industrial sites with a history of explosions, fire, and toxic releases, this is not an area that is expected or encouraged to become developed. I know as a property owner, a farmer, a business owner in Sedgwick County, I hope the commissioners will allow these farmers to do what they choose with their land that they own, especially when you consider the benefits Sedgwick County as a whole. We currently have no utility scale power generation in the county that I know of, and solar is by far the cheapest cost per kilowatt for production. For the TED project, which I oppose, it encroaches on the Clearwater area of influence, and the Clearwater Council unanimously voted against this project through proclamation. I know if I was in their shoes as a councilor, I would hope that that would be enough to send this project back to planning for the TED project. Me addressing the commissioners as a city councilor. Since coming onto city council last year, I have initiated a review of quotes and available federal credits, and I'm glad to announce that Hayesville is going solar in 2027. The project will pay for itself in its energy offset in under 10 years with a 30-year lifespan. These systems work. The technology has advanced in durability, efficiency, and cost over the years, and it makes physical sense to invest in solar when possible. I would urge the commissioners, as well as surrounding municipalities, to investigate going solar on any municipal infrastructure. This will absolutely aid financial stability to municipal energy budgets and help mitigate ever-rising taxes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If I could.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Councilman, real quick. Thank you for being here today. You had mentioned via Hayesville, you'd mentioned the oxychemical, the Vulcan plant. There's been some conversation today about how there is some water contamination. There's not. I know there are some wells that are down there. Could you help us understand understand from your perspective, is your position?
So I'm a member of the CIG group. It's a involvement group around OxyChem, and OxyChem hosts it. I did send an email to all of you in regards to that. So the groundwater contamination is one thing, but also realize that it's a hazardous site. So like in California recently, or wherever it was, Washington, where there was that tank explosion and they had to evacuate a 5-mile radius, I'm 2 miles from Oxy. So this is a realistic hazard that I have to worry about. I think that as a county, we really shouldn't develop any more residential within a 1.5-mile, 2-mile radius of OxyChem, because they are primarily working with chlorine, which is gaseous, and there's a risk of explosions. Ivonic caught on fire last year. I don't know if you're aware of that. There was like a multiple fire department call out there. They do more hydrogen, so it's hydrogen and chlorine from salts, right? They're doing electrolysis. So what I'm getting at is that it is a hazardous industrial site. Yes, there is groundwater contamination. Most of it is on the Oxy site, on the grain elevator, and then flowing southeast. And they have the wells, the interceptor wells in place that are supposed to mitigate that. However, the risk goes beyond that. The grain elevator exploded in the 90s or whenever, the early 2000s, whenever that was. So this is a heavy industrial site. Not all of it is, but especially where the batteries are going, that is a heavy industrial site, and that area should stay like that. We don't ever want to develop homes there. We don't even want to put businesses there other than the ones that are operating in those plants, because now you're putting more people in a radius that could potentially get gassed out, burnt out. There's a very high likelihood of, if anything does happen, there's going to be a large evacuation radius for anything that happens at that plant.
I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got one more question, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Chairman. Just, I see you live in Hayesville. Again, as a council member, you have to live in Hayesville, but has the city taken any official position on this at all?
So I cannot speak on behalf of the city. I do know that is from the consensus that I could probably share is that it is outside of our area of influence, and we're basically from the rest of the council, and the mayor is basically kind of hands off on it and just allowing it to.
I know you're speaking as an individual, but as far as you know, they've not taken this up as an issue to discuss.
I've voiced if we should, and the consensus is that I tried to get it on the agenda, and they did not want it on the agenda, basically.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks again. Kyle Kennedy, followed by Ben Taylor. Good afternoon, Kyle.
Good morning, sir. Ma'am, Kyle Kennedy, live at 10812 Blue Water Court, Clearwater, Kansas, 67026. Just about a mile south of where this is going in, and I stand with Mission. We're bringing good jobs to the area. It's granted 12, 16, 18 months worth, but then the maintenance afterwards. Good paying jobs, and who am I to tell another landowner what to do with their land? So that's all I had to say.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Ben Taylor, followed by Henry Damon. How you doing, Ben?
Good. How are you? Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ben Taylor. I live at 8222 West 16th Court North, and I've been an electrician for 29 years, and I'm also a member of the IBEW Local 271. 29 years is a long time to work in this trade, and a lot of those years I spent on the road. I've traveled all over the country chasing work, different states, different job sites, months away from home at a stretch. That's just how it goes sometimes in this industry. You go where the work is, even when the work isn't where you live. I'm here today because the Galena Solar Project is the kind of work that keeps tradespeople from having to work and make that choice. Clean energy construction, battery storage, grid interconnection work, this is where the industry is headed. And right now, a lot of that work is happening somewhere else. Built by somebody else's local workforce, while electricians here still have to leave the state to find it. After almost 3 decades of packing a bag and leaving home to find work from time to time, I know what it costs tradespeople to chase jobs state to state instead of having work close to home. Projects like this are what change that, not just for one person, but for a whole workforce of local trades people who'd rather build their careers here than somewhere else. This project means the real sustained construction work here, right here in Sedgwick County. It means the next generation of electricians in this county and the ones already 20 or 30 years in can work at home instead of on the road. I'm asking the commission to approve this project and to make sure it's built by local trained workforce that's been waiting for exactly this kind of work close to home. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, next up is Henry Damon, followed by Samantha Damon. Good afternoon, Henry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Henry Damon. I live at 1110 North Forest Avenue, and I'm a member of the IBEW Local 271. I'm here to ask the Commission to approve the Gianna Solar Project. For electricians in this county, a project like this means 200 full-time construction jobs built right here using a workforce that already lives here, trains here, and pays taxes here. That is work our members do not have to leave the state to find. A project this size deserves a workforce that is qualified, trained, and known to this community, not whoever shows up cheapest from out of town. That is why I'm asking the Commission to hold the developer to real standards on local hire and training as a condition of approval, not just a hope. We already know what a trained, local, accountable workforce looks like. Let's make sure that is who builds this project. This is also about the next generation. Our apprenticeship programs exist to turn young people from this county into skilled tradespeople with a career and not just a job. Projects like Galena are exactly what keeps that pipeline full.
Okay. Thank you very much, Henry. Any questions? All right. Samantha Damon, followed by Joseph Moib. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Samantha Damon, and I live at 1110 North Forest Avenue in Wichita, Kansas. I'm an electrician here in Sedgwick County, a member and officer in the role of recording secretary and chairwoman of the Women's Committee of IBEW Local 271. I want to speak to the Galena Solar Project from the perspective of someone who actually does electrical work, not just someone who reads about clean energy in the news. Solar and battery storage work is some of the most technical electrical work out there right now. Wiring panel arrays, running high voltage interconnections, integrating battery storage systems into the grid. That's not simple residential wiring. It takes real training and real experience to do it correctly and safely. And it's part of this trade that's only going to keep growing as the state and the region need more power. Green energy has moved past being a talking point. It's now a core part of how this country keeps the lights on. Demand for electricity keeps climbing every year, and the grid needs new generation to keep up with it. Whether that need gets filled here or somewhere else, it's going to get filled. I'd rather see it built by a workforce that is trained here, lives here, and is accountable to this community than watch it happen somewhere else with people who have no connection to this county at all. I'm asking the Commission to approve this project and to make sure it's built by a qualified, local, trained workforce that's ready to do this kind of technical work the right way. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Samantha. And Henry, also, thanks a lot. I want to give a shout out just for that apprenticeship program that you guys have through the Electrical Union. I've had 5 relatives go through that program over the last 30 years, and that's a great program, and we need more of that. So I just wanted to add that on there since you guys were discussing it. Joseph Mabe, followed by Chris Robidoux. And apologize, Joseph, I chopped your name up there.
It's Mayab. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Mayab. I live at 5410 Skyline Drive, Clearwater, Kansas. I'm a second-year apprentice electrician in the IBEW Local 271 training program. I'm here because the Galena Solar Project is exactly the kind of work that gets someone like me from an apprenticeship into a real career. Becoming a journeyman takes years of logged hours, real job sites, and real training, not just classroom time. Projects like this is where that happens. Without steady local work, apprentices either sit on a bench waiting for hours or we leave the state to chase them somewhere else, which requires us to travel back and forth for our incredible schooling, which prepares us for the rest of our lives. I've lived in Wichita for 28 years and proud of that. So for this reason, I want to build my career here in the county I grew up in, not somewhere I have never been. A project this size means apprentices like me get the hours we need working alongside the journeymen who are teaching us the trade the right way on the job site that is accountable to this community because it is part of the community that we live in and built our lives in. I know some people look at this project like this and only see a construction, traffic, or temporary disruption. What I see is 6 to 18 months of the kind of steady, structured work that turns someone my age into a skilled tradesperson who can support a family here and learn the skills that I need for the next 30 or 40 years. I am asking the commissioning crew to approve this project and to make sure best local training and the best apprenticeship utilization are part of what developer commits to. That is how this benefits the next generation of this county's workforce, not just one project. Let's get this project taken care of right the first time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Chris Robindo, followed by Jamison Savino. How you doing, Chris?
Good. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Rubidoux, and I live at 14111 West Prairie Grass Circle, Clearwater. And I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed Galena as well as the TED Renewables industrial solar projects on property zone single-family 20 and rural residential. I'll be speaking further on the TED application later, but I just wanted to voice my opposition to both projects and respectfully ask the commission to deny these applications. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Next up, Jamison, followed by Ruel Garcia. How's it going, Jamison?
Good. Good afternoon, commissioners. I appreciate you guys opening up and actually hearing public comments. My name is James Saldino for the record. I live in 824 Northland Street, Belle Plaine, Kansas 67013. Although I'm not a resident of Sedgwick County, I do represent several members for Local Union 271 IBW that live in this county and would be glad and happy to pursue this project and build this project. There's a lot that entails with a project like this. And as other brothers that came before me and sisters that came before me spoke on that, I think this is the first time that we actually have a commitment on the state of Kansas from a developer of committing to hire local force to build those projects. And that's with Mission Clean Energy. They did establish a MOU with Local Union 271 in order for us to fulfill that requirement in order to hire locally and build those projects and keep those dollars here in your community, where you're not going to see somebody come from a different state and being paid subpar wages and subpar benefits and taking that away somewhere else. They're going to be your neighbors. They're going to be building those facilities, your friends, your family. And again, I cannot speak highly enough about my people. I represent around 1,100 members, not just in construction, but also at Boeing. And if you want the highest trained quality electrician that you need, you're gonna find within the IBW. And we're gonna get over there, we're gonna get the project done right, we're gonna do it on time, and most of the part of the time, actually, we do under the budget because we're just as good at it. It's plain and simple. And I would just give a shout out, if you're an IBW member, please raise your hand. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for all of you guys. We're all part of the community. We're part of the community that the project will be built on. We're part of the community that will be neighboring the project. And our commitment to excellence is bar none. We're over there, we're coming in, and we're not going to trash the community because, again, as I stated before, we're a part of the community. And I look forward for this project to be built here with Kansas hands. I appreciate your time, Commissioners. I pledge that hopefully you guys consider this to move forward, and I look forward for all the projects in the future to be able to be built by Kansas. Thank you.
Okay. Jameson, I enjoyed our visit Monday and appreciate seeing that the apprentice program with the electrical union is going on strong. So.
And you all invited to take a tour to our WEJTC. I'll be glad to open up the house for you guys to come visit.
Okay. Thank you very much. Raul Garcia, followed by Dorothy Barnett.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Raul Garcia, and I live in 2801 North Cardington Street in Wichita. I am an electrician here in Sedgwick County and a member of IBEW Local 271. I completed my apprenticeship through the local program and have been working in this trade ever since. I'm here to ask the Commission to approve the Galena Solar Project because of what it means for local jobs, as well as the direction of the industry is headed. Green energy work is happening now, and it's only going to keep growing as power demand increases. The question isn't whether projects like this get built, it's whether they get built here by electricians who live in this county or somewhere else by a workforce that has no connection to this community at all. I went through my apprenticeship because I wanted a real career in this trade. Projects like Galena are exactly what keeps that kind of career possible close to home. It means steady construction work that keep us electrical workers close to our families. I'm asking the Commission to approve this project. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Dorothy Barnett, followed by Lindsay Hamilton. Good afternoon, Dorothy.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Dorothy Barnett. I'm the Executive Director of the Climate and Energy Project. We're based in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm writing on behalf of the Climate and Energy Project, or CEP as we're sometimes called, to express my strong, unequivocal support for both the mission and the Galena and the TED project. For over 20 years, Kansas CEP has served as a trusted Kansas-based, nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to driving practical solutions across our state. Through 2 decades of technical research, policy engagement, and community outreach, our organization has developed deep expertise in how clean energy generation directly strengthens regional economies and rural communities. Based on our extensive experience with Kansas energy landscape, approving these 2 developments represents an extraordinary economic opportunity for Sedgwick County. If this sounds familiar, it's because I sent you these comments on July 21st. I'm not going to read all of them because you said some things earlier that I really want to respond to regarding the economics and the tax base on this. Again, because I've been doing this work for 20 years, I've been involved in renewable energy projects extensively for all that time. And a couple things I think are really important to note. We also wish the state of Kansas would figure out what they're doing with BESS, and we've requested that repeatedly. But I wanted to share that in May of this year, Sunflower Electric, many of you know them, based in western Kansas, partnered with Victory Electric to power up a new 150 megawatt solar array in Ford County. Victory states that the project will pay more than $4 million during its 10 years, followed by more than $1.5 million annually thereafter. They estimate, and Ford County has approved, and the project's been built, that it will be $50 million over the life of the project. So I think, although there aren't a lot of projects operating of the scale and size you're considering, we do have some examples beginning, and I would encourage you to reach out to those commissioners in Ford County. If you're looking for more information regarding the economic impacts of solar, I would also encourage you to look to the University of Kansas, the Institute for Policy and Research at KU. I'm happy to share that report if it's helpful, but it really goes into depth regarding the jobs that you've heard so much about, the economic impact of those jobs, as well as the tax implications. We appreciate you. We hope that you will be an example. You've worked hard on your regulations. We'd ask you to stand by those regulations now and approve these projects. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Any questions? All right, next speaker, Randy Timish, followed by John Rittenbush. Or Lindsay Hamilton, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Hamilton. I live at 11409 West Lotus Street, Wichita, Kansas, so I'm just right on the southwest edge of Wichita. I work for Climate and Energy Project. Dorothy is my boss, and I actually asked her to come here today and speak as Climate and Energy Project so I could speak as Lindsay. I have lived in Sedgwick County all my life, and it's been really interesting getting to work on a project here and see the process in my own home and in my own backyard. I want to start by saying that Mission has been an incredible community partner. I've gotten to do this work in other places and work with other people, and people don't always show up the way that Mission does. From their first open house, which was well attended and a lot of people were upset, and they stayed till the very end when the building was being shut down and made sure to answer every question, to when I came to them and I said, IBEW 271 is one of the most, excuse my language, badass workforces in the entire country. And they can build this project locally with local hands, knowing that most developers say no to the union conversation, to have them then immediately say, can you hook me up with the information to talk to them? That just goes to speak to their character and their willingness to do what's right for Sedgwick County. I hosted several education events in my job as somebody who educates on solar and battery electricity. And I invited the developers for the projects to show up to those and told them, I don't have room for you to talk. I'm not here to talk about your project. I'm not here to advertise for you. But if you want to be here and be a resource to folks, you can show up. And Mission showed up every time, and they stayed after, and they answered every question, even when the people were upset, even when the questions were hard. And I've watched them work really hard to reach out to Sedgwick County residents, speak to them, get feedback, make changes, and think about what they can do to make this project fit within the county. And I really think after what I've seen in other places and other spaces, not just in clean energy development, but in other things that I've done in my career, that that deserves called out. We don't always get an opportunity to work with the developer like Mission. But then back to being a mom and being a resident of Sedgwick County, I think it's so important to move forward with clean energy for my children's future. It has a depressive effect on energy prices, and it has a strengthening capacity for our grid. So it's going to give our kids cheaper, cleaner energy for the rest of their lives that can help them have the best future. It's clean, it doesn't have emissions, it doesn't put all of the dirty chemicals and lead into the air that other power generation sources do. And this project meets the very stringent recommendations and rules that this body put into place that were very well thought out, considered over a long period of time, and voted on more than once. And if our staff recommends the project, I think that you should recommend the project because it's what's right for Sedgwick County. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. And Randy Timish, followed by John Ritterbush.
Yes, my name is Randy Timish. I live at 242 North Wichita Street in Wichita, Kansas. I am here to speak on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Wichita Metro. I'm as a co-president, and throughout the state of Kansas, we have 950 members. The League is a nonpartisan political organization. It's open to both men and women, encouraging the informed and active participation of citizens in government. No matter what side everybody is here for, they're participating in civic advocacy, and that is what we really like. The League of Women Voters has long held strong positions on protecting our air, water, land, and other natural resources. These positions are developed through study and member agreement. Those adopted positions guide our public support for responsible, sustainable energy policies. The League recently adopted an updated energy position that supports the development of utility-scale solar and wind energy with energy storage in Kansas. The position also supports continued growth of smaller distributed solar systems by individuals, businesses, schools, and government entities. The solar energy and the battery storage must be viewed as working partners. Together, they can bring a cleaner, more resilient electric grid for Sedgwick County. Our support for clean energy just isn't a blanket approval for just any project. We strongly support timely public notice, accessible open hearings, transparency, and meaningful public participation in all energy decisions. Local standards should be based on sound science and developed with community input. They should address drainage and setbacks and fire and emergency planning, the environmental impact, landscaping, and the safe removal or recycling of the equipment when it approaches the end of its useful life. Sedgwick County has an opportunity to support economic growth and responsible energy development at the same time. We encourage the Commission to create clear, fair, workable rules that allow well-planned solar and energy storage projects to move forward while protecting the nearby residents, landowners, and public safety. Please support responsible energy and battery storage as part of Sedgwick County's long-term energy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions? All right. John Ritterbush, followed by Jacob Dreiling. Is John here? Is that John? Okay. If John's not here, we're going to go on to Jacob Dreiling, followed by Jared Henderson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Dreiling. I'm a journeyman electrician who followed my father's footsteps into the trade. I grew up watching him work hard. Sometimes he would be gone for weeks at a time. And because we have to chase the jobs where they're at. That is part of why I am here today, asking the Commission to approve the Galena Solar Project. This trade has been in my family for 2 generations, and I'm hoping with one of my 5 children will make it a 3rd generation. And also, knowing what it's like to have a parent gone, and myself having to travel. I've recently traveled and having to be away from your family for weeks at a time. It's hard to do. So this project brings real construction work to this county for the next several years, and eventually long-term operational jobs after that. That is the difference between a trade that means being home for dinner most nights and one that means missing years of your child's life for a paycheck. I know this county is weighing real concerns about land use and property values, and those concerns deserve honest answers, not dismissal. But I also know what it means for a family, for their father to be able to work close and be able to go to baseball games and school events. I'm asking the Commission to approve this project and to make sure it is built by the kind of local trained workforce that lets trade families like mine stay whole. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Jared Henderson, followed by Jordan Nolan. Good afternoon, Jared.
Good afternoon. My name is Jared Henderson. I'm My address is 687 South Wetmore Street, Wichita, Kansas, just 5 miles north of the project. And I'm a journeyman electrician who's worked on gas turbine generators in the area. I worked at the Murray Gill Power Plant and Hutchinson Energy Center for a number of months. So I want to speak to the Galena Solar Project from the perspective of someone who works on the grid, not just someone who reads about it. The project is 260 megawatts, enough to power about 260,000 homes. Demand for power in this state and this region is only going up, especially with the amount of new industrial and data center load coming online. That demand is going to be met somewhere by someone. I would rather see it met here with generation built by a local, accountable, trained workforce than watch that demand get served by a project built somewhere else by someone else with none of the benefits staying here. I know there are real questions on the table about farmland conversion and what this land looks like decades from now. Those are fair questions, but Sedgwick County has well over 470,000 acres of active farmland, and this project uses under 1,500. It keeps its zoning for the project's life, and the land can return to other uses once that life is over. But building this generation here with a local workforce that already lives in this county is a better outcome than watching that demand get met somewhere else by someone else with none of the benefit here. I'm asking the Commission to approve this project. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioners? All right. Thank you, Jordan. Mike Falk. I'm sorry, Jordan and then Mike. Yep.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. My name is Jordan Nolan. I live at 5410 East Mains Gate Road, Wichita, Kansas, 67220. I am the president of this IBW Local 271 right here in Wichita, Kansas. I'd like just a moment of your time talking about an investment opportunity, more specifically, an opportunity to diversify our energy portfolio. In 2012, this local union and its local electrical contractors invested in me and in turn diversified their own portfolio and changed my life forever for the better. You see, our industry is incredibly diverse. We do everything from installing the ceiling fan and light switches in your bedroom to maintaining the 135 kV to 69 kV substations on Boeing Wichita's campus. We work on everything from computer jacks in the wall to the emergency life safety generators at Wesley Hospital. We are skilled and we are diversified. I believe this solar project is no different. We cannot invest in only ceiling fans. We cannot invest in only emergency life safety generators. And we cannot invest in only substations. We need to diversify our energy portfolio if we are going to meet the demands of an ever-changing technological world and build an energy infrastructure that is ready for what's to come next. But there's another reason I believe this project is worth considering. It's an investment in the people who live here. This project will create opportunities for people to learn a skilled trade, build a career, and make a good living. A good paying job changes more than the person who gets the paycheck. The paycheck goes home to a family. It pays a mortgage. It buys groceries. It takes a little boy out to see the wind surge. It buys a little girl a bag of fish food at the Sedgwick County Zoo. It gets spent at our local businesses that make this community what it is. And when we create those opportunities here, we keep that investment right here. We don't just live here. We work here. We raise our families here. We spend our money here. And we invest in this community every single day. That's why I don't look at this project as simply another solar project. I look at it as an opportunity to invest in our energy future, to create opportunities for skilled workers, and to put money back into the community we call home. Because at the end of the day, we're not asking you to invest in some community we've never seen. We're asking you to invest in ours. And when you invest in the people who live here and work here, you are not building an energy project. You're building the community you are building the community we're all going to live in tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Jordan, I am curious. Are you guys having a hard time finding work? Because I have a hard time finding electricians.
We are always looking for the opportunity to organize the next hand to change that next person's life. The kid out of high school, send them our way. We're here to.
But you guys still have pretty strong demand, don't you? I mean, for your skill and your licensure.
I mean, if it's electrical work, we want it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate what you guys do. Got a lot of respect for the apprenticeship program.
Thank you.
So thank you for what you do. Next up, Mike Falk, followed by Vicky Winchell. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Folk. I live at 13806 West MacArthur Road, about 3 miles from the proposed site for the solar farm. I've installed and maintained 2 solar power production systems for the last 15 years, one with energy storage. These are used for apprenticeship training at the Wichita Electrical Training Center, where I'm an instructor. It's estimated that enough solar energy hits our planet in 1 hour to power the entire globe for a full year. Think about that for a second. We do not have an energy shortage in the world. We lack the ability to use what we already have available to us. As of 2025, the U.S. Energy Information Administration reports approximately 7% of our electricity came from solar. This number is double the amount that's generated from solar in 2023. This shows more growth in energy production than any other sector. I've heard my neighbors' many concerns about the project, and I would like to address a few. One is the concern that usable farmland is being taken out of production. If this is really the concern, then why aren't we currently protesting the constant development and urban sprawl? I have lived at my current residence for the last 20 years. In that time frame, I have seen countless developments that have gobbled up acres of active farmland. There are currently 3 developments of high-end homes within 2 miles of me, and another 2 developments of duplexes. Once developed, this land will never revert back to agricultural use. However, a solar farm near the end of its operational life could be returned back to farmland, or the solar panels could be upgraded to continue supplying clean energy to our grid. I think a large solar plant like this could be seen as a land bank that actually preserves farmland for future use. Another concern is the electricity produced will not be used here. This is simply not how the electric grid works. The power will be put on the grid and used. Putting another 260 megawatts of electricity on our grid will make our electrical supply more robust and more reliable because our energy portfolio will be diversified. Solar also has the benefit of peak production during the hours and times of year when we use the most electricity. Another concern is the solar plant will be unsightly to look at. There are a limited number of homes near the site, and I empathize with these people's concerns. I would ask that the green buffer zones be strictly enforced around these homes where their line of sight is being impacted. In short, I believe the economic benefit, creation of jobs, increased reliability of our grid, and preservation of agricultural land for future use justifies this project. I support it and encourage you to support it as well.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any questions? All right, next speaker, Vicky Winchell, followed by Carmen Turnus. Good afternoon, Vicki.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Winchell. My husband and I reside at 11689 Brookway Drive, Clearwater. We are both in opposition of both projects. We've heard several speakers now from the electric union. I support unions. I understand their need for a job, their want for a job. This job would only impact them for a few months, while it would impact us for a lifetime and into our children's lifetime. So I would ask that you keep that in mind with your decision. Where is the power going? Our house is, electricity comes from Sedgwick County Electric. We have yearly meetings, and during those meetings, they show us the breakdown, and wind and solar is very minimal because it's expensive. It's not reliable. Solar panels do not generate power when it's cloudy. They generate less power when they're dusty. It's been commented that very little, it'll only be washed once a year. There will be no irrigation, use of water. That's going to prevent a fire hazard to the grass. Nobody's addressed grass fires. Then that grass fire can spread to the battery storage, which is right next to a chemical plant. That sounds like disaster. These projects are within 2 miles of each other. There's a provision that they cannot be. So as they're proposed, they should not even be able to be approved. Talked about audible noise. There's also inaudible noise that damages wildlife, and there's studies that it also provides damage to humans. Applicants want you to approve these today and then work out the details later. Their slide shows that they've been working on these for years. Why have the details not already been addressed? I think those should be clearly defined before anything is approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vicki. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Howell.
Ma'am, please come back.
For you.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, I've got a quick question for you, if that's okay, Vicki.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. Vicki, thank you, Chairman. Vicki, you said, you referenced inaudible noise.
Yes.
And I said earlier that if you want me to consider something, you have to present the data here today. I know there's been arguments before today. People have brought this issue up, and I've asked repeatedly for data to back this up. Do you have any data to back up your comments today?
I did not know that requirement was here for today because it's been discussed earlier, or I would have brought it with me.
Okay. And again, I like scientific NIST traceable data. So if you are going to present that, please provide me a scientific measurement. So it's in other words, a certified, certified opinion on this, not just something you find on the internet. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Carmen Turnus, followed by.
Good afternoon.
Make something. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Carmaine Turnus. My address is 12628 East Cherry Creek Court, Wichita. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today in support of the application and the conditions recommended. In an effort to balance energy resources, please include solar and storage projects, just as your financial advisor may recommend you have diversity of investments in your portfolio. Kansans should value a variety of energy resources. The possibilities of this innovation provide promise and the opportunity to unite nature and people with the potential of balanced power, serving the community sustainably, valuing our precious land, air, and water. Please encourage this economic development, building homegrown energy resources, benefiting and empowering our sunny region. Thank you for listening and for considering the needs of Sedgwick County, welcoming a new development project, and moving us sustainably forward. Hashtag Sedgwick Solar Solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. I guess next up, J.C. Moore. J.C., how did you know? Because I was about to say your address instead of your name. Thanks for being here, J.C.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Jeff just announced, I'm J.C. Moore. I live at 146 South Mays Road here in Wichita, and I know that the people who live in the Clearwater area are quite concerned about the technology and the safety of the solar panels because they're fairly new. And I'm a chemist, and I want to just tell them a little bit that I know about the panels. I looked at the composition of the panels, and I looked at the composition of the batteries and the leach tests. Leach tests are where they immerse them in water and then see what leaks out. And all of those were negative. The panels will not leach out anything that will damage the soil or that will damage or affect the groundwater. So, and the same way as for the batteries, that's also true. The batteries are the new lithium iron phosphate batteries, and those are much less likely to overheat than the older kind of lithium batteries, which were a different style. And the way they're deployed, they put instead of one big 250-volt battery, megawatt batteries, they are putting 250 small ones. And in that arrangement, if one of the batteries would happen to overheat, it would not catch any of the other batteries on fire. It's very unlikely that one would overheat. I talked to an expert in battery fire safety. He was a fireman, and he said that if there was a fire in the battery, they didn't need to use perfluoroalkanes to put it out, or all they needed to use was water, and they didn't spray it on the battery. They just needed to wet the area around it down so that the grass fires wouldn't spread, and wait for the battery to burn itself up. So, and the materials when the battery burns is probably a little bit from the plastic coating, which would be like burning a piece of plastic or something like that. I wanted to talk a little about our energy needs for the future. They're growing rapidly. We're predicting that we'll have great energy needs that are coming up, and I wondered, how do you think we should meet those? Well, we can build more fossil fuel plants. Evergy had a good plan. They're building 2 new gas-fired power plants to power AI centers, and guess who's paying for them? If you're an Evergy customer, you had 8.5% added to your bill this last month to pay for those data centers, even though they don't have a customer yet for the data centers. The fossil fuel companies, or like the coal companies, are very polluting. They put a lot of pollution in the air, and as far as cost goes, the levelized cost of energy for coal is about 13 cents a kilowatt hour. For natural gas, it's about 8, and for solar, it's about 6 cents. So solar is much less expensive. And besides that, we don't have to pay for the plants. The developers or the investors are going to pay for those. So we will. Oh, am I supposed to stop, or you? Oh.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Can I give my closing line here?
Yeah.
So the MAPC drew up guidelines for the solar companies, and the county commissioners approved it, and their plan meets every one of those guidelines, and I think it's up to you to approve it. So thank you.
Okay. Any questions for JC? All right. Thank you very much. Dalton Chambers, followed by Chesapeake Hammer. Councilmember, how are you?
Good. I actually signed up to talk during the branch line.
Okay.
And I messed up and signed up for the wrong one.
Well, do you want to hold off and
I can if
wait on the break?
If that's all right.
I mean, I'm kind of trying to keep the conversation separate, if that's okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Chesapeake Hammer, followed by Stan Evan.
All right. I was going to say good morning, but I think I should say good day, commissioners and chairman. My name is Giuseppe Hammer. Address is 5011 North Fairmount Avenue. So I come to you today as a renter, as someone who is involved as a participant in the Civil Engagement Academy for Wichita, and as somebody who likes to involve myself in civil involvement, moving from North Carolina, where Hurricane Helene hit us, to here a year ago. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am in support of the application of the Galena project and the conditions recommended by the county staff. Why are we really here today? We're all gathered here in this moment, I think, to talk about the weigh in on the collective future of the county. What will your future selves say for the choices you make today in this moment? Let's be honest, not supporting the Galena project is a vote equivalent to relying to use even more coal, diesel gas, crude oil to power our communities. Today, power plants run on oil, coal, methane gas, and we burn these fuels, and they dirty our air. And they spew out millions of particulates in the air that we breathe into our lungs. This is fact. This is science. This is the status quo we're doing today. But we're questioning an innovation that has zero emissions. Think about that. Check your air index quality in Wichita and notice what it is today versus 10 or 20 years ago. It's only going up. So let's talk about the future costs and the cost of energy. We can just turn to our current war in Iran to see how volatile oil is. Oil can be cheap, but it can also be very, very expensive. Do we want to make that bet for our future? Solar and battery storage are the only getting cheaper every single year. Now, if solar, some of the people have commented before, if solar was such a poor source of energy, why is it taking over more and more of the energy mix in our globe, in our country, and in states across the U.S.? In May this year, I think it's important to state for the record, for the first time, solar surpassed coal energy as a single source energy provider. And I have a report and a cited work for that if you like, Commissioner. $128.27. That was the cost of 1 watt to produce 1 watt of solar in 1975. Today, it's 26 cents. So the cost of solar is undeniably going down. Unlike gas, diesel, oil, and coal, the cost continues to be more reliable, and the longevity of panels continue to get better and better. So earlier you heard from Ethan at Mission Clean Energy stating a 20-year tax protection, right? And he said this is a very conservative tax protection on the tax assessed value of solar and battery. The reality is photovoltaic panels will last at least 30 years, maybe 35. So the tax revenues will continue to increase. I'll just close with saying, what will your future selves, commissioners, say about this moment in 10, 20, or 30 years and the decision you've made today? Why wait? Don't wait. Take a step today by voting for the Galena project. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you very much. Next up, Stan Evan, followed by Joni Peterson. Good afternoon, Stan. How are you?
Been a long day. My name is Stan Evans. I live at 8661 South 129th Street West, Clearwater, Kansas. First, I want to say we're not opposed to solar, these solar farms, but we are opposed to these solar farms taking out 6,000 acres of productive farmland. It seems like there should be better places to put, just thinking outside the box. Why not line them up against the big ditch? You got lots of easement there. But anyway, in speaking this far down the line, most of my points have already been made, but I'll just go ahead and touch on a couple of them. It was said that the planning board passed this. I don't remember what the branch was, but the TED only passed it 7-5. It wasn't an overwhelming vote for the solar panels. And let's see, talking about planting the evergreens along the roadway, for those of us that live out there and try to grow evergreens, it's a 50-50 chance out there between no rain, the bagworms, those things just turn into kindling. So I don't know how they plan on keeping them alive. Our area is one there we live at 135th and 87th. About 20 years ago, we were all on well water. There were 2 cul-de-sacs cut back in there. The cul-de-sac closest to 135th, their wells all started going dry. They were running hoses back between houses just to keep one house enough water to keep their toilets flushed. So, and if you notice there at 87th and 135th, if you've ever been out there, there's always that big dip right in there. And I worked with an oil company and talked to a geologist, and they said most likely that was because the water level was continually shrinking. I don't have any scientific group evidence of that, but that area has been known to run out of water. We had to go out and petition the city of Clearwater to run water lines out there, but that's another story. When the solar people were putting out their maps, they put out a lot of pictures of open farmland, but they never put out pictures of the residents that are out there. There are several. This is mostly the TED project, but there's several communities out there that are pretty well established, and they're set up for more residentials. The one across the 135th from us, catty corner up to the northwest, that's where Clearwater continue their water line, and there's new houses coming up there, and in several of the meetings we've heard, people were very surprised that when they come out their driveway, they're going to be staring right at the solar panels. Okay, that's about all the time I got. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? Okay, Joni Peterson followed by Steve Peterson. Good afternoon, Joni.
Good afternoon. My name is Joni Peterson. I and my husband reside at 5818 South Hoover Road, Wichita, Kansas, 67215. I am speaking as a lifelong resident of Sedgwick County to formally express my strong opposition to the Galena Solar Project proposed in our area. While I recognize the ongoing need for energy and technological advancement, large-scale industrial solar projects are fundamentally incompatible with our rural community and pose significant risks to our quality of life. My opposition is rooted in the following critical concerns. Community characteristics. The Galena Solar Project replaces scenic rural landscapes with sterile fields of industrial panels, permanently altering the character of our homes and our neighborhood. Proximity to homes. The proposed 1,500-acre solar project spans a 6-square-mile area with 41 family homes sitting within just 1,000 feet. Expanding to a 1-mile radius, that number includes roughly to 103 family homes. Safety and proximity to schools. There is documented fire risk for solar farms as reported by Fire Trace International. Oakville Elementary School sits 1.5 miles north of the proposed battery energy storage system. A fire at this facility, combined with prevailing south winds, would direct a hazardous smoke plume straight into the school and surrounding neighborhood of Wheatland. Furthermore, Campus High School, Hayesville Middle School, St. Cecilia Catholic School in Hayesville, Alternate High School, Hayesville, and St. Peter's Catholic School are all located within 2 to 3 miles of the BESS. Potential industrial accidents. During 1998, with the DeBruce grain elevator explosion, we experienced an industrial catastrophe directly across the street from where I live. The BESS location is less than 1/2 mile from our residence. The potential exists for another industrial catastrophic event due to minimal regulatory oversight parameters. Lack of regulatory oversight. The Mission Clean Energy application is reportedly grandfathered in for BESS. It is deeply concerning for the Commission to consider an approval vote. So I'll quit right now.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
I'm sorry, sir?
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Okay. When there are currently no established county safety regulations or zoning standards specifically governing battery storage infrastructure. The criteria for conditional use approval have simply not been met. I respectfully urge the County Commission to listen to the people you represent and vote against the encroachment of industrial solar. As our community heritage, health, and safety should not be compromised by the financial gain of foreign developers and a small handful of landowners. As a resident of Sedgwick County, I want to thank you for your time, consideration, and continued service to Sedgwick County. Please make prudent and conscientious decisions for the general good of Sedgwick County and its residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, next up, Steve Peterson, followed by David Chad.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I live at the same address as her, 5818 South Hoover Road. Currently, I'm the president of the board of directors of Greenwood Cemetery, which is directly to the north of where the battery storage facility is going to be positioned. The Board of Directors of Greenwood Cemetery would like to express our disapproval of the proposed construction of a solar farm battery storage facility in close proximity to the property. Many family members of interred loved ones are dismayed and disheartened at the prospect of an unsightly facility nearby. Greenwood Cemetery has been and always will be a beautiful eternal resting place located in Sedgwick County. Any intrusion by industrial projects takes away from the peace and tranquility that has been our hallmark since inception in 1877. We strongly oppose this project and urge you as county commissioners to concur with our sentiment and vote to oppose. And I agree with some of the comments that have been made about the smoke plumes, because we have southerly winds, you all know that. And if there's ever a fire at the battery storage, it comes onto our facility, our cemetery, along with the possibility of a grass fire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions? Okay. David Chad, followed by Mark Darland.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Chad. My wife Janet and I live at 5310 West 63rd Street South, Wichita, Kansas. We are second-generation owners of a family farm of 250 acres nearby the proposed solar facility. Although I support renewable energy, I question whether this industrial-scale project is appropriate for this agriculture area. Our farm is part of a long-standing farming community, and this development would permanently change the rural character of the surrounding land. As neighboring landowners, we would bear the ongoing impacts, including visual changes. I apologize, I didn't bring my glasses. And as neighboring landowners, we would bear the ongoing impacts, including visual changes, construction traffic, drainage concerns, fencing, lighting, and the industrial nature of the facility. I'm also concerned about the loss of productive farmland in the county, where agriculture is central to both the economy and our way of life. Once converted, this land will be removed from agriculture production for the life of the project. In terms of urban development in our district, my brother Tim Chad and I currently developing a residential housing addition with 72 homes at Hoover and MacArthur, approximately 2 miles from this project, and fear a negative impact for this project. For these reasons, I respectfully ask to deny the application. Thank you for your time and service to our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask where you're possibly looking at that at, the development?
MacArthur and Hoover.
Okay.
Southeast corner.
Okay.
That's in, I believe, your district.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just trying to clarify exactly where we're at. Thank you. Mark Darland, followed by Russell Fox.
Thank you for hearing us today. I appreciate it. I'm Mark Darland, my wife Sherry. We live at 6205 West 71st Street South. I'm a 43-year utility worker with KG&E, Westar, Western Resources, and Evergy. I'm also a 43-year IBEW Local 1523 member. As an employee of the utility, I sat through company meetings with Mark Rell, Doug Sturbins on solar power. They stated that we could not be profitable with that as a utility. And if you notice, these utilities are not investing a lot of these in their own properties. They're investing in quick start gas units like at Conway Springs and Hutchinson. And as far as the generation shortage, when I hired in 79, every KG&E unit was running 24/7. And when KCP&L took over and merged with us, every one of them units has been tore down. Gordon Evans, Murray Gill, and the Osho plant, and then a lot of the KP&L units got dismantled. So as far as the generation shortage, I don't see it around here. If there was, they'd be running 24/7. And I'm not sure this project is meeting the 2-mile boundary of the Clearwater project and this project. And as an elected customer and a taxpayer, I oppose this plan. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? All right. Next up is Russell Fox. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. As you said, my name is Russell Fox. My wife, Melissa, and I live at 605 Northwest Link. One of the things that were listed on the form that we had to fill out to become a speaker here was try not to repeat stuff that has already been said. Try to add something new. We've had an enormous amount of feedback, and there's still more feedback to come, so I tried to think about what I could say that might be a little bit different. I think all of you are aware that I run the History and Politics major at Friends University, so I can put on my political science hat and I can speak really briefly to something that's fairly common amongst those of us nerds that really, get into politics and government and election. And that is that representatives like yourselves sometimes act like delegates. That is, you understand yourselves as people who are voting directly in the stead of people that can't come to governing meetings. They can't go to Topeka. They can't go to Washington, D.C. The goal is to mirror directly what the constituents ask for. That's the delegate model. But there is also the trustee model. The trustee model is the assumption that it's not just that you're in a position to do something that many other citizens can't do. It's also that you have access to specialists, to expertise. You have the ability to put together meetings like these and collect a large amount of feedback, and then you make a judgment call. You're not making a decision directly in the stead of someone else, but you're making a decision on behalf of someone else and the communities and the culture that they represent. Obviously, neither of those models necessarily tell you exactly how you would vote on a complicated issue like this. I really appreciate the fact that over the course of the morning into the afternoon, we've talked about the golden rule of zoning, we've talked about land and water use, we've talked about safety, we've talked about access, we've talked about pollination and agriculture, energy, property values, and more. I do not envy the difficult decision that all of you have to make. I would simply, as a Sedgwick County resident and as someone who is deeply concerned about some broader trends in energy use and in environmental concerns, for you to think about the larger issues. Everybody knows that there is a transformation taking place in how we develop and how we use energy. Commissioner Batty, you put EV chargers on your mattress store. When my daughter Kristen, who had to leave for work, went to buy a car, the first car they tried to sell her was an EV. This transformation is ongoing. Let me just finish really quickly. Industry knows it, unions know it, policymakers know it, Hayesville knows it. That does not necessarily mean that you have to disregard all of the particular concerns that might be expressed by people that could be directly impacted by any particular development. Of course you have to address those, and there are policies in place for you to do so, and there are ways in those policies and those regulations can be adapted and updated as time goes by. But please don't forget the trustee model. Please don't forget forget your responsibility to not just reflect specific addressable concerns, but also take a look at the big picture. Putting in solar power installations is a step towards addressing a necessary future that all of us are already in the midst of going through. And I hope that that will guide your decision today.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Any questions? All right. Thanks for being here. Okay, it's 3:02. We're going to take a 10-minute break and come back. I think we've got 8 speakers left. If you did not get an opportunity to sign up earlier to speak, I'm still going to allow folks to speak if you haven't spoken before, but just kind of get it on your mind so we can keep the flow going. So if you're going to speak, let us know. Justin, do you have a comment?
What time are you reconvening, Chairman?
3:12.
Okay, thanks.
It's 3:14. Let's go ahead and get started again. Our next speaker is going to be Mark Gray, followed by Felix Rubilo. Mark Gray. Mark, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Gray. I live at 6842 East Odessa Court in Bel Air. And I got drawn into this because I am the father of 9, 38 grandchildren, 39's on the way. I'm really into family stuff, and I happen to have a daughter and her family living on 119th Street West. And so many of the concerns that have been expressed, I heard coming from them. But I enjoyed the privilege of being good friends with a past commissioner of Butler County, very similar to our own. And he is Dr. Ed Myers, who I admired because Ed is a PhD physicist. And when Butler County began to address this issue of solar energy, he did extensive research, which some of you may wish hadn't come into your inbox, but I sent it in your direction as the commissioners. Ed highlighted a number of things for me that became clear as I looked over his research, but I agree. We live in a developing world. AI, you may like it, you may hate it, but it's here, and the electrical demands of our time have never been greater, and they're going to keep getting greater. Solar generates some electricity, but it is a inadequate solution to the challenges that are literally facing our society. You all have been addressed as what will 10 years from now the commission think about the job that you're doing. You need to be forward thinking, and I agree. And one of the things that captured my mind, Dr. Myers, in page 79 of the 105 pages that I sent to you, said he previously worked in Houston in refinery type of petroleum work, and he said, we have a refinery in El Dorado, and in 6 months, the products that are produced there would generate the same amount of energy that the solar project they were looking at in Butler County, which was about twice the size of what we're looking at here with Galena, it would take it 40 years to produce that much electricity. Now, this comes from a highly researched PhD physicist. It's well documented. Jim, I noticed you asked for data and support. It's there. So we need electricity. I'm not a prophet. I can't guarantee where it's going. I'm like you. I have some investments I make. I try to outguess where things are going. I think it's likely it will go nuclear. France, right now, about 80% of their energy comes from thorium reactors. I think it's likely that's where we're going. And you guys are tasked. I mean, I am in great admiration. I'm 53 and you're not done yet. That you would take the time to listen to your constituency and struggle with this. So my prayer is that God will guide you to supernatural wisdom because you guys need it.
Okay.
But
thank you very much. You got anything else, Mark?
I just think,
okay,
look ahead.
Okay. All right.
not really for solar energy.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Next up, Felix Revillo and Walt Chappell.
Yes, good afternoon,
Felix.
Commissioners.
Good afternoon. How
I'm
are you?
Felix Revello from 1862 150th Avenue, Larned. Today I'm here to speak in support of Galena. Why? Well, I've seen the strong ordinance that Metropolitan Area Planning Commission developed and you approved. I see it protecting your environment, your view shed, property rights. It looks at protecting soil, panel glare, view sheds, flooding, revegetating the area even after construction on the site, and certainly after decommissioning. And I would really like to say and emphasize, I've never seen a better decommissioning plan than what your ordinance has. It's very strong, very detailed, and I really applaud that. We've had a lot of talk about the safety of solar panels. Yes, they're now made of mostly silicon, not the previous concoction of toxic cadmium and telluride. Same for the battery storage system. It's not highly toxic either, like the old systems of nickel, manganese, and cobalt. Now they're lithium iron phosphate. They're non-toxic, more stable, and more resistant to ignition. And I have to applaud Mission Clean Energy for already visiting with the Sedgwick Fire Department. That shows forward thinking on it. Utility bills. It looks like I'm setting off your program here. Anyway, solar energy pushes down utility bills because it uses free energy. When you use gas energy, you're paying for that constantly. It's a continually diminishing resource. And as commissioners, I'm sure you're familiar with the multiplier effect. Half of the natural gas used in Kansas is produced outside our state. So we're sending millions and billions of dollars out of state to buy energy that we could produce free here through solar. I want to say Lazard Financial Advisory, the world-recognized leader in evaluating cost competitive of energy sources, says solar is now the quickest and cheapest form of energy to build and operate. And of course, BESS reduces your bills. It stores energy during the day and then releases it during the hours of 4 to 8 to lower the peak energy demand.
Okay.
So I see I'm out of time here. I'd just like to finish with these main points. Sedgwick has a strong, really strong code to protect your residents. Solar systems are safe. They protect stressed family budgets from higher priced gas. And I did not even get to the millions contributed to your educational system through the BESS installation starting at day one. So we need more money to educate our children. We can address this partly with this tremendous development.
Okay.
And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any questions for Felix? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for coming in. Next up, Walt Chappell, followed by Jennifer Conley. And recognize you, Walt. You were former State Board of Education, correct?
That is correct, sir. Walt Chappell at 3165 North Porter in Wichita, Kansas. And first, I want to thank each of you 5 members up there for your patience and their courtesy to listen to your neighbors. This is a long process, and I really appreciate what you've done. And secondly, I want to say to the folks in the audience that I really appreciate all the concerns people have brought forward, but I'm reminded of a phrase that says, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." Now, that got us through World War II. Hopefully, it'll get us through this next few hours here. Because you folks have listened to a lot of angst, a lot of concerns, a lot of people, oh my God, it's going to do this to my property values. Oh, there's going to be water contamination. Oh, there's going to be this and that. I've been involved in the solar industry since the 1970s. I've shared that with a number of you. I've seen this industry develop over the years. I was the president of the Solar Manufacturers Association in Colorado, and we took that industry from 0 to $2 billion a year in sales and 3,000 employees in 5 years. There are now 450 companies in Colorado that are providing solar. They have about 10% of all the electricity in the state of Colorado coming from photovoltaic installations. This is a good source of energy. It provides us with backup, if you will, for any brownouts, any load shedding, any opportunities when the grid cannot handle the increased cost of air conditioning or whatever else is going on the grid. We're very vulnerable right now. This Iran war is not going to go away. We have major issues in terms of supply and demand, and a lot of it has to do with fossil fuels. And as those costs go up, our cost of electricity is going to go up, but that sun is staying up in that sky. So my second phrase that I want to think about is, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You have $615 million that private investors are going to put into this community, not with our tax dollars, like we would if we're putting up a bridge or repaving a road. They're taking the risk. It's their money. It's the farmers who have contributed, say, here, you use my land now, I'll put it in conservation. They have an opportunity for that soil to rejuvenate. It helps the land. It helps the farmer. They'll get more income off of that property doing that than growing crops. That's a smart business decision. And you have a smart decision to make today. Please do not lick this gift horse in the mouth. Go ahead and approve it. Let's get this ball rolling. People will thank you for decades for making a wise decision today. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks, Walt. Any questions for Walt? Okay. Jennifer Conley, followed by Kent Rowe.
Okay, I'm Jennifer Conley. I live at 3353 North 159th Street East, and I'm glad to be here for all of you. And I just want to start out by, we used to run an Airbnb. I wasn't going to bring this up, but we had 2 fire watchers from the refinery in El Dorado stay with us. They were young girls, and the refinery has fire watchers all the time because refineries catch on fire. So that's it. But you know me, I like to tell jokes, and you've heard part of this one before. Now, I have a bad memory, so I'm going to read my own joke. Now, you've all heard about Ray, the solar panel, who walks into the bar and asks the bartender, "Why can't I get a date?" And the bartender says, "I don't know, Ray. You always seem to have a dark cloud hanging over your head." I have great news. Ray met the love of his life. Her name is Bess. That's short for battery energy storage. The second they met, electrons started flowing. I heard tell that Ray has asked Bess to marry him. He said, "Bess, Won't you marry me? I feel like your electrons and my electrons are a perfect match. The dark clouds don't seem to matter. When I have you, I just feel like we'll connect so well. I heard tell there's thousands of rays and besses across the country. Now that's a beautiful thing. And I just want to note some facts here. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, since 2026, just now, 7.8 gigawatt hours of energy has been produced for this year, and they are expecting 86 gigawatt hours of energy to be produced for the rest of the year. 28% of that is expected to come from battery storage, 51% from solar, and only less than 7% from natural gas. So if you think the country's going a different way, it is not. So let's be on board in Kansas and move forward with energy that matters. And unfortunately, I have to agree, AI is here. I don't want it in my county. I'm voting against that. If in any way, I think they're going to be overbuilding it, but it's here. And unfortunately, without doing it at all, we end up using it. So that's all I got to say. Have a great day.
Okay. Any questions for Jennifer? Thank you very much. Next up, Kent Rowe, followed by Rebecca Armstrong.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Kent Rowe. I'm the 3353 North 159th Street East, and I appear here today on behalf of National Emergency Management Awareness Month, because if you'll refer to this picture on the screens in the right lower corner, you will see a facility there that is formerly Vulcan Materials, that is Oxy Chemicals. The proposed battery and installation is well suited for this particular location, owing to OxyChem's bulk storage, manufacturing, and transportation of chlorinated halogenated compounds inside an evacuation alert radius. Setback distances from such facilities are presently being sustained. The Chlorine Institute, Chemical Safety Board, EPA Risk Management Rule 40 CFR Part 68, OSHA Process Safety Management 20 CFR 1910.119, NFPA 400 mandate distance to endpoint for a worst-case toxic release which can span several miles. An emergency alert system must continue to be maintained surrounding this facility, one of 30 such facilities across the United States. Zoning applications for schools, hospitals, daycare centers must not be approved within this radius. Even light commercial operations within an urban area of growth must not be located within this region because of off-site worker populations lack personal protective equipment, training, and evacuation procedures following uncontrolled releases of chlorine, hydrochloric acid, and other chlor-alkali products. By the way, this facility manufactures 237 metric tons per year. Chlorine mishaps have increased 61% from 2015 to 2022. A sober reminder of two mishaps here in Kansas was a toxic release of chlorine, forcing the shelter-in-place and evacuation of 11,000 residents in Atchison, Kansas in 2016. The DeBruce grain dust explosion in 1998 killed 7 workers and saw slabs of concrete landing inside the boundaries of this chemical facility. Therefore, an urban area of growth cannot statutorily be designated to this region. Agricultural landowners would be therefore deprived of selling their land for urban development. They have a unique right to dual use of their land outside the purview of an urban area of growth. Please approve the solar and battery energy storage system for this region to create a setback region around around this plant that has a very excellent safety record, but they will tell you things happen. And personally, I worked in the chemical and petrochemical industry. Things do happen, usually human factors, human caused. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Next speaker is Carolyn Brule, followed by Brian House. Or did I skip somebody?
Yeah, me.
Okay, sorry, Rebecca. Sorry.
I'm Rebecca Armstrong, 4306
Sorry,
North
Rebecca.
Rushwood, Bel Air, Kansas. I want to start out and thank you. You're very courteous. You've allowed citizens to talk without this interruption. I think the USD 259 school board could take a lesson from you. Thank you. I'm coming as a master naturalist. I am on the Bumblebee Watch for Great Plains. I was trained by Circe. My own yard in Bel Air is native. It's been that way for 26 years. We would go out and count the bumblebees every spring on our red Husker penstemon. We would count 25, 30 bumblebees. That disappeared. They disappeared. 1 year, 10. Now, none. The penstemon is now gone. It required the bumblebees. In 2017, the international entomologist did an insect count. They don't do it often and realized the problem of that. They saw drops of up to 80% and more in the insect population. Why I bring this up is this project clearly helped with native plantings, and if they do the buffer with native trees and bushes, that will help. We need to restore native habitat. On the Bumblebee Watch, my cell that I count, I go out, I walk down the roads, is up near El Dorado Park. But I didn't see any bumblebees, none. So 3 or 4 weeks of looking, none. I did see bumblebees in the Sedgwick County Park up off of Griffinstein, up in 72nd Street. That's a 600-acre park. There is a partridge pea plant. I did see bumblebees there. Why I bring this up is everywhere we go, we need to be restoring habitat because it's dangerously gone. The developments, so we're all in this together. Global warming is real, the cost of energy is real, all of this, we're all in this together. I worry about the farmers, and I get that they're going to lose their land. But how I've seen the loss of land in this Sedgwick County is with residential developments. With the residential developments, they go in, they scrape the first 2 or 3 feet of soil off, they pile up the trees, and then they put in houses or duplexes. There is very little planning for nature. There's no preserving. They use retention ponds. In Bel Air, the developer was able to buy for $23,000. Oops. Anyway. I'll quickly end this one. For $23,000, he was able to buy a wetland someplace else in Kansas and put in a retention pond. Why that matters is everybody in that development is growing lawn, putting on fertilizer, putting on herbicides and pesticides that wash into that retention pond, and that retention pond ends up with blue-green algae. Blue-green algae creates a hepotoxin and a neurotoxin, so it's basically toxic. Those are HOA owned, so there's no looking at it. And so we're creating our own problems. So thank you.
Rebecca, if you don't mind, if I ask you a quick question. Yeah, sure. Are you for or against? I'm trying to get the
I'm sorry. I'm for the project because they're preserving it. We're not preserving it with selling it to developers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, Karen Brule, followed by Brian House.
Hello. Karen Brulette, 55th Street South in Seneca. Just jumped off of what I was wanting to look at there. There, it's back. You can't find what you're not looking for. Many but not all solar panels and fire suppressants and battery storage contain PFAS, but some do, and it is a contaminant. They are known as toxic forever chemicals that have been removed from many kitchen pans and a lot of other things you're hearing about. They are not clean. If they are in those panels and the batteries and the fire suppressants, then the soil and the water runoff or anything after a fire can contaminate the soil. I forgot to bring the articles on that, so I apologize, but there's a lot of information on PFAS in data centers. Everybody is looking at it. In fact, they're starting to remove some of the products from some of the panels and some from some of the fire suppressants. So that's one thing you guys need to be looking at is what they're using along with the lead and stuff, or the PFAS. It's being tested for, but it's not yet fully regulated. I'm going to say this before I can't get back to it. Oh, it went off. Oh, it's not going to let me. They found PFAS in some of the vegetation sprays under the solar farms. And the EPA has said that PFAS, they're forever chemicals. They get in the dirt. They don't go away. They either have to be scraped or the water has to be somehow treated. And to show you that I'm using all my time. EPA, National PFAS Testing Strategy. They're going all over the United States asking voluntary for certain people to do testing. I think Wichita may be in the program. They do testing here in Wichita. Johnson County's testing their wastewater. EPA advances holistic approach to tackle PFAS across the full cycle of lifestyle. Manufacturers face new PFAS requirements under the Toxic Substance Control Act. The National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System was added as an amendment to the Clean Water Act in 1972, although PFAS testing is not yet mandated nationwide through the program. The U.S. EPA released guidance to the states in late 2022, recommending that states administer it in water, then stormwater, and the biosolids. So it's coming, and it's very expensive to redo everything if you've got it in there, and then they outlaw it. So you might want to check in on that. And then just real quick, a question that I have is how many solar panels, how many data centers, and how many BAS centers are you going to allow in Sedgwick County? If you approve these two, does that mean you got to approve 30 more? And how can your staff handle more than one at a time, more than two at a time, 6 at a time? Just wondering.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Karen? Okay, thanks for coming in. Okay, Brian House, followed by Quentin Areza. Good afternoon, Brian.
Afternoon. I'm Brian House, 14300 West 79th Street South in Clearwater. And I signed up for the wrong one, like Dalton.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But,
you want to hold
but I'm against both projects, and the one thing I'd want to make sure you guys are aware of is follow the money. And the second thing, there's townships involved. The townships are the guys that put the gravel on the road and maintain the road. The county fixes the bridges and the big construction. Make sure their townships are taken care of and taking care of these roads, and they're properly funded. So by funding the township, you increase our property values and our property taxes. So anyways.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Quentin is our last signed up speaker. Before I before I close the public hearing, I want to give anyone the opportunity that has not spoke that you'll still have the right to speak. I would just ask that maybe you go back there and stand by the deputy, and then we can kind of go through one by one, if you guys don't mind, just to kind of keep the flow going. So, that okay? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, commissioners, everybody else that took time out of their day to be here. My name is Quentin Ariza. I live at 1016 Worth Street in Augusta, but my office is at 3052 South All Hallows Ave in South Wichita. I'm the electrical construction project manager and estimator for the Waldinger Corp., which is an IBEW NECA contractor. I'm a third-generation IBEW journeyman inside wireman, and I have previously served 2 terms on the Local 271 Executive Board. We've heard that this project has the potential to provide up to 200 high-paying local jobs for 12 to 18 months. As an IBEW electrician, I've had to travel to chase this work before and provide for my family, chasing this type of big job specifically. A yes on the Galena project would give someone like me the opportunity to keep those jobs right here in our own community for our own people. Across the country, renewable energy plants are being heavily invested in, with solar being one of the safest and cleanest renewable power sources we have. With the direction our daily lives are moving, we rely more and more on electricity every day. We need to invest in renewable power generation because it is the way of the future. Voting yes to the Galena project is an investment in the local construction workforce and the future of Sedgwick County's power grid. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you for coming up. And if you would please state your name and your address so I can write it.
Hi, my name is Denise Lewis. I'm at 14800 West Morning Dove. I apologize to everybody. I promise I'll be fast. I had kind of signed up and I decided I was only going to speak on one, but I want to speak on this one real fast.
Okay.
Dustin Self spoke earlier. He's actually my neighbor. He lives not far from me. He's a realtor. I'm also a fellow realtor, and I want to say that I have nothing but the utmost respect for the trades. The trades have literally put food in my mouth and a roof over my head since I was born. So I fully respect the trades and respect you guys wanting to work. I also want to point out that is a temporary position. It is full-time work for a temporary time. And what's left behind is a permanent issue for your homeowners in that area. So just looking long-term, we got to look at that. The other thing that I would like to mention is that, there's a moratorium on data centers, but I've heard several people talk about data centers, when the data centers, this, that, and the other. And someone encouraged you to look down the line. Looking down the line, historically, when you look at other areas that have had solar panels installed, data centers follow because the solar panels can be used for the energy consumption for the data centers. So one of my main concerns is, does this open the door? Are we playing checkers with people who are playing chess? Does this open the door for data centers? If you approve these, if you approve these panels, do you have to approve all of the others that come along? Can you go through then, after you've set a precedent, can you go through and deny some solar panel applications versus others? And before I had asked, how much of the farmland, what percentage of the farmland in Sedgwick County, is there a limit of the percentage of farmland in Sedgwick County that can be given up for solar? I'm just curious about that. Something else as an agent that I wanted to talk about, I did reach out to agents in Medicine Lodge and Oklahoma and Texas and ask if anybody could possibly give me some clarity on the effect of solar panels on residential real estate. And all of the agents I talked to about 6 agents, and all of them said the same thing. Those panels are so far out, they sit, literally one person said, it sits on the back of somebody's 1,000 acres that backs up to the back of somebody else's 2,000 acres, and nobody sees them ever. So I have no idea if it would affect residential housing. So what I'm saying, my point to that is, Sedgwick County has so many communities here and there. I live in one of them. We're all on acreage, and there's 20 houses in my neighborhood, and we're kind of out here over at 151st and 71st, and there's several houses that my neighbor is 1.5 miles away. But there's houses everywhere. So my point to that is, I don't think that Sedgwick County is a good fit because it is growing, it is developed, and there are just so many little neighborhoods all out. So thank you for your time.
Any questions for Denise? Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I
wore the wrong color. I'm supposed to be in blue.
Okay.
My name's Derek Martin. I live at 5401, tiny little white patch there at 55th and Mays Road. First thing, not really for you. Mission, I've been there for 8 years. You never knocked on my door. Not once. We may not own it, but we live there. We have family and we have kids. We have animals. Second thing, IBEW. I travel for a living too. I took the job. That's part of it. We can all have the agreement that yes, we want jobs to stay here. I haven't heard anybody talk about the benefit of the solar except for the money. Last thing, everybody preaches that solar is good because it's cheap. There's not one blue-collar worker in the world that can tell you good stuff is not cheap because cheap stuff is not good. Keep that in your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
Would you like a real physicist?
Are there any other speakers? Okay. If there are no other speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to bring it back. Justin, could you kind of go through some of our instructions, please?
Yeah, I wanted to just touch on the fact, sorry for the record, Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. As you all know, you're sitting as a quasi-judicial body hearing this zoning case. I just wanted to make a couple of comments based on some items that came up, some really good feedback all around from the public on this. I would start off by saying that. The first thing I wanted to add a comment on is the applicant's agent had contemplated adding a condition to any potential approval you might have on this, that the applicant would not seek any tax benefits that they might be able to qualify for under state law. There would be some concerns I would suggest against adding that as a condition. If they would, let's say, for example, if this was to be approved and they wish to do that, I think they would have their own discretion to not seek those tax benefits, but I would not suggest adding it as a condition of approval. Again, I think that's something they could pursue on their own. If you have, I also would point out that if that condition was added, there's a pretty good chance it would not be enforceable. Some of those benefits, and you heard Brent describe the complexity that's involved, but some of those don't even require an application. They just happen as a matter under state law, a matter of course. And so there's no enforcement ability on the county's part because it would just happen automatically under state law, especially maybe some of the best CIME exemption. And so I just mentioned that to say that I don't know that it would be enforceable. If you have further questions on that in particular, let me know. I could elaborate further. I just don't think it's a condition that could be part of this. Again, if they wanted to do that on their own volition, I think that's something they could do. I would not suggest it be a condition of approval if you ever move to that route. A few other things, Chairman and Commissioners. There's a few things about the company that have been mentioned in a lot of the public comments. It's fine that the public's making those comments, but I did at least want to mention in your consideration of the case a few things about the company or aspects of their project that I think probably don't have much relevance in terms of a zoning standpoint and where you're sitting. First, there's a comment that this was the first of its type that this company's done before. Don't know that that's particularly relevant. Generally speaking, when you're considering a zoning case, you're evaluating the reasonableness of the use for the particular property involved and the surrounding property. You're really judging the use, not the applicant. Also, there's been some comment that the company may be foreign owned. True or not, or foreign owned, domestic owned, that's not really something that I would suggest as having a relevant consideration in your consideration of this case. I think similar to that, there were questions and comments about if the panels were made in other countries. I mean, those are things you don't usually get into on zoning cases, and I would worry that if that is something that you would consider, that would not be a sound basis for an approval or denial. Also, the question about whether there had been some comments both here and at the Planning Commission about if the power would go elsewhere, if it would go out of state, is probably the biggest concern. There's the Interstate Commerce Clause in the Constitution. If that's a factor in your decision, there could be a concern that your decision could get overturned because violating that Commerce Clause. So I would suggest that you would not take that into account in your decision, again, because I think that could give a legal grounds for a challenge. Last point I had, commissioners, was, there was also some discussion about maybe adding a condition to make the applicant have to hire local workforce. I don't think that's a condition you should include. That's probably not a reasonable condition. I think that's just kind of outside of the zoning context on this. I think you can consider the economic effect of the project in any direction, including, jobs that may create, or, there can be pros and cons to that. I think you can evaluate all of that, but I would not suggest adding a condition that would require an applicant to hire a certain workforce for a lot of reasons. I'd be happy to stand for any questions on those things, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you guys have any questions about the instructions? Okay. I'm going to come back to the bench here. Who has questions they'd like to have answered? Before I turn it over, will you tell me again, what was the total protest number?
I believe it was 42.6%. I'm looking at Scott Wadle, and he's nodding yes. So it's 42.6%.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Justin, and thank you for everyone for showing up and your public comments and your, it's not hundreds, thousands of emails that we've received on these conversations for and against. So thank you, everybody, for the participation today. I want to get clarity on the process here. Typically, we're going to give the applicant an opportunity to rebut. And if that's the case, I have questions for the applicant. So is that kind of where we're at now, or?
I believe that's correct, Commissioner Beatty, and looking at the chairman, he's nodding as well.
Okay. So I don't know how long he has to rebut. We'll let him speak, and then we'll
2 minutes.
And then
2 minutes, but then you can ask all the questions.
Fire all the questions. Yep. Good luck.
Yeah, you'll have time for questions. Maybe you don't have to talk as fast as you did earlier.
Yeah, no, I'll keep it 2 minutes and then questions.
Yeah.
That's good. I'll definitely be talking slower on this one and mostly using this for appreciations for the people in this room. I'd like to start off by appreciating our landowners that could be here and spoke in support about what this project means to them and their families. Mark, your family, Dwayne, your family, the Tomey family, the others that are involved in the project that couldn't be here. We appreciate you being here and voicing your support of the project and what this means to you. I'd also echo that support to the union and the IBW local that was here, expressing what this means to them and their families, the ability to get work, to provide for their families, to find work locally and support themselves as well as their community. I'd like to extend that appreciation to the other supporters we had here from CEP and the Sierra Club to provide a larger picture of where this country is going, where the environmental benefits of this project are, and the reasons why they're supportive. I'd like to also say my appreciations for the planning department, the extensive conditions that they applied to the project, the 41 odd conditions of approval to address a lot of the concerns brought by some of the people in the opposition today, as well as their diligent review of an extensive amount of review materials, a large application. I'd like to express my appreciation to the MAPC for their vote and approval for this project at the last MAPC hearing that brought this here to you today, asking for an approval. I'd like to appreciate the board for being able to withstand a long day. I know you have more to go after this and your ability to make a well-informed decision. And lastly, I'd like to appreciate the opposition that is here today. A lot of the concerns that were brought up are well understood, and the thing that I will say to that is that we appreciate both their attendance today, voicing concerns, and pointing that directly to the ordinances and the conditions of approval that are already put in the Sedgwick County Code, as well as the extensive 41 conditions of approval that address a lot of the things brought up today. Drainage concerns, visual concerns, property value concerns, decommissioning concerns, all of these things and more are considered in the ordinances currently and in those conditions of approval. With that, I will stand for questions, but I appreciate so much every single person that's here today. Thank you.
Commissioner Beatty.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. So a few questions. The total project applications, just shy of 1,500 acres. Our policy says that you can have 65% of that is coverage for solar panels. Is the map that we have, is that the final map that we're looking at here, or have there been adjustments, or where are we at on the final map of what you plan on doing?
Yeah, so the way that this process works is it's typically iterative. So what you see before you is what's included in the application and would be, to the substantial conformance that Scott mentioned before, able to be approved today, and we would be able to build something that substantially conforms to this. It also complies with all of the ordinance requirements with the county. However, based on the time that we have from now to the start of construction in 2028, there's a lot of pre-construction work, there's landscape plan adjustments, there's drainage plans, there's additional kind of plan requirements that do have the possibility to amend this. This is not going to be the 100% final design of the project. If voted on and approved today, it will substantially conform to this, with the understanding that it's subject to change based on pre-construction studies, all of those other plans, consultation that is to be determined, as well as included in our conditions of approval. So in short, yes, kind of a more accurate description is that there will be some changes if approved today prior to construction, but the county would have approval responsibilities for all of those changes as echoed in the conditions of approval and Scott said previously.
Okay, so we have final say on any of those adjustments, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about setbacks. The code is 250 feet setbacks to the dwelling unit.
Correct.
Is our code, and then 100 feet from the road, I believe.
Roads and property boundaries, yes.
Would your project have any heartburn if we modified that to 300 feet from property line instead of dwelling unit, to create a little bit more setback for people? I'm looking at a map, and you have several participants in your application. I'm certain they don't care on the setbacks, but you have some participants within the 1,000 foot that are not participating.
Correct.
Some households not participating, and we heard from some speakers that that's some heartburn on the number of setbacks. Now, some of these have had conversations with you, and I think some of them recused and rescinded. I understand that. I don't have the list of who they are, but I do see a lot of properties on here that are fairly close, and if it was my home, I would want a little bit more of a setback. Is that something that would be agreeable, a 300-foot setback from property line instead of the dwelling unit?
Yeah, and I'd say also in the site plan, it's kind of hard to see with the image that you have here. Everything gets very congested when you have to zoom out to capture everything. But I think a lot of their setbacks, particularly around those most sensitive homes, when you look to where the panels specifically are, I think we're satisfying those already. So I don't believe it would be a difficulty for us to be able to add the setback provision that you're recommending or discussing right now.
Okay, I think that I would feel more comfortable with some enhanced setbacks. I'm going to talk a little bit about the screening piece. So right now you have a 7-foot fence and it's going around, and I need some clarity of where the fencing is going to be going. It's a 7-foot fence with 3-string barbed wire. We heard a speaker today, and I share in their concern. We don't want this looking like a prison camp.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about where this fence is going to go? Is it going around the perimeter? Is it going just around the solar units? And is there another option other than a barbed wire fence?
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, so the setbacks apply to that fencing unit. So, whereas, especially with the proposal to be 300, that would be where that would start. So that is not going to be, right at the property line and then the panels are 300 feet away. Obviously, you understand that that is not in the spirit of the regulation. That's how it's currently proposed. We're also flexible on the fencing design. We see that typically, at least in other places that we operate, what we're proposing is kind of standard for safety. Obviously, we have a lot of equipment out there. However, we are flexible on that, proposing, kind of shorter woven fencing, stuff like that. I will note that the screening or the fencing that we're proposing would have screening, kind of similar to like a Little League baseball facility, where at the back there's some sort of woven fabric in it to sort of obfuscate that. But the concern is well noted, and we would be willing to flex on that, provided it's a condition of approval, and would be able to incorporate in our site plan without issue.
Do you know what another option would be?
Sorry. Yeah, the only potential issue, COO Valentina Cabrera, would be utility requirements for utility power stations, at least in portions like the battery facility and the substation. You might need more intensive fencing in those areas. However, those are in kind of the most remote locations that should not pose as much of a visual barrier. So at least with the fencing, we believe in the solar area, assuming it's NERC compliant, which it makes sense that it would be, for some of that portion, we're flexible on that, and the fencing design could be changed.
Okay, who gets the final say in that conversation if it goes to the Does that need to be made in a condition today, or is that a conversation that can happen upon final approval of it wouldn't be the landscaping plan, it would be.
Yeah, Commissioner Brady, I'll take a stab at it, and then if Scott wants to supplement what I say, but I think the Board of County Commissioners, you could add a condition if that would be approved that would require your approval. You could give specific, or you could delegate to staff if you wanted to, but with that, I'd turn it over to Scott.
I would echo what Justin has just said, just for clarity's purpose, because this is such a complicated subject. If you would add a condition that would require BOCC approval for that, that would be very clear for us to understand and move forward with.
Okay, that's helpful, because I'd like to understand what other options even exist.
Of course.
I want to talk a little bit about a concern we heard today that I share. You have some of these residential dwelling units that have the project is abutting them on 2+ sides. I think the setback going to 300 feet from property line helps with that. I would like to see some berms put in place in some of these areas. I'd like to mitigate some of these aesthetic concerns and potentially even noise concerns. The best way to do that is with setbacks and with berms in the county. We don't have noise ordinances in the county. Could we talk about in some of these and we can be very specific about properties that are seeing 2+ sides of the project? Could we do berms there on top of the fencing, or landscape berms? It'd be 16 to 18 feet landscaping berms. It had to be subject to stormwater. We'll make that very specific. Is that an option that we can discuss?
Yeah, in specific targeted locations, obviously you wouldn't have to build a berm around the entirety of the facility. I mean, the cost and labor required for that would be extensive. But in specific locations, yeah, it's definitely something that, again, we're open to. The landscape plan, of course, is a draft as presented before you today, and we would be able to be movable on that with the understanding that it's not the entire perimeter or periphery of the project and would be in kind of specific targeted locations, and we'd be happy to discuss that more, right now, future times, you guys take pen to that.
Okay, I think I'd feel comfortable having a swing at the conversation on screening when it comes to the fencing and the berms with those dwelling units that have 2+ sides that are facing the solar panels. And I'm going to ask in the conditions, I'm going to ask that this comes back to our approval here. I trust staff. We got great lawyers. I think that this is a conversation to mitigate aesthetic concerns, noise concerns. I think it's a conversation that resides with the people's representatives and not just staff. So those are some conversations that I wanted to get your feedback on some of these things. My next question is for Susan. So one of the speakers indicated that we do have a lot of expert staff here, and that's an advantage that we have. Dr. Fox had mentioned it. Susan, we heard their opinion on environmental and water. As you know from dealing with me in zoning cases, these are hard lines. These are red lines for me. Environmental concerns, water concerns. Right. I need to know from our expert staff, the recommendation from staff, do we need to have a concern about environmental or water here?
What we've proposed that are in what we developed in our months of working on this is that I want from the company, when they decide on here's the solar panels we're putting in, what the cells are made of, what's going into the ground, I want the safety data sheets for all of the material before it's in place. I'll review those to determine which chemicals are in all of those components, including the BESS, to see if there's something that could be harmful to the environment, to the groundwater. We have that they will drill monitoring wells north and south of the solar farm, since the groundwater moves north to south, and test for these potential chemicals. This helps the company, because if they're already there in the ground, we know they didn't cause it. It's already there. But if it's not there, great. We'll continue to have tests about every 5 years through the facility's life, unless there's some reason to do it more frequently. Okay. And also, if there's a spill of any kind, if something happens with the battery area, my position can require soil test as well. So we're looking at this for making sure what the water quality is ahead of time, during, and after decommissioning. part of that will be testing all of the wells again.
Susan, so help me understand, if you have cause for concern, is that a hard stop on their project, or is this just a red flag on their project? I need to understand, if you come back and you say, I have environmental concerns, I have water concerns, is that just a flag in the file, or is this something that we can say, hard stop, when you didn't pass this certification? Help me understand that.
The concerns would be on, once I get the chemicals, I could say this is not acceptable. What other solar panels can you look at to put in this place? Okay. And I think you would be, from what we've talked about.
I think we have some policy there too.
Yeah. He has it in writing.
I just want to be able to point to the specific provision, which is condition number 36. It says, prior to installation, the applicant shall provide Sedgwick County Office of Environmental Resources with a written list of capital equipment proposed to be installed at the site and corresponding safety data sheets, including but not limited to solar photovoltaic equipment, and list of all other taxable tangible property. Any construction materials used shall require the approval of the Director of Environmental Resources. Thereafter, on an annual basis, the applicant shall provide the County Office of Environmental Resources with any updates on this information. There's more to it, but that's the gist of it.
Okay. Scott, that's helpful. Don't go far, because...
I wrote that.
Yeah, I remember. Spent a long time working on that. Scott, I do have a question. Now, thank you, Susan. That's helpful. I have a question on some of the zoning. I always have a little heartburn when we talk about taking uses, industrial, commercial in particular, and putting them in rural residential or ag areas. But when I look at your zoning map here, this area already has some light industrial. It has commercial. Some of the discussions that were had today from public comment were very compelling in both ways, that we need to protect areas that are rural residential, but there's already light industrial here. There is concerns that this may not be a potential area for a lot of housing development because of the concern of the industrial use, and the type of industrial use is already there. From a staff angle, could you give me your perspective?
The first thing we look at is we look at the comprehensive plan and what it recommends. And in this area, it recommends essentially rural residential, which is agricultural or residential. In our county, we don't have a distinction. We don't have a zoning district just for agricultural. So when we start looking at in the future what will happen, we leave it pretty general in terms of agricultural or residential. But the other factor to think about is that, is it in an urban growth area? Number one, this has been a discussion, a part of the big discussion here, is this going to be some other future land use? Our comprehensive plan does not show this in an urban growth area for a city. So then you're left with the distinction of, okay, is it an allowable use? Is this a good use to have it as a utility kind of civic public use in the form of this scale of solar project? And that's where in the zoning regulations, there are mitigating factors and conditions that are applied. The question is just whether or not those are sufficient to make it a good use of the land.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay, I'm going to make a quick statement, and then I'm going to listen to my colleagues' questions before I formulate, and I'm willing to make motions whenever, after everybody listens. But every zoning case is a balance between things, community impact and property rights. I mean, every single zoning case, it feels. Some of these are really easy decisions. Some of these are really hard decisions, like today. This is a difficult one. And I think some of the things that we're trying to balance is, I think the easy thing to do would say, well, we have this many people showed up and they're against it, and this many people showed up and they're for it, and the ayes take it or the noes take it. And the only problem with that is that's void of principle, is there's no principle there. That would be easy, but that's not the way things work, because the truth of this matter is that when there's no direction, then we have to fall back onto principles, and we have to ask really hard questions. Some of the questions that I've been asking and jotting notes the whole time is, what really is the highest and best use of this land? That's a very important question. I've heard several speakers mention it. And then the question is, who gets to make that decision? Who gets to make the decision on what is the highest and the best use of the land? Is it the county? Is that our job to make the use of what the highest and best use of your land is? Is it the landowners, or is it their neighbors? Who gets to make the determination of what the highest and best use of the land is? That's a question I've been laboring over here. What really is the environmental and the community impact? We've talked about property values, we've talked about environmental, we've talked about water. What really is the community impact? A question I've been laboring over. The other question is there a way that we can protect everyone's interest here? Is there really a way we can protect everyone's interest? And lastly, as we built a policy, we had a year of building a policy. How much weight do we put into the policy that we built? And there were applications that spent millions of dollars to try to come here, and our policy turned them away a year and a half ago. So we've put a lot of weight and a lot of time into building policy. And how much weight do we put into the policy that we built? And does this application fit the policy that we built? These are things that I'm thinking about. And in the end, the challenge is, can I look these people in their eye and say, what you're saying to me doesn't matter? I can't do that. I can't do that. It does. And you alluded to it too. I can't look these people in their eye and say that their concerns don't have merit. I can't. But I can't look these farmers in the eye either and tell them that their property rights don't matter and that their economic options should only be limited to farming. I won't do that because I know how hard it is in farming right now. I know the challenge. The rising costs, they have drought, they have water concerns, they have succession planning concerns, our farmers are hurting. They're hurting all over the country, but they're hurting in Kansas. They're hurting in Sedgwick County. And these families are concerned. We had an individual that didn't show up today for public comment that emailed us and said that when she had an opportunity to join your program, she thought it was a gift from God because financially their family wasn't making it. So I look everyone in the eye and have honest conversations about how difficult this is. Right here on this collaboration, we have 14 property owners. Is that the number?
Yes. There might be a little bit of changes if you're divvying it up from who owns LLCs, but yeah, generally speaking, yes.
So we have about 14 property owners, give or take, making up this application. The purpose of a conditional use permit is to try to find a workable solution that protects the property rights of these applicants with their neighbors so that they can coexist. That's what we're trying to accomplish today, and that's not easy. It's certainly not going to be universally accepted. I've come to understand that. And I understand everyone's angst and everyone's concerns. All of it is merited and all of it should be considered. But in the end, for me, I've got to find a way in a conditional use to mitigate concerns and protect the overarching prevailing principle in all of this. And that principle for me is property rights. That principle for me is protecting landowner property rights so that they can make economic decisions on their land. So this is what I'm trying to do now, is to mitigate all the community concerns to find that balance, because the prevailing principle in all of this, we can't separate liberty and property rights. They're inseparable. It's a prevailing principle that's going to guide my discussion and my thought process and the way I vote today. So if we strip that away, property rights from landowners to make economic decisions on their property, if we strip those things away, we are basically letting them be at the mercy of an omnipotent government, and I'm just not comfortable with that. I am simply going to defend landowners and property rights every chance I get and try to mitigate the concerns of the community around it to find a balance. So I'm going to be supportive of this project. I'm going to be supportive of landowner rights, but I'm only going to do so, be very clear, I'm only going to do so if we get some reinforced conditions and mitigations. If we're able to accomplish that here, then I'll be supportive of this application and supportive of landowners and their property rights. But I'm going to stand. I'm maybe not done with questions yet. I'm going to listen to my colleagues for questions, but that's kind of where my head's at as we stand right now.
Okay. Commissioners, what are the questions you have? Commissioner Wise?
Okay, earlier I asked for clarification on just the outline and how many, if I was looking at actual solar panels or just the area. The question I feel like we're answering today or trying to answer today is not whether solar is a good technology or whether it has a place in Sedgwick County. It's more of whether this location at its scale is appropriate or compatible with the existing character. So I preface with that to say, or to ask, is the application as proposed, it's nearly the maximum of what regulations were set at a few years ago. Is the entire area necessary to make this project sustainable, or would a smaller project area be considered, or have you considered that at all? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, there's certainly a give and take to this, and we have considered alternative sites. I'll bring that up here. This is prefaced with, again, this makes a level of financial hit to the project. The tax revenue in kind will also go down from it based on the size, but this is something we've considered in preparation of these exact kind of questions. It's not something I'm necessarily pleased about or, would ideally want, but something that we have that's financially feasible that would be able to be shared today to address your question is thus. This site plan removes the areas that you show there in red, primarily in the southwest of the project and closest to the areas where there are groupings of homes. It does not 100% solve the issue of being near homes, as you can see from those yellow dots that represent dwellings that we've identified in the periphery of the project. However, it makes a significant cut to both the project size, acreage, and does take a financial hit, but still remains financially viable for us. There are additionally other acreages that we have to potentially consider that are more compact and contiguous to the rest of the property that we are willing to, support if it is desired by the board today.
Okay. What's the size difference between what you're eliminating in red here? What does this take us down to?
I don't know the acreage. The megawatt droppage goes to about 160 to 170 megawatts. So it's a sizable, significant hit. Again, we do have acreage that is more compact that we would expect to come back for an amendment sometime soon, and that would again go to the vote of the board to be able to approve those amendments. We'd be going through the same process. However, I can guarantee that those additional acreages that materialized after we filed the application would be more compact, contiguous, and I do not believe would raise the same sort of issues or concerns that have been voiced by Commissioner Beatty today, as well as many of the landowners.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me chew on that. I'll pass the ball to another commissioner if we have more questions.
Okay. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if these questions are necessarily for you. It could be for you. Some of these will be for you. So I apologize for my disorganized approach here, but I do want to ask a few questions. Since you're still there, let's talk about the depth of the infrastructure. I believe it was. Let me get it right here. I believe it was.
I think it's 3 feet in the condition of approval for removal on the decommissioning.
Right. So I'm questioning. First of all, why are you burying? I mean, curiously, is there some requirement to bury these lines that deep? I understand later on if they cultivate the land, they don't want to hit them. But I'm questioning, if they were only, let's just say, for example, if they were 10 feet deep, we probably wouldn't care. If they were 1 foot deep, you'd probably remove them. I'm just curious, why 3 feet deep?
Yeah, so the decommissioning depth relates more to kind of the foundations of the battery facility, which would be being removed to the same life. That would have to be deep to some degree. The wires would also need to be similarly at that level, mostly for insulation and protection from environmental measures. The reason that they're going underground is largely, as you can imagine, just not to have wires kind of connecting everything above ground, which are much more vulnerable to our number of things.
So is the intent on decommissioning then to leave that stuff behind?
No. So the decommissioning depth of the 3 feet should be satisfactory to remove all of the wiring conduit that would be in the base of the solar facility as well as the foundation for the battery facility. So effectively, that 3 foot decommissioning depth should be able to remove all of the equipment that we're proposing for the site.
So what's going to be left behind?
Essentially nothing, soil.
Can we clarify that? If I was to make a condition, can we just clarify that decommissioning restores the land and removes all infrastructure that was installed?
We would support that, yes.
I'm going to ask Justin to keep track of this because I'm going to get myself confused. So I'm going to have enough of these so start a list, please. Okay, thank you for that, Ron. I appreciate that. This issue of herbicides, you talked about this earlier. I asked you some questions earlier. One of our conferees talked a little bit about PFAS, which I guess is a permanent chemical that doesn't break down. In our backup material here, it says that the herbicide will be a non-synthetic natural herbicide. But that's not a phrase that's used in the FDA or KDHE. They don't use that phrase. So I'm curious why we could we amend this to make it really clear that we're talking about FDA approved herbicides. Would that be reasonable?
We would support that as well, yes.
Okay, I think that's, because that to me is more defined. I'm looking at Susan here. She's questioning apparently. Go ahead. You have something you want to say, Susan?
We anticipated this. In the regs, they have to work with our noxious weeds department to determine what herbicides can be used for what they're trying to kill and make sure that they're safe.
So again, I don't know where the non-synthetic natural herbicides phrase came from, but what does that mean exactly? How do I know what that is?
You got that?
Who defines what that is?
I have the terminology, I don't have the definition.
I don't know.
I guess I just ask, is it clearer to reference, if you will, a governing authority? Is it clearer to reference a governing authorities, if you will, specific approval list of what's allowed and what's not allowed? Go ahead.
Yeah. We can work with Mark Furry, the head of our noxious weeds department, to get his input.
Okay. Go ahead.
If I may, I just would like to go ahead and read it out loud. That way everyone knows what we're working with. It's number 19, it's condition number 19, and it says only non-synthetic natural herbicides shall be used when necessary for weed control at the project. Any other use of herbicides shall be strictly prohibited. The operator shall notify Sedgwick County Public Works in writing at least 7 days prior to the application of pesticides and fertilizers. The county reserves the right to require soil and water testing by the applicant based on the application of herbicides, pesticides, and fertilizers. In addition, there is condition number 17. There are A, B, and C on this. C says ground cover shall be native vegetation where compatible with site conditions. Disturbed areas shall be reseeded in accordance with the reclamation recommendations of Sedgwick County Conservation District. Weed control shall be maintained by the Sedgwick County Noxious Weed Department. So there are two different conditions that both address this.
And with talking with Conservation District, we're looking at perennials and drought-resistant planting. You don't want the plants to dry up and be good fire material. So they'll be working closely with Brenda Matson, who's the manager of the Conservation District.
How often will these areas be treated for whatever type of weeds we're trying to control?
Depends on the weed.
Is there any type of regulatory concern we would have about them doing this like every month or every week? Or
again, that's a question for the head of noxious weeds.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get. I guess that's one of my concerns. We'll get back to that in a few minutes, I suppose. I guess I would say this, that I do believe that the standard that's there is a little bit, I guess I would use the word vague. I think it's not maybe the best way to describe that, in my personal opinion. Let's talk about the construction period is well defined in terms of when the first panel, I guess, is erected or installed or whatever. The decommissioning is based on a report filed by the owner operator of the operation, I guess. How do I know that they would in fact file that report? If they say that the farm has got areas that are no longer functioning or no longer in operation, what's the trigger that I would be able to lean on in this paperwork that would say we will absolutely know that there is a decommissioning process timeline that's been started? What's that trigger?
So I will check if Scott has a set established limit in the staff report. I will defer to him. However, what we see typically across most other jurisdictions to get at this exact question is cessation of power generation over some period of time. That will be known because the contract for the power generation would end at some established period. If there's no power being generated after a certain time, that would hit the trigger of decommissioning being required, whether that's in year 5 or year 35. Like we expect with our contracts here. Scott, do you have something specific?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is not actually in the staff report, but instead this is in the zoning code itself. So that is how this applies to the project. So there are, when it comes to the operation of it, there are a statement of proposed agreement that sets forth the estimated or anticipated date on which the SCCS will cease generation of electrical power. So first off, there's supposed to be a document that refers to when they anticipate that the project will cease producing power. The second thing is that...
As you speak about that, can you please define, is that defined anywhere? Let's say if it's producing 5%, is it still producing power that we'd be able to push this off, or is that... Is there any type of threshold that besides zero?
Not in that specific section, but there is a different part that also applies. But
okay.
no,
I'll continue. I'm sorry.
That term is not cease generation of electrical power. That is not defined in a percentage or amount. The other one is that a statement or proposed agreement that provides that the SCCS or portion thereof that has not have been inactive and in continuous service for a period of 6 months shall be removed with the exception of planned repowering or a force majeure event, so nature or some kind of event, tornado or something, has occurred requiring longer repairs with proper evidence provided to the appropriate jurisdiction having authority. So in the case, they either have a planned time that the project's going to end, cease producing power, or if there's a 6-month span or period that any portion of the project is not producing electricity.
Okay, and then it brings up another question. If they do remove a panel, can they store these panels, inoperative panels, on their property somewhere for some period of time, or what do they do with them?
There is a clause that deals with like natural events like a hailstorm or something like that, and it specifies the amount of time that they can be stored. So it'll take a little while to look that up. In terms,
it's also a condition of approval.
I think so as well. So let me look that up, but I don't know if you have.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have condition 22, which reads, all physically damaged panels or any portion of debris thereof shall be collected by the project operator and removed from the site or stored on site in a location protected from weather and wildlife and from any contact with ground or water until removal from the site can be arranged. Storage of damaged panels or portions of debris thereof shall not exceed 30 days beyond any required period for insurance, warranty claim, or in the event of a force majeure, for which reasonable documentation shall be submitted to and approved by the zoning administrator.
Would that include inoperative panels?
And it does. It
says the word damage. That's one word.
That's right. It says physically damaged panels or any portion of debris. So no, I don't believe that.
Okay, we might want to clarify that would include any inoperative panels that are removed for whatever reason. Okay. And I think if you have let's say new panels being stored on the property, ready to replace those, they ought to be, I guess, controlled as well. We don't want these laying around getting rained on and not being utilized. If not part of the active solar array, then I think they ought to be not being stored long term on this property. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to clean that up. So I'm asking Justin to keep track. All right. In terms of a point of contact, if something goes wrong, we need to call somebody. I would like to have someone, if you will, be a live answer, so to speak. I know they're not going to be living on the property or maybe not even be a local number, but we need someone to be a responsible person that can be contacted in the case of emergency. I know there's something about, there's a phone number, I guess, but I'm not so sure about a requirement that it's not going to go to a voicemail that's full. I want to know that we've got someone who is a responsible person that can take that call. Can we clean that up a little bit? Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's typically handled as part of the emergency response plan that we would discuss and come to an agreement with the fire department. Obviously, they would have an interest as well as having a 24/7 contact, so I believe it'd be covered by that, but would also welcome having that as a more explicit requirement under an approval and condition.
All right, very good. Let's talk a little bit about the counties, and I think someone mentioned this in our testimony today, but the county will have some costs in terms of monitoring this and the fire department training and planning, and we have some costs. And again, I know that this isn't completely fair, but we don't get all the tax revenue. We're sharing that with all the other taxing jurisdictions, and our tax revenue is relatively small. In my personal opinion, let's just say it's roughly less than $500,000 per year on average, based on my earlier calculations. Is there any way we can do some type of a payment in lieu of taxes for costs the county incurs to support this project?
So I think there's two pieces to that. The first one is that at least in the responding fire department, Sedgwick Rural Fire District 1 is one of the tax receiving entities that, gets a significant amount of revenue over the life. It's not, $100 million, right, of course, but it is a significant number. I think as it relates to, requirements for services provided, I think, similar to a road use agreement, it would make sense as some sort of signed agreement to cover those costs that are incurred, particularly as it relates to construction when there are more staff on site. Security provisions are probably less strict, and I see Scott standing up, so I believe he has something to say, but that would be our recommendation, at least assuming it's not explicitly noted in the staff report, which I will cede to Scott now.
Can I break real quick? Justin, do you have some input here for us?
Yeah, Commissioner Howell, are you okay with me answering that question? Couple comments. First would be, if you're talking about a traditional payment in lieu of taxes where, for example, a party would pay the taxes without the tax exemption that would apply, I'd have concerns about due process and the position that would put you in as to whether, if it was a full-scale payment in lieu of taxes, contribution agreement, community benefit agreement, something along those lines, because you're an impartial decision maker. If there's money coming into the county or the fire district directly, I'd have concerns about that. So I would not suggest that. Now, what I think applicants, agents talking about, and similar to the road use agreement that's contemplated within your conditions of approval, you could have, if you have very specific things that the county, like for example, materials for roads, the road use agreement contemplates that they would have to provide that kind of stuff, so the county wouldn't be out the money for that. I don't think that's the same thing, because there's not some windfall to the county to where, in theory, you could have somebody claim that tainted your decision in some way. If it's just something that essentially it provides the necessary resources to the roadway, but I would have concerns about if there's any kind of just straight up money coming to the county or the fire district on that. I think it's a fair question to ask, but I yield to Scott. I think he wants to make a comment or two.
Yeah, just to add how this is covered for right now, on number 32 in the conditions, there's an A, B, and a C. Item B on that says, prior to the end of construction of the project site, the applicant shall hold training classes with a variety of entities, safety-related entities, and including the provision of information and any necessary equipment to allow first responders to gain access to any part of the project in the event of an emergency. The training classes shall be scheduled in coordination, yada, yada. But then the last sentence of this item B is, the applicant shall provide future training and fire suppression materials to first responders as deemed necessary by the public safety coordinator or designee. And that's under the emergency.
So what's not clear here is who's paying for all that.
My understanding is it says the applicant shall provide future training and fire suppression materials. So the applicant shall provide.
That's correct. In the condition that Scott mentioned, Commissioner Howell, that's correct. It's stated that way.
Okay. I guess I didn't think it was clear, but okay. You guys are telling me it's right. Let's talk about township roads a little bit. Items 11, 13, and 14 on the list. Those three items here don't specifically say, whatever. It could be interpreted that we're talking about county roads because it's our agreement. I want to be clear that we're talking about whatever roads we're accessing to access the installation locations and stuff. So I think we need a clarification in those three bullets, please, that would clarify we're including township roads. Does that make sense?
I think it does. Again, Justin Wagner, County Council Commissioner Howe, you're correct. There would be township roads involved in that. The road use agreement would probably spell that out further. And one of the things that there would be needed partnership and cooperation from the township as well as part of this. I'm not saying that they would necessarily have to be a party to the agreement because they're not the party that would be issuing any potential conditional use. That, of course, would be the county. But that is contemplated. That's something that any road use agreement, Public Works, Planning Department, and our office obviously would be highly looking at that, and the County Commission would have the opportunity to review that road use agreement as a condition of approval.
Since the agreement's not done right now, I guess I'd like to clarify that we heard testimony today that is a concern. I want to make sure that we have that covered in our plan.
Yes, sir. In terms of the current, what's recommended is that condition number 12, it says that the applicant shall comply with the submitted traffic and transportation assessment as reviewed and approved by the county engineer. Any modification shall be approved by the county engineer prior to use. The applicant shall provide, this is the important part that relates to this, the applicant shall provide notice to all political and taxing subdivisions such as cities, improvement districts, and townships regarding the intent to utilize roadways for transportation routes for construction and maintenance. This notice shall be provided prior to the submission of final plans for haul routes to the county engineer. So what's that saying is, the way I interpret that is that they will notify the townships and any other entities that have a stake in the roadways that are proposed to be used prior to it being signed off on by the county engineer. So it has an opportunity, it's an official way for that notice to take place and that conversation to take place. It doesn't provide absolutely that, it doesn't say point blank that there will be a financial guarantee to those entities, but it gets them involved in the conversation prior to the county signing off on any agreement.
I guess I'm just concerned because the agreement doesn't exist. I want assurance, I guess, that that's going to be taken care of.
Yes, sir.
One more thing, I guess, in condition 36 in the same booklet. It doesn't, and I'll just say that the authority, let me ask, Susan, this might be for you, I'm sorry. There's going to be a materials plan submitted to you.
Okay,
On 36, there's going to be a materials list, written list that you need to approve about?
Yes,
okay.
that was the safety data sheets that I mentioned earlier. When you determine what solar panel, what it sells, and by the way, we require non-glare solar cells, so it's not affecting anyone landing at the airport, or migratory birds that fly over solar farms. If they don't have the non-glare, they think it's a lake down there, they dive down and kill themselves. So,
well, just because an MSDS sheet doesn't mean that that's necessarily a material that we would want to have utilized. So I guess my question would be, you have the authority, sounds like, to agree or disagree, or approve or disapprove whatever materials are going to be utilized. And I guess I don't know. What I'm wondering is, and I think you're wonderful, and I trust you generally, but I would like to know that, I guess I'd like to know that, there is, if you will, a checks and balances here, because, if someone is bringing in a panel, even though you have an MSDS sheet on it, maybe it's got, I'm not saying it would, let's say it has one of these substances that people are concerned about, and you would approve that. I guess I would like to know, what assurance do we have that that's not going to happen?
the assurance that what they gave me is actually representing the materials.
No, not just that, but even though we have again, there's that part of it. There's also the fact that you may be given an MSDS for what's in that panel, and you might just say, it sounds good to me, and maybe it's actually a problem. Maybe it's a substance that, should it be leached into the groundwater, would cause a contamination issue.
Okay. I often check with the rest of my staff when I come up with the decision to say, what's your opinion of this, to make sure that I'm not missing something. Catherine's aware of that. She's our project manager, and I often double check.
I may not be stating this very well. I guess I'm just saying that. Go ahead. I see Scott has something he wants to say.
Thank you.
Well, in the zoning code, so again, not necessarily in the conditions for this application, but what overrides that is the zoning code. And in the zoning code, it does require periodic testing every 5 years during the life of the project. And additional testing can be required as determined by the Director of Sedgwick County Environmental Resources. So in some ways, to answer your question, what if something was to get approved that would cause a hazard? The intent is that there would be testing prior to the project and during the lifespan of the project throughout to catch if there was anything that did occur like that.
So the method of testing, is that defined anywhere? Like where do they do the testing and what frequency and what spacing? Go ahead.
Per what's required by environmental resources.
So again, it's not defined. It's not defined.
Correct.
Okay. That's my concern.
It's going to, excuse me. At this point, because we don't know an exact layout, even you're talking about maybe changing what you had, I would work with the company on where to put the wells. You want wells up gradient to see what the water is before it goes under the solar farm. And on the south end, since the groundwater's moving northwest to southeast.
And what would happen if you did find some type of contamination? What would happen at that point?
We would look to see if it matches any of the materials that they have used.
And if it did, then what would happen?
Well, we'd have to work on getting rid of the contamination.
And who would pay for that?
There's different methods used for the contamination. If it's something that's going to volatilize off, you'd use an air stripper to treat it or just pump the water out. The material then that we're identifying would have to be removed.
Again, I'm still concerned about the, at that point, some type of decommissioning agreement, and then some type of a clarification of who pays for the remediation of whatever that is. Again, I'm not saying it would ever happen, but this is the time to talk that and get that worked out. So if it ever did happen, we have a plan. We know who's doing what.
I think it'd be good then to put in the companies responsible for the remediation.
So again, Justin, if you're paying attention, that would be another thing I'd like to see us add. Okay.
Which is pretty far-fetched.
I think that's all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a little more broader thoughts on this. If you all recall, we started the meeting giving a statement about ex parte communications, and we kind of each ended that with that we'd still have an open mind. And I think this is a great example of all of the testimony and all the comments definitely had impact on my open mind on this. I had a little bit of preconceived thoughts about where I thought it was going to be, and but it was very helpful for y'all to be here on that. And so the application, I was talking to Scott, was fully complete and in compliance with our current plan on the application process, correct? That was...
Yes, sir. And what I would add to that is that if one wants to see how and why, if you look at the first staff report that was presented to the MAC, it goes line by line through what the requirements are in the zoning code and how this application is compliant with those.
Okay, and that's satisfactory. And I agree much with what Commissioner Beatty was talking about on property rights. I lean in favor of property rights a lot, and I lean in favor of economic development. But I've got a couple of problems that I don't know we're going to be able to address these right now. But so Scott, this is going to be a question for you and then for Brent. So currently we operate, you've heard the word comprehensive plan a number of times today. And that is a state guideline issued for MPAs like WAMPO
The state allows us and authorizes us, and in some ways requires us to have a comprehensive plan in order for subdivision regulations. But it is the entity that allows us to have those, and it has some standards for that.
It's a little bit of the global Bible, so to speak.
It's a guide for the future. Yeah.
Right. And that's supposed to be updated. It's supposed to be looked at periodically, but our current one goes into 2035.
That's correct. That's the forecast. That it provides recommendation and guidance, and it specifically identifies the year 2035.
So one of my hesitancies is this is an application for 35 years, which is far beyond our 9 years from now. So we've got a 9-year comprehensive plan that we've been referencing a lot, but we're going to authorize potentially something for 35 years. I struggle with that. But the bigger alarm for me is we all heard Brent's financial report or financial analysis, and for those that were paying attention, we all were, or I was that we're not sure what the rules are in the state, in the Department of Revenue, or is it, is it coming out on? You even mentioned that you checked other appraisers in other counties. It's all over the place. And then we threw some numbers out that maybe it's this, maybe it's that. We don't know. So we as a body, or me as a person voting on this, I really struggle with making a decision about a 35-year obligation, and we don't know what the financial implications are on the land, on the project, the impact to the county, the impact to the cities and school districts, because we don't know that. And that bothers me really more than anything. I know Commissioner Beatty's got some great thoughts, and I agree a lot with everything that he may want to propose, but I don't see how I can support this in that a number of comments also were, oh, you all are what are they gonna say 20 years from now and 15, or how great you were and all this and that. And I'm sitting there going, 20 years from now, they could be saying, what the H were they doing when they didn't even know the implication. So maybe this is something that we need to work hard with our potentially legislative agenda, or directly with the Department of Revenue or BOTA or whatever, somebody to give us guidelines that we will know, at least I will know what's going on. So if there's a motion, I'm in agreement. I am for the project with all the rules, and I think the clarifications that Commissioner Howell has brought up have been very helpful. But I can't support it with what I've just said about the financial environment in the state until we get clarification on that. So maybe if a motion comes up, but I might even the thought of, do I add to the motion to say, well, I approve as long as we get answers from the state that are acceptable, that we would agree. So that's kind of convoluted, but at this point, I can't support anything going forward based on what I've just said. But I do like what Commissioner Beatty has potentially been talking about and wanting to do. So that's where I'm at. Okay. Brent, do you have anything to add on the financial world?
The only thing that I might add to that is that the biggest uncertainty with the project fiscally to local government is from the BES piece of it. If there was something in here where it was defined specifically how this battery facility would be used, to comply with the statute that makes it taxable, and I don't know if that's the intended use or not, but I'm going to defer to Justin on that.
And I may just supplement, is that okay, Commissioner Meister? I was just going to supplement what Brent said on that by noting that I think that idea, I see what Brent's saying. The concern I would have is just the way that Kansas Department of Revenue has provided guidance on this, PVD, Property and Valuation Division within Kansas Department of Revenue, is that the appraiser has to look at these BESs on a case-by-case basis, and there's a lot of lack of clarity. Everyone said that today. And so even with that language, I don't think I don't know that you could guarantee that it would provide any assurances that the public welfare, which is really what you're talking about, because that's some of the issues here in terms of the golden factors, that those would be addressed satisfactorily. I think it would still be kind of a question mark. That's how I would look at it. I think it's really hard to get this to not be a question mark right now based on how state law is worded.
Yeah. Well, so Brent, we've talked before, so there's a history in the community of like TIF districts. And if near the end of the TIF district, they add a little something in there, and then that starts the clock over. So when they replace the BES 10 years from now, does that start the clock of 10 years of things like that?
The guidance is fairly silent on what happens if there's a big replacement. However, they can add components and improvements, and if those occur during that first 10-year exemption period on the solar, if in year 3 they added some components, that's got a 7-year exemption, but then it's a taxable piece. But in terms of you pull them all out and put new ones in year 12, I've not seen any guidance on that. So,
okay, I think I've said enough. You all know how I feel.
Okay. Before I go to Commissioner Beatty, I want to ask: are we done with the applicant rebuttal, or are we just having commission discussion now?
I am.
Okay. We're done with applicant rebuttal.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't want to leave you standing there all night.
Appreciate it.
And I'm going to turn over to Commissioner Beatty, and I'm going to turn over Justin probably first. But first off, I want to say, I feel like we're probably getting close to a motion here, and I want to thank this crowd today. Everyone's been very respectful, and I think that's a sign of the people of Sedgwick County and how we are. This is a very. I've been in local politics for 15 years, and this is probably the most controversial and heated thing I've ever dealt with. And I just have the utmost respect for everybody in this room and how respectful you've been. And I would appreciate, as we go forward with any motions, any votes, please no applause, no boos, no, just remain as professional as you guys have been for the last 9 hours. So thank you very much.
You can do it.
Okay, Justin?
Thank you, Chairman. I did want to follow up. There's some discussion on the map that's still on the screen that's presented. I did at least want to note the applicant's agent presented as to Commissioner Wise's question about any consideration of reductions. And of course, the red properties are indicated on there as ones they would consider reducing. I just did want to note there were some comments about if that was done and then potential future amendments or other properties being added. I want to be very clear. The application you have in front of you today is just the application you have in front of you today. The board can't make any promises, implied promises, anything along those lines for anything else. And I don't know if that, I defer to commissioners, they would want to ask questions if that changes anything that the applicant was saying on offering to reduce the size. But I think that could be good to get clarity for the board's sake, at least, on if that's still would be something they would be still willing to propose, knowing that it's just today the application is being considered plus, or I should say minus potentially the properties in red, if they would still be comfortable with proposing that area in a reduced scope moving forward. Leave it to the commissioners if they want to ask that.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, so you're talking about making the modified site plan is what, and
Yeah, I think there was some mention by the applicant's agent about other property that's not part of this application, as though like in the future, and of course you're taking up the case in front of you.
Got it,
You
understood.
can't. And so
This site plan.
just to get clarity on if they are comfortable with the reduced size, if there's just, this is the case you're hearing today, we have no idea what the future holds on any potential applications. I thought it would be good for you to have clarity on the record from the applicant.
That's helpful. One of the things, Justin, I'm back at you, is, and possibly Brent, I expressed right out of the gate the frustration with the state that we do not have clear guidance, and that is very frustrating. They expressed Mission Clean Energy. They agreed. There's a lot of frustration. We don't have lack of clarity. But we have some clarity on the equipment, on the solar panels, on the land. We do have clarity there. The lack of clarity, to be clear, is that on the BESS? That's what we're looking at, the lack of clarity?
Commissioner Beatty, I think it is on the BESS. I do think there's still, I think, and if Brent sees it any differently, I see him going to the podium here, I think at a minimum there's a pretty strong likelihood that the BESS, even if it wouldn't get the CIME permanent exemption, that it would probably qualify for the 10-year exemption. That is my understanding. And so it's probably going to be able to get some sort of exemption. But I'm looking at Brent to see if he concurs with that. But
I think so, and it's going to depend upon whether it's defined as part of the solar project or a standalone project for storage, if you will, whether it's generation or just storage of electricity.
The county appraiser has, as Justin mentioned, it's subjective. They have the capacity to look at this on a case-by-case basis, correct?
That's
I think we've had in the public hearing today from the applicant and others is that I heard an intention that they didn't anticipate claiming an exemption on the BESS. I thought I heard that they completely, in the package they presented to the commission, included taxable on the BESS, that was going to be taxable. Question, I know that the appraiser isn't here, but if it's a case-by-case basis, and she's heard the public hearing and the public comments of what the intent is on record of the applicant, does that have weight in the decision on a case-by-case basis that she would look at this and say the intent of the applicant was not to use it, so my determination would be that this BESS would not qualify?
That would be part of the appraiser's recommendation to the Board of Tax Appeals. If an application for exemption was to be filed with the county appraiser, then the appraiser will make their recommendation whether approve or deny that exemption, submit it to VOTA for their judgment on that. So VOTA will make that final decision.
Okay.
Can you speak about our intention on the BESS tax abatements?
With Chairman's permission, I would enjoy having that on the record.
Okay, sure.
I was going to call our council to answer this in
I would enjoy, Justin, having this on the record if that's okay.
described way.
Thank you. Charles Renner with Hush Blackwell. I'll be brief. You've had a lot of comment today. And on the issue of the tax treatment for the project, I work on a number of projects like this. The most effective way to do this is there could be an IRB that has a fixed tax payment during that IRB term that matches the commitment that we're making on the project. And that would remove the question as to how the batteries are treated, because it would be all set under an IRB, and we're comfortable making that commitment today. And that would be in effect for the life of the IRB.
Okay. Brent, could you decipher what just came our way?
So as I understand that proposal, they would submit to the county an application for industrial revenue bonds to finance part or all of the project. Part of the approval process from the county commission for that IRB could be an agreement for payment in lieu of tax.
Say that again. Please say that again. Can you repeat that, please?
So an application would come to the county for industrial revenue bonds to be issued to finance whatever part of this project. Maybe it's just the best portion, maybe it's the whole thing. As a condition of the approval of those, there could be an agreement for payment in lieu of tax. at a set amount.
Okay.
Justin, I'm going to tap on your shoulder.
And I'm going to tap on your shoulder. We need some sound advice here of your honest opinion of what we can.
And Brent's telling you options from the financial end of things in terms of options that exist in terms of financial projects and things that can be done. I'm advising on legal issues. On the planning and zoning legal issues specifically. Again, you're sitting as a quasi-judicial body. The concern of any kind of agreement where the county or the fire district would receive money would be that could cause there to be concern about whether you're making a truly impartial decision and whether that would violate due process, right? So I would not suggest any arrangement or consideration or conditions that get into making a payment in lieu of taxes or any kind of other agreement that's providing money on this, just so that you stay in line with the principles under due process. Okay.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay. I know this is a huge impact for a handful of people, and it's like Commissioner Beatty said, you know, our foundation's on our property rights, and but it's such a delicate balance beam. Where do my property rights end? And if I'm infringing on my neighbor's property rights, their property value, where is that balance beam at? And we're talking about something that's over 35 years. And I look at this area, I don't know what's going to happen over the next 35 years, but I'm thinking there's going to be some growth in the area. You really can't go north. You can't really go any further east. I mean, I just think that this is a very important area for Sedgwick County, and I just want to ensure that we're making the right utilitarian decision for everybody. So I do want to make a motion, and I want to make a motion to override the recommendation of the MAPC and deny the zone change for the following reasons based on the golden factors with subsequent findings to support the motion. The character of the neighborhood is not consistent with proposed uses. The zoning uses and nearby properties are not consistent with the proposed use. Lastly, there's significant neighborhood opposition to this application. I make the following findings as part of this motion. There's significant neighborhood opposition as reflected by the protest petitions that amount to approximately 42.6% of the notice area of this case. Testimony at the MAPC meeting, a significant majority of which indicated opposition to the application, and the number of comments against the application received today. The character of the neighborhood is largely agricultural with single-family housing. The application would introduce a large-scale use for solar and a battery energy system to an industrial use that would be approximately 1,500 acres in size and would not be consistent with the existing character of that neighborhood. A majority of the neighboring properties that are zoned rural residential and single-family SF20 single-family are utilized for agricultural purposes and single-family housing. The proposed conditional use contemplates a use that is significantly more intensive than those in most nearby properties, making the zoning and uses out of the steps of those already found in the portion of unincorporated Sedgwick County. The bulk of the application is currently zoned for rural residential and single-family 20 houses. Denial of the application would enable the properties to continue to be utilized for agriculture and residential purposes, which would continue to be viable for the property. Nearby properties run the risk of having their property valuations negatively impacted if the applications would be approved. A study completed by the Virginia Tech in 2025 indicated that the residential houses located within 3 miles of a solar site would experience a 4.8% reduction in value. There are several homes located along the periphery at this application area and well within 3 miles, so this application would present some concerns and reduced valuations. The application area is just outside of the City of Wichita urban growth area. Within the comprehensive plan, the growth area is identified as the growth area through 2035 2025 or the next 9 years. The solar application has been proposed to last approximately 40 years. If approved, the solar application would act as an impediment to growth for this portion of unincorporated area for more than 30 years beyond the time frame of the contemplated within the urban growth area, meaning that would be an area that the city of Wichita might otherwise reasonably expect to grow within that window of time. I find the aesthetics of the rows upon rows of solar panels, which will all likely have a certain level of visibility, even with the screening that is contemplated, will not align with the rural characteristics of the application area. This is my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Ask a question. So if this motion carries, the applicant or another applicant on that property could reapply, what is the rules, in a year?
Yes, sir. Per the zoning code, if it's the same application, they have to wait 12 months. If it is a substantially different application, then it could go as soon as 6 months, but 6 months would be the shortest time period.
Thank you for clarifying.
So if the parcels are changed around, they could apply in 6 months if it's a different plan?
Well, that would generally be determined by the MAPC. When we run into questions about whether or not an application is substantially different than a prior one, we submit it to the MAPC for them to make that determination.
Okay.
And I may just supplement that some by also noting that I don't believe it goes out quite out 6 months at this stage, but there is currently a moratorium that you all have on large-scale solar. So if that were to still be in place, then that may be a factor as well.
Okay. Scott, just one more question. Is it 6 months from the denial date, or 6 months or a year, whatever, from the denial date or their original, from the denial date, I assume, if it's denied?
I would have to look that up. I don't know if it's based on MAPC date or if it's denial date. I can look that up.
And Chairman, I don't know that off the top of my head either. We could check into that. I think it's from the denial date, but
okay. Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. It's up to me to go first.
No pressure.
You guys, so any other questions or comments from any of you?
Okay. I would make some comments if I had a chance.
Go ahead.
All right. Did you during the vote, Justin?
Yes, Chairman, if you want to open it up to discussion, I think that's
okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I know this is one of those things where the two sides are about as far apart as you guys can be. That makes this job really hard because we have a binary decision. We have to say we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And it makes it really uncomfortable. And I know that someone's going to walk away really angry and someone's going to walk away celebrating perhaps. But at the end of the day, you know, I mentioned a number of amendments I would like to see us make. And there's really, I don't think there's a political will right now to go do that. I probably could make some amendments to make me happier about this. I still need to I'm not so sure even then I would vote for it at that point. So I'm not so sure that would completely make me happy. I think there's even amendments I didn't quite articulate well enough to, that's like this one, and I know that there's maybe future work on our solar panel regulations that we might take today's case and maybe learn from that. Maybe we can do some things better next time. But all I know is I'm really not ready to go forward yet. I don't like either option, honestly. I don't like to say no or yes. I feel like in the uncertainty, I'll probably support the motion right now. But I can see that we have to continue to work on this. I think there's work to be done. We can make things better at some point, and I probably could be convinced to support it at some point. I'm not there today. But, Mr. Chairman, I just appreciate the decorum and the work that's been done today. Staff has done an incredible job, and I know everyone has a stake in this battle today. So I just want to say thank you for all you've done so far, but I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bailey.
Just last comments. Thank you again for my colleagues, your perspective. Thanks for everybody that took part in this today, all the staff work. We spent a long time developing these policies, and apparently the policies, we have an application that fits the policy, and the policy isn't working. So I would encourage us to get back in the room and figure out what we have to do in a policy to make sure that everybody knows the level playing field, that when they make an application, they know the rules of the game. There's a lot of dollars, a lot of time, a lot of people that get into this. I agree with, I'm very frustrated that the state gives us no guidance, because I know that's motivating a lot of the conversations here. I was willing to make some modifications that I think would have really helped to draw a balance. I think that would have helped to alleviate some of the pain points. But I can read the room pretty well, and I understand that we're not going to have the political will for those conditions and those modifications. In defense of our farmers and property rights for our landowners, I will be voting no. And it's in defense of the property rights and landowner property rights, and the defense of our farmers that in this county are hurting. These farmers are hurting, and they have economic opportunity on their land, and I'm not going to tell them no. I'm not looking our farmers in the face and telling them that the only thing they can do on that land is farm. I'm not doing it. I won't do it. I understand the political cost of that, but I will take a stand for property rights and take a stand for our farmers every chance I get. So I'll be voting no.
Okay. So there's no other discussion. We call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty?
No.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Chairman Buba?
Aye. And the motion passes 4-1. I'm going to ask everybody to, we'll adjourn till 5:15 or till 5:30.
Recess.
Yeah, recess would be the word.
Yeah, sorry, not adjourn. Yeah. Well, we're going to recess till 5:30, and please try to give the commissioners respect and stuff, and we'll be back in here at 5:30. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It's 5:32. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item Z, CON 2026-00048, conditional use request in the county to permit utility major for solar energy conversion system on properties zoned RR Rural Residential District, generally located between West 71st Street South and West 87th Street South, and between South 151st Street West and South 103rd Street West.
Okay. Scott, before we start, I would like to go back through ex parte disclosures again, just like we did earlier.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have had numerous, it's the same statement I made earlier this morning, but numerous emails, phone calls, meetings with the applicant, and meetings with citizen opposition groups, and correspondence from our friends at Clearwater, the city government, and the mayor. So I've had a lot, but just like this morning, I'm going to remain open to the presentation and the decision.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I, as well, have had ex parte communication. I've had communication with the applicant's representatives. I've had communication with a lot of property owners, a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls. I've had communication with neighboring property owners, and a lot of people that are supportive of solar projects. So again, just like this morning, I remain open-minded. I'll base my decision upon the information, the statements that are included in the record in this hearing. So looking forward to it.
I've had conversation with the landowners. I've had conversation with the landowners' agents. I've had conversations with the landowners' attorney. I've had conversations with the public. I've had conversations with people that are for solar. I've had conversations with people that are against solar. Had several hundred emails. I've responded, had dialogue back and forth, and I maintain an open mind in this matter, and I will base my decision based upon the information and statements that have been included in the record and what is presented during today's meeting.
I too have had ex parte communication through applicants' representatives, property owner applicants, communications with neighboring property owners, both for and against this project, communications with others outside of the project area that are either supportive or opposed to it. As a general rule, these communications reflect those of what was presented and heard at the MAPC meeting as well. I maintain an open mind on this matter and am ready to hear the case today.
Thank you, Chairman. I too have had extensive discussions with proponents and opponents, both from the community and applicants, attorney. It's hard to even count how many different conversations we've had. Earlier I said I had over 1,000 emails. Really, that was combined between the two projects, so I should have said that probably differently. And if you don't mind, I'd like to say what I said earlier, that is, this is a different hearing, and I want to ask Justin, I guess, to clarify. This hearing should not reflect on anything that was previously said. This one needs to stand alone, and so if you want me to consider something, I hope you'll say it here today, or on this hearing, because I'm not going to reflect on the previous one. That's history now. So say what you need to say, and as we go into this hearing today, I have no opinion whatsoever, so you need to speak to me. Thank you so much.
And Chairman, just Commissioner Howell did mention to me, I would say that I agree with you and that you consider this case on its own merits and the information that's provided. Thank you.
Yep. Again, I think we're all in agreement with that. That case has been voted on and over, and this is fresh eyes, fresh ears, and a new case. So, Scott, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, good evening. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. So for this one, as was indicated, the applicant is requesting a conditional use in order to allow for utility major for a solar energy conversion system. This item is being heard because the application has been protested. In terms of the request, the applicants have indicated they're requesting the conditional use in order to develop a solar project that is 1,360 acres. Here's the map that shows the location, and I apologize, Clearwater shows up a bunch on there because these these are where different parcels have been annexed into Clearwater. So the subject site consists of multiple ownership parcels. It's approximately, as I said, it's 1,360 acres in size. It's zoned, majority of it's rural residential, and the majority of it is currently in agricultural use. In terms of context of the surroundings, properties surrounding the application area are mostly zoned rural residential, and so here's the map that shows that. The majority of the properties are in use for agriculture. However, there are multiple properties in the area that are developed with single-family homes. These include farmhouses and large lot single-family subdivisions, which are predominantly located in the east, south, and west. Multiple single-family residential lots near the project area have been annexed into the city of Clearwater and are zoned R1 rural residential, R1 single-family dwelling district. And again, that's not a zoning district you'd normally hear, but that's because that's Clearwater's zoning district. In terms of the staff report provides additional information about information requested by the MAPC for their second meeting when they considered this case, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment, as well as a review of the application and the comprehensive plan. In addition, attached to the staff report are multiple documents, including a review of the application and the Unified Zoning Code supplementary use regulations, minutes from the MAPC meetings, public comments received in favor and against the application, and then graphics illustrating the project area and proposed landscaping and other elements. In terms of review, on May 19th, the Planning Commission, the MAPC, considered this application. The MAPC heard comments from 34 public speakers. Of those, 32 indicated they were in opposition, 2 indicated they were in support. The MAPC closed the public hearing and voted to defer the application to a later date, their June 25th meeting, with a request that Planning Department staff provide additional follow-up info. On May 26th, the City of Clearwater approved a resolution expressing opposition to this application. That resolution is attached as one of the attachments to the staff report. On June 25th, the MAPC considered this application for the second time and the follow-up information. No additional public comment was received because the public hearing was closed. The MAPC voted to approve the application subject to staff recommended conditions, and that vote was 6-4-1. There was one abstention, and that was because that planning commissioner was not present at the first meeting when they considered this application, and so they opted to sit this one out. The number of recommended conditions for this one is 39, and they include a variety of conditions, including landscaping, environmental health, decommissioning, health and safety, and more. In terms of protests, the number of protests received against this application was 103. That equaled 71% of the net protest area, which exceeds the state threshold of 20%, so it requires a supermajority of 4 of 5 votes in order to approve this conditional use. So the recommended action coming to you from the MAPC is to adopt the findings of the MAPC, approve the conditional use with the recommended conditions, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, authorize the resolution to be published. Again, requires 4 out of 5 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can override the MAPC, adopt alternative findings, and deny the application. That would require a 2/3 majority or 4 out of 5 votes because it's an override. Or as always, you can return the case to the MAPC for further consideration with a statement specifying the basis for the failure to approve or deny the application, and that would just require a simple majority or 3 of 5 votes. So also similar, I do want to comment that we've got a number of staff who are here today to help answer questions. Brent is one of those, and I believe he's got some comments on the financial analysis. I will ask him or defer the podium to him in just a moment. I'm going to go through some graphics real quick. So here's the map that shows the application area. This is the zoning map that was described earlier. This is a map from the comprehensive plan, again showing that it's not in an urban growth area. Here's a better map, also from the comprehensive plan, but it is right adjacent and abutting areas of the urban growth area for Clearwater. Here's the map from the urban area of influence map from the zoning code. And so, as you know, there's a formal process for communication and notification on this. But again, this is outside of the urban area of influence for Clearwater, but abutting it. Here's the protest map that was described earlier. Again, you can see that the protest added up to 71% of the protest area. This is a site plan that was submitted as part of the application. This is one that details the vegetative and screening. This is, I believe this is the transportation routes, yep. And then there were a number of graphics that were prepared in terms of what the site would look like in the future with proposed landscaping. And so I'll take you through some of the photos or illustrations of that. So, and there's a sequence of timing on this. They show that the trees as they grow and mature in different locations, what the panels look like. And some of these, the panels are off in the distance, so they're kind of difficult to see. Here's the panels installed. Here's panels installed. Vegetation. So there's a number of these, and I'll kind of try and move through them pretty quickly. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over the podium to Brent so he can come up with the analysis on the finances.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, again, Brent Shelton, your Deputy CFO. This one's a little simpler in terms of the fiscal impacts to local governments than the previous one because it is simply a solar project. So it's a little more straightforward. The project investment is about $110 million. In solar equipment. That would apply, would be eligible then for the solar exemption for 10 years. That $110 million investment gets depreciated down to 20% of that, then times the assessment rate of 25%. So you basically have $5.5 million of assessed value going on the tax roll in year 11. As we discussed before, the underlying real estate would be reclassified from agricultural use to a commercial use class. That will typically cause that value of that land to increase. But as I said earlier, we have an opinion, not a directive or not a formal guidance from Property Valuation Division that the land is also exempt during that 10-year period of time. So in year 11, it moves forward. Everything comes back on the tax roll for this project, and the projected Let me back up one thing. During that 10-year period, they have pledged $385,000 a year for payment in lieu of tax during that period of time. So that's $3.8 million that this would generate during the first 10 years. Then, doing the math with the typical mill levy, we're looking at about $660,000 a year in property tax generation from this solar facility. Questions on that?
Brent, did you do a sheet on this like you did the other one?
We've got one here that's that shows a year-by-year comparison of this with the other typical types of investment that might be made on the real estate, whether it's commercial or residential.
I'm just trying to, ask similar questions of what I did earlier, just trying to be consistent and trying to identify what the property tax value would be if there weren't the exemption, and trying to better understand.
Yeah, that's good.
How that changes after you go into year 10 or 11.
Okay. So under the solar proposal, you would have $385,000 a year for the first 10 years. Then that goes to $661,600 based on that investment and the depreciation. And I think we've used about 120 mills for that calculation. If a similar commercial investment were to be made, and let's put it subject to a 10-year tax exemption, it would generate $220,000 per year for the first 10 years. That would all go to the school capital outlay fund. Nothing to the county or the fire district or anyone else. When it's fully on the tax roll, you're looking at about $2.9 million a year in tax generation. So it would be a more lucrative to the public sector type of investment than a solar farm. Residential, what we did was took, let's say, over the period of over 20 years, if it built out enough residential to equal that $110 million investment, because probably don't get that many houses that fast. So we just prorated it over 20 years, and you can see those results on the in the top graph, that in year one it's generating about $66,000 in total property tax. It goes all the way down to about $1.3 million per year in year 20. So as I mentioned before, the agriculture land generating about $5,500 a year in tax. If it goes to solar, you've got the projections there, $385 for 10 years and then $661, and then a potential commercial investment with tax abatement for 10 years, or just straight residential development kind of coming online over the next 20 years. So those were the assumptions that went into that chart. It's broken down further on there for specific to county, county fire, school, and so forth.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about it?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Brent, this is its own application, brand new application. There is no BES in this application, correct? So we have no questions or concerns about lack of significant guidance on the BES with this application. This is really just, we understand the equipment, the panels, we understand the land, we have guidance from PVD on that, so, but no BES, so no confusion on that, correct?
Right, none at all.
Okay, thanks.
Much more straightforward in that respect.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I guess we're ready for the applicant then? Okay. Yep. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing at this time, and we'll start with the applicant. The applicant will have 10 minutes. I can go ahead and read my, I'm going to read my disclosures again, as I did earlier, just to ensure we all know the ground rules. So we appreciate every member of the public here today and want to provide an opportunity to speak with those who want to do so. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes for their remarks. We're going to allow the applicant 10 minutes, and then commissioners will be able to ask the applicant questions after the time, and that won't count against your 10 minutes. Please be respectful of the comments and try not to duplicate anything that has already been stated. I'm asking for decorum, respect through this evening's public hearing. Everybody's great today. So please stick to your time allocation. No disruptive outbursts, clapping, cheering, booing. Failure to comply with these could lead to removal from the chambers. We'll provide breaks probably at 7 again, and we'll see how much further we go from there. Pursuant to state law and Wichita-Sedgwick County zoning code, there is not a requirement that a public hearing be held by the Board of County Commissioners. However, consistent with standard practices of the Board of County Commissioners, in order to ensure additional transparency, the board will be holding full public hearings on both these matters. I kind of stated that earlier. Like when I was on the Wichita City Council, normally the City Council wouldn't hear something like this because they've already heard it once. And even though this has been heard once, we're choosing to hear from the public again, as well as the applicant, because we want to ensure transparency. So does anybody have any questions about those rules? Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and go on. Please state your name and address, or address the company.
Yes, my name is Ben Metcalf. The company is in Overland Park, Kansas at 7500 Metcalf Boulevard, which happens to be my last name. I am Ben Metcalf, the Vice President of Development at TED Renewables. Now I'm here today on behalf of Branchline Solar and the 6 landowning families who are our co-applicants and partners. They have leased us the 1,360 acres that are in our application. That gives us the project design flexibility for the 650 acres that this project will ultimately occupy once it's built. We are here today because of them. Now, I want to be clear on the outset about what this vote is about and what it's not about. This vote is not about solar versus some other hypothetical land use that would require these families to sell their land. These families have chosen not to sell their land, but to lease their land and partner with Branchline Solar. And so this vote is on a narrower and more important question: whether 6 farm families who own land here, who pay taxes on it, and follow every rule this county set, have the right to decide how to use it. That's the question. So let me tell you who they are, because this argument doesn't belong to me, it belongs to them. They will live with your decision long after I've gone home. I work for them today. Bob Hay has farmed here his whole life, was trustee of Ohio Township for 16 years, and always been a big supporter of this community. He was the first to partner with us back in 2023. Bob wanted to be here today, but he fell ill this morning and let us know that he could not make it. Marion Barrow is a retired teacher and farmer, having taught in Hayesville schools for 15 years and farmed in Sedgwick County with his late wife for over 40 years. He owns 40 acres involved with the project that is currently farmed by another one of our partners. This land has been in his family for decades. David and Debbie Klossmeyer grew up farming and farm today. They also operated a beloved pumpkin patch. David and Debbie's 2 sons farm with them. Adam teaches school here. He and his wife Jessica partnered on 78 acres. Scott and his wife Carrie partnered on 116 acres. Both families saw the same thing: diversification and long-term stability for their children. The Struthers family has farmed the same ground since 1893. Through the Depression, through the farm crisis of the 80s, through every commodity cycle since, Wes Struthers farms it today. He isn't here asking you for a favor. He's simply asking to be able to make one more decision on land that his family has stewarded for over a century. 6 farm families, deep roots in this county. Every one of them made a decision about their land under rules this county wrote. Some of them will be speaking and telling their story today. As a kid, I loved going to my cousin's house when I grew up. My uncle raised hogs and crops like his father and grandfather before him. I have never met a harder worker. I was in high school when they sold it. Hog prices had stayed down for too many years in a row. There's only so long a family can scrape by. So when a farm family finds a way to put a floor under their operation on their own ground inside the rules, I don't believe government should be the one that takes that away. So now let me tell you the story of how Branchline came to be. In the summer of 2023, we found available capacity on the 138 kV line that runs through Nissaquah Township to the substation north of the Occidental Chemical Plant. More importantly, Bob Hay wanted to partner with us and host the project. We filed our interconnection application with Southwest Power Pool that fall. That same season, this board placed a 6-month moratorium on solar. We kept investing and we waited. Your planning department did the work. Research, an open house, a public survey, months of consensus buildings with cities and advisory boards on setbacks, size, configuration, and urban growth. The MAPC approved that 13-1. This board went further. It extended the moratorium for another 6 months, hired a consulting firm, and in September 2024 adopted a still more restrictive ordinance, 4-1. Under the new ordinance, solar was no longer allowed in urban growth areas. As you can see, about 2/3 of our project, the land that Bob Hay had signed with us, was within an urban growth area. By then, we were 18 months into the second of 3 phases of SPP study with millions in financial security posted and at risk. But the real cost wasn't ours. Bob Hayes had lost the right to use his ground. Unless we could find new landowners along the same transmission line whose land complied with the new ordinance, Branchline Solar would be regulated out of business. Bob Hay already was. We didn't come back asking for a waiver or an exemption. We rebuilt the project to fit your rules. 5 new families came forward, and Bob Hay had one more parcel adjacent to the new project area. Branch Line Solar is the project it is today because it's what this new ordinance created. Now, you heard a different application this morning. I won't characterize it or your decision on it. I'd only ask that Branch Line and the decision of these 6 families be decided on their own. Branch Line started development before this ordinance was written. When the new ordinance made our original project area out of compliance, we didn't ask for a waiver. We moved to follow the ordinance. We have gone through 3 years of engineering studies with Evergy and Southwest Power Pool. Our interconnection agreement is ready to be signed. Our project is ready to be built and to begin delivering power to support our economy and our way of life. This is not a speculative project. Every light that switches on, every factory that produces goods, a grain elevator that processes food, they all rely on electricity. If we choose not to build new power plants, we are choosing to have less power, which means more expensive power, which means limited economic growth. You cannot have it both ways. Now, briefly on Clearwater. I want to be respectful. The city has every right to be heard, and the council is doing what it believes is right for its residents. But I'd ask you to hold 2 things at once. The people who own this ground are your constituents too. Some of these families have been here for generations, and this decision rests with you, not the city. Clearwater isn't buying the ground. It isn't annexing it. It doesn't tax it. And still, the city has adopted a resolution asking you to take the extraordinary act of overturning a decision these families made about land the city doesn't own because someday it might want it. Now, I am not making a legal argument here. But to these families, this feels like a lot like eminent domain, just without the check. And I'd be doing them a disservice if I didn't say that today. This county did the hard work, spent over a year writing an ordinance to service residents. Your staff spent months reviewing our application, found it met your standards, and recommended it to the MAPC with conditions. We've accepted every condition your staff recommended. The MAPC held a 5-hour public hearing, deliberated, deferred, met again, and ultimately agreed with your staff. They recommended to approve Branch Line Solar. They affirmed the property rights of these 6 families. Now some final thoughts. We have spent $2 million on this project since your ordinance was passed. We spent it because your ordinance said we could, because we believed it meant something. $550,000 of that is a non-refundable deposit on a transformer. $3.5 million more is posted with SPP and is at risk today. Branch Line is a $175 million project ready to build, but our interconnection agreement has to be signed by Friday. A delay isn't a delay, it's a denial. We're not asking you to rush, we're asking you for a decision, either way. If you approve, we sign on Friday and pay Evergy the first installment of $17 million to connect our project to the grid. If this board overturns an application that met every requirement in your code, then the code isn't a standard, it's a suggestion. That should worry every landowner in this county, not just these 6. Either the code means something or it doesn't. Property rights didn't start with this ordinance. They're why the Struthers family broke this ground in 1893 and why they're still farming it today. I urge you, uphold this ordinance that these families followed. Stand with them and leave no doubt that in Sedgwick County, a family's land is still their own.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Beatty?
Yep, I appreciate the presentation, appreciate the investment for everybody sticking around, and for those that are just joining us, thank you. A couple questions pursuant to the screening piece of this. I know there's a landscape plan. We'll go through the landscape plan, things like that. Can you tell me a little bit about the fencing mechanism that you have and what is in your application?
Yes, so our fence will be a 6-foot woven wire fence with wooden posts. We find these both meet the National Electric Code and are more appropriate for the rural environment. Around our substation will be required to also meet the National Electric Code, which will require a 6-foot fence with 1 foot of barbed wire. That's the same standard that is applied to every other substation that's in this county or in this country.
Okay. And then the landscaping plan, obviously, we'll go through as part of the conditions. They're going to get a swing at it with staff to make sure everything's in compliance. I want to talk a little bit about setbacks. As you know, the 250 from the dwelling unit. Would your project have any opposition? I have a lot of concern about residential houses being abutted too closely to the project and the project's panels. Would your project have any angst about changing with the condition to help modify the aesthetics and moving it from 250 feet from the dwelling unit to 300 feet from the property line before a solar panel can be placed?
If it's 300 feet from the property line of a dwelling unit, that is one thing. If it's 300 feet from the property line, that would be another thing. Because if on the other side of that property are cornfields, I don't know that that additional feet would really be requiring a fairly suboptimal land use. So I think the really concern here is, can we have your infrastructure be further away from houses? Absolutely. Okay. Is there a way to do that with a condition? Absolutely. I would ask that it be a little bit more nuanced than just a blanket 300 feet away from the property line. Okay. I would ask that it takes into account the land use of that other parcel. Okay. That to me would be a little bit more elegant way. Otherwise, that could be pretty, punitive on parcels of land that these families own that want to participate, that really isn't going to meet the intent of a further setback. And that intent I fully support, and our project fully supports.
Okay. Well, I'll take a peek at it as we get going. Back to screening, I get very concerned about residential dwellings that have your project on 2 or more sides. In previous conversations, I've suggested the use of strategic berms, 16 to 18 foot tall, with your fencing, landscape berms to help not just with the mitigation aesthetically, but also with any noise mitigation. Yeah. If we were to look and to see, and again, I can work through these things, would you have any angst to some strategically placed berms?
I would feel really supportive of that if it was for a battery. I think that may be a little bit excessive for solar. I think if strategic, 18 feet of dirt is a lot of dirt, and that'd move a lot of topsoil. And I think that that same objective, if the concern is noise, that objective can be met, and we fully support that by ensuring that the inverters are very far away from the fence line, which they are in our design anyhow, but we can memorialize that.
What about aesthetic? What if berms are there for an aesthetic appeal?
I think if the berms are there around 100 feet, that's a lot different than if the berms are there around, say, 5,000 linear feet. That would probably destroy the economics of any development of any type, because that'd be pretty tough.
Okay. I'll circle back with more questions later. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah. This application is nearly the maximum size that is allowed per the regulations to be considered. Is it detrimental to the project to have all of this land, or have you considered, as I look at the map, we have some owners, and I'm glad I looked up that one of the areas that's not highlighted is actually one of the applicant's lands, so that makes a lot of sense. But we have some owners, or at least one that has all 3, if not 4 sides that are going to be surrounded. Is that what makes this feasible for you, is in this size, or is there a detriment if you were to reduce size?
No, thank you for that question. So in our application, it is for 1,360 acres to provide us flexibility if there was a 2-mile rule that we needed to comply with. Inside the fence will only be 650 acres. And if my engineering colleagues were here, they'd tell me to say 645 acres to be specific and accurate. So the areas in gray, which are the alternate areas, they we would not build in those areas. We have the areas in blue. Those are meant to demonstrate that we have flexibility with our design to meet the conditions of an increased setback, to meet the conditions if there is a 2-mile ordinance. But to be very clear, we are only asking to permit 650 acres within our fence.
Okay.
And the rest of those acres would be, majority of them would be released, especially, so like, on a parcel that would have no panels on it, we would release the full parcel. On this area, on this area where you see there's no panels, but we're in the majority of the parcel, we would still pay for that. So the 650 doesn't necessarily equate to how we would be compensating our partners for our lease terms, but the majority of these, every area in gray would be able to be released. And only 600, in our application only allows 650 acres to be within the fence line.
Per the regulations, it's 65% of the land use. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, 65% coverage is the maximum that they can do on property.
Okay.
And that would be within that fence line for 650 acres.
Okay. This question's probably for Justin. Within his presentation or his 10 minutes, there was, it was implied that because we have regulations in place for a conditional use permit for this land use, that somehow we don't have a authority to vote on or hear these cases. Can you just kind of walk through what legalities there are between having regulations in place for consideration versus what's an automatic approval?
Certainly, Commissioner Wise, Justin Wagner, County Councilor. Understand the argument the applicant's making on this, but I also would point out, just because the board has adopted regulations on this, there's still a requirement. It doesn't allow this to just be approved by right. It's not like they have to go through a process. There's a zoning and notice process. It is a conditional use application where a decision has to be made. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. So it doesn't mean that just any up to 1,500 acre area in the unincorporated area is just approved if it meets the requirements. It also has to be under the golden factors. You analyze the use, whether it's a reasonable use for that location, whether the golden factors weigh in favor of it being a reasonable use or whether they don't. And you can consider other factors in addition to the golden factors. The Kansas Appellate Court case law says that. So it's still very much an open case for you to consider, just like every zoning case you guys consider. If it was by right, you wouldn't be hearing the case today. So does that answer your question, Commissioner Wise?
Yes, it did. I just wanted that on the record. Thank you.
Do you know how many houses are within 1,000 feet?
Give me 1 second. Let me defer to one of my colleagues. I don't have all these things memorized. Maya, do you have that number off the top of your handy? We would love to follow up with you perhaps later this evening.
For me too, please.
We can look up that. And I think we should be specific, though, to the 650 acres that we would actually develop.
Okay.
Do you want to do all homes or not participating homes?
The question was all homes?
All homes and then divide out participating too.
Okay. At 100 feet. We'll Yeah, I understand your question, and I apologize. I don't have that at my finger.
Just trying to understand how many are within 1,000, how many are within 100, and then how many of them have done a good neighbor or are a landowner, and on both 100 and 1,000. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions right now, Commissioners? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think I've ever had the chance to speak with this applicant regarding the actual installation plan. Are these going to be mounted to steel, I guess I use the word piers or some kind of a post that's driven into the ground?
That's correct.
They're installed. These are also active. They'll follow the sun from east to west each day, but they're fixed on their azimuth.
That's correct.
Okay, or I should say elevation, I should say. this decommissioning plan is also essentially only required to remove things that are 3 feet or less below the soil. Is that correct?
I would need to double check the commissioning plan, but that is a pretty standard line that I've seen in commissioning plans across the states.
Do you know what would be installed that's deeper than 3 feet that might be left behind?
There may be times, depending on the soil conditions, that you would want to put a medium voltage connector cable lower than that, but it's certainly not an impediment in engineering to work around that if there was a different intent from this board.
Okay, we'll talk about that again later, I suppose. I'm just, how tall are these panels? What's the highest point on the panels off the ground?
So the panels are about 1 meter by 2 meters, so about 3 feet by 6 feet, and then they will rotate 60 degrees. And so typically when they're at 60 degrees, you'll be 18 to 24 inches from the lowest point off. So that's what the math would be for the azimuth. And I would say probably, I'm not going to do trigonometry in my math, but no more than 12 to 15 feet.
Okay, 15 feet. So the previous commissioner was speaking about berms of, up to 16 feet. I'm just wondering if those were on the perimeter. They would probably block the view from anything that's probably quite a bit lower than.
Yes, sir.
I mean, for example, let's say the berm was at 10 feet, for example. You would have a hard time, unless you were standing far, far back, you would not see those panels unless they were, unless the ground changes elevation. There may be reasons why you might see them in some conditions, but I would think that you would be, let's say you were at the road and you were looking at that berm, it would block your view, even if the berm was 10 feet and these were 16 feet. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
And yes, and that seems reasonable.
I'm just getting to the idea of the height of the berm or whatever that would be, what would be adequate in terms of blocking the view. So I know I've got more questions. We'll get to those later, but thank you so much.
Any other questions? You guys still? Okay. All right, if we don't have any questions, I guess I'm going to open up the public hearing then. And I guess we can just come back to that information whenever, after we get done with the remainder of the public hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and start off. I'll state your name and then please state your name and address for the record. First one, Chris Robideau and Neil Dillons. Good evening, Chris.
Hello. My name is Chris Rubidoux, and I live at 14111 West Prairie Grass Circle, Clearwater. And I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed TED Renewables Branch Line Industrial Solar Project on property zoned rural residential, single family -20. This land is zoned for agriculture and single family residences for a reason. The rural character, open space, farming heritage, and quality of life would be negatively impacted and permanently changed with a utility scale solar facility. The introduction of industrial infrastructure into an area never intended for it will create long-term impacts on nearby homes, families, and farms. Regardless of setbacks, buffers, or landscaping, this remains an industrial use project adjacent to residences and agricultural operations. In addition, the project would limit future growth for the community of Clearwater. This utility-scale solar facility would restrict long-term planning opportunities. A considerable portion of the proposed project directly butts up to neighborhoods on multiple sides that are currently annexed into the Clearwater corporate city limits and are on Clearwater city water. These and numerous other homes are also within Clearwater's area of influence. The certified property owners list in the application contains 143 property descriptions. 16 of these are related to the applicants. From the remaining 127 property descriptions, 103 protest petitions were submitted by property owners. This equates to 71% of the total land area of real property within 1,000 feet of the proposed project. This signals strong opposition by neighborhood residents. Zoning exists to protect compatible land uses and provide predictability for residents and property owners. Approving a utility-scale solar project in an agricultural and rural residential zone with so many homes within close proximity undermines that purpose and sets a precedent for incompatible development. I respectfully ask commissioners to deny this application and protect the agricultural integrity, rural residential character, and future development opportunities of Clearwater and the surrounding area. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Any questions for Chris? Okay, thank you very much.
Chris.
And then Christy Ellis will be after Neil. Go ahead.
All right. Hello. My name is Neil Dillon. I reside at 14311 Prairie Grass Circle, Clearwater. I'm in opposition to the Ted Renewal Solar Project. This evening, I would like to make references to Golden Rule number 8, pretty much what I think Chris has already said here. I'd like to add that we had over 1,100 signatures against this. We had a petition against it, and that was taking place within 2 weeks span. We only had 2 weeks to get the petitions to sign in. In addition to that, 71% of the people that live within 1,000 feet signed a protest petition by property owners. It's Golden Rule number 8. You guys already know it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Christy Ellis, and then Mary Grogan. Hi, Christy.
Hi, my name is Christy Ellis, and my address is 12233 West 35th Street South in Wichita. I'm here today to speak in opposition of the TED Branch Line Solar Project. I grew up just outside of Clearwater. My parents still reside in Clearwater. I also live near the proposed project. I want to talk about the 2 items of Section V.C.8 of the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Zoning Code. They specify the review criteria that must guide your decision. Specifically, I'm going to discuss criteria A and G, also known as Golden Rules number 1 and 7. Golden Rule 1 asks a simple question. Does the proposed use fit the existing zoning, the uses of the ground, and the existing character of the area? The answer here is no. The zoning uses and character of this area is rural agricultural and residential. It features working farms, cattle grazing, rural homes on larger lots, and people who live there because it feels like the country. The zoning matches that. The uses on the ground match that. There is no industrial zoning or uses near the application area, and there's no nearby zoning that is not residential. The introduction of industrial use is exactly opposite of this description of the current area. It is not within the zoning use or character of the neighborhood. Installation of thousands of panels, trackers, inverters, and a project substation is incompatible with that character. It's going to change the area forever, for 30 plus years, if not forever. It takes land that has been used for agriculture and turns it into something that no longer fits the neighborhood. Golden Rule 7 asks you to evaluate the impact on community facilities. These are the roads, fire department, and emergency services, the stuff that we count on to keep the area safe. The project covers over 1,000 acres. During construction, you're going to have heavy trucks running up and down the rural roads. Some of these are gravel. These weren't built for that kind of traffic. What happens when the roads are damaged? Even if the applicant covers the repair cost, how long do those who live there and travel on them daily have to wait for that to happen? After it's built, you've got a big fenced industrial site sitting out in the middle of farmland and rural homes. Fire and emergency response out there is already stretched, and this type of facility brings its own problems. Electrical fires, limited access, and equipment that first responders aren't using on a regular basis. Golden Rules 1 and 7 are there so you don't approve something that overloads the facilities the rest of the community relies on and stops this kind of incompatibility to current zoning and use. This is not a small add-on. It's a large industrial facility in a rural area. The impact on roads, emergency services, and local infrastructure is real, and it falls on the people who already live and work there. It's obvious this request does not meet the review criteria as outlined in Golden Rules 1 and 7. I know my time's up, but I did want to add that after being involved in this process, I have a new appreciation for the tough decisions that you guys have to make, and I just really appreciate your service to our community.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Christy? Okay, Mary Grogan and Dennis Woods up next. Good evening, Mary.
Good evening. Haven't had lunch, haven't had supper.
You haven't had a drink, have you, Mary?
I'm going to have drinks. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Grogan, and my husband and I reside at 5627 South Tyler Road, Clearwater. I'm speaking on Golden Rule Number 2, the suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it has been restricted. I strongly object to the conditional use application for the Ted Branch Line Solar Facility in southwest Sedgwick County. The property is zoned single-family -20 and rural residential. There are residences and agricultural uses on the subject properties. These properties are suitable for the current uses. The properties are also suitable for development of housing developments in the future, which would be allowed in the SF20 zoning. The ground is prime farm ground and is excellent for farming. This divergence matters because it is shaping irreversible decisions. It is also at odds with the direction of the federal policy. In August 2025, USDA accounted it would no longer contribute taxpayer dollars to fund solar panels on productive farmland. Consistent with the United States policy in ending taxpayer support for unreliable solar supply chains in and controlled by foreign adversaries. I urge you to deny this application, and thank you for your time. And I'd like to state I've been in this county for 66 years, and yeah, it's not suitable for this property.
Okay. Anybody got any questions for Mary? Thank you. Dennis Woods, and followed by George Palmer.
Yes, sir.
Dennis, how are you?
Good evening. Once again, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dennis Woods. I reside at 5201 South 119th Street West, Clearwater, 67026. And I'm here to speak in opposition to the TED Renewables utility-scale solar installation near the community of Clearwater. My dilemma is, in all of this, that the narrative doesn't match the facts. I look at the reason I may feel that way or why. Number one, there's no shortage of power in this state. We produce 156% of needs currently. It's not cheaper. It's up to 4 times more expensive than more traditional types of power generation, such as natural gas. It's not efficient. Mike Thompson, one of our senators, says that the sun only shines 20% of the time, and the best you can hope for with these solar panels is 24% conversion of sunlight to energy. It's governmentally subsidized. We've kind of beat that horse to death through tax abatements and federal tax credits. It's foreign owned, and I won't go into the detail on that. And it doesn't meet, most importantly for me, the golden rules of zoning. Little history on the golden rules of zoning, just for the record. The golden rules were developed as a result of a 1978 Supreme Court case in Golden versus Overland Park, whereby the justices found in favor of the plaintiff and develop a specific set of guidelines that must be met in any zoning change. Now, I'll be covering number 3 of the zoning code, which reads, extent to which removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. Now, you may find this interesting, but I am in favor of individual property rights as long as it doesn't infringe upon the rights of others. If enacted, based on the studies that we research, the property owners within a mile will lose between 6 to 30% of their property value, with statistically significant reductions going out to 3 miles. And I can't think of too many worse detrimental impacts than the loss of home value, since the majority of people carry a significant portion of their total net worth in their home values. Based on the failure to meet the Unified Zoning Code or the Golden Rules, I request respectfully that the commissioners vote for denial. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Dennis? All right. Thank you very much. George Palmer, followed by Sharon Ward. George, how are you?
Good evening. My name is George Palmer. I reside at 7101 South 103rd Street West. I'm in Commissioner Blueball's district. I'm in opposition to the TED Solar Project. Today I will be speaking on Golden Rule number 4 for some reason, this application. The last one was number 5. But this Golden Rule is a relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare as compared to the loss in value or the hardship imposed upon the applicant. The applicant property owners will not suffer loss in value if the application is denied. The land still holds value as agriculture or future development of residential subdivisions. The application states is there a benefit to the county in both economic and gain of additional electricity. Both of these claims are incorrect. The county will suffer economic losses, especially during the first 10 years. The fact that the majority of the new property in the application is tax exempt puts an enormous burden on public health, safety, and welfare. The additional burden on law enforcement and fire district alone should be enough to deny this application. Earlier, I think we got to some kind of average. The county said they'll receive over 30 years, probably about $569,000. This is a terrible return on investment for the county, and as a taxpayer, I think there's better ways to invest. Plus, you add in the additional costs of police, fire, regulatory permits from the county, additional time spent by county staff to approve and regulate. The claim about additional energy, Dennis just covered, so I won't go through that again, but there is no shortage of energy in Sedgwick County. One of the issues, something I didn't talk about earlier, but I wanted to bring to your attention that these solar companies get huge federal subsidies in 3 to 4 different ways from the federal government. So, people talk about free, it's cheap, it's this, it's that. It's not, because it's costing the taxpayers money. They get a production tax credit, an investment tax credit. Closing, industrial solar is not clean, it's not cheaper, it's not reliable, doesn't help the grid. And I urge the commission today to deny this application based on most of the golden rules not being met. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for George? All right. Thank you very much. Sharon Ward and then Kimberly Palmer.
Hello again, Commissioners. I guess I should say good evening at this point. It was good morning this morning. All right, my name is Sharon Ward, and I reside at 10625 South 100th Street West in Clearwater. I'm speaking against the application for the Ted Branch Line Solar Project because of the criteria set out in Section V-C-8 of the Unified Zoning Code. This application does not comply with the zoning code and does not specify how it does meet these standards. Specifically, Golden Rule number 4, the length of time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned. These parcels are not vacant. They are either developed with houses, used as agriculture, or both. Golden Rule number 6, the conformance of the requested change to the adopted or recognized comprehensive plan or other plans or policies being utilized by the city or county. And I kind of went through that. If you look at your map has not changed, even based on the policy that you can have a solar system put in. This policy modified the comprehensive plan to allow the conditional use, but the plan still calls for this area to be residential or agricultural. The Ted Branch Line Solar System project that they are installing is an industrial type complex. It is not commercial, and I don't know what you consider conditional use. But anyway, this is an industrial type area, complex that is being put into an agricultural, single-family, rural residential home. I am a resident of Clearwater. This project will stop the growth of Clearwater, Kansas, and depreciate the values of most of the homes in the town of Clearwater and the rural areas that are around it. This is not what I wanted in my retirement, and I don't believe you would want this either. There are better places suited for this type of project, but not in neighborhoods. I don't believe anyone in here wants to live next to this type of an industrial complex. As a retiree and a widow, I would hate to move at this time in my life. And I believe you as commissioners, would not want to reduce my property taxes, even if you reduce my property value. But I would appreciate it if you would please deny the conditional use permit for this project. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone got any questions? Thank you, Sharon. Kimberly Palmer, followed by Maria Dillon. Good evening, Kimberly.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Kimberly Palmer, and I reside at 7101 South 103rd Street West, Clearwater. I'm in Commissioner Blueball's district. I'm in opposition to the TED Branch Line Solar Project. The applicants believe that they have the rights to do with their land as they wish. That is true up to the point that it interferes with other farmers and landowners' rights. I urge the commission today to please deny this application.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Maria Dillon, followed by.
Marcia.
I'm sorry, Marcia.
Yeah, we
Marcia
did that
Dillon. And then Serena Robideau next. Go ahead. Thanks,
Hello. Hi. So my name is Marcia Dillon, and I reside at 14311 West Prairie Grass Circle in Clearwater on a 5-acre property that would sit directly next to the proposed TED Branch Line Solar Project. When I say next to, I mean exactly that. The project fence line will run along my property with panels as close as 100 feet from where my home, my yard, and my daily life exists. This project is not a small installation. It's a utility-scale industrial development, and yet it would be immediately adjacent to residential properties. At 100 feet, this will fundamentally change how we live. It replaces open rural land with industrial landscape, fencing, infrastructure, and an uninterrupted field of panels. This is not on a distant view in the horizon. This becomes our next-door neighbor. The most important issue here is not just the negative impact, it's who bears it. There are well over 100 residential property owners who will experience the negative effects of this project. Loss of rural character, reduced enjoyment of property, and very real concerns about property value and marketability. In contrast, there are only a handful of landowners who stand to gain significant financial benefit. So the question becomes, is it reasonable or fair to ask well over 100 families to absorb the burden so that a few can profit? This proposal concentrates the benefits in very few hands while distributing the negative impact across so many families. For those of us closest, this is not theoretical, it's financial. Our homes are not just where we live. For most of us, it's our largest investment. Placing an industrial scale facility within 100 feet of a residential property line directly impacts marketability, buyer demand, and appraised value. Buyers have choices, and they might just not want to live next to a large industrial solar field. So they may just choose not to buy. So if we were ever to sell our property or try to sell our property, being as close as that, what we were talking about was 6 to 30%, we're on that very, very high end. Imagine losing, I don't know, say your house is worth $750,000 by the time you're ready to sell it. Imagine losing $250,000, right, of your investment. Your retirement. I mean, this is very impactful to us that are very close to it. So I would ask you to please consider denying this application.
Okay. Marcia, you got time for a quick question?
Sure.
Marcia, it's actually for Scott. I just want to have some clarity for all of us, and this will help me understand some things that I might want to modify. Scott, it was mentioned 100 feet. Can you clarify the setbacks from residential? Just make sure everybody's on the same page so I know kind of where my head's at.
Yes, sir. And this is in the zoning code, so again, it wouldn't show up necessarily in the specific conditions on this application, but it applies to it. And those setbacks are 200, that all SECS structures, including the panels, because sometimes those aren't classified as structures, but so the panels and structures shall be located at least 250 feet from any dwelling unit that's not included in the facility area, essentially so they're not participating in the project.
So that's from the dwelling unit, correct? Not from the property line?
No, that is correct. Okay. And then from the property lines, it would be 100 feet from the adjacent road section lines or rights of way, because sometimes properties don't have property lines.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, but 100 feet from property lines essentially, and 200 feet from dwellings.
This was kind of the direction I was heading early, so that's helpful. Thanks.
Okay. Serena Robideau, followed by Steve Howerton. Good evening, Serena.
Good evening. I'm
going to try to take out a few things since we've covered so many, and I don't want to duplicate a whole bunch of it. Some, unfortunately, may come out that way. So good evening. I'm Serena Rubidoux. I live at 14111 West Prairie Grass Circle in Clearwater, Kansas. I am writing this to express our strong opposition to the proposed TED Renewables Branch Line Industrial Solar Project and any industrial solar, wind, or data that can come to Sedgwick County in the future. I live within 1,000 feet of the proposed TED project and the annex portion of the city of Clearwater, so this proposal directly affects my family. However, my opposition extends beyond my own property. I do not believe industrial solar facilities belong anywhere in Sedgwick County. This county is home to the largest city in Kansas. It's growing rural communities, productive farmland, and thousands of families. We should not be turning our county into an industrial energy corridor. My particular neighborhood is covered on two sides by this, and I'm just going to list several concerns here. Again, I'm not going to elaborate on some of them. The Clearwater opposition, the City of Clearwater Council opposes the TED project as well. In addition, more than 1,200 residents have voiced their opinions to this TED project. This project will hinder the growth and development of Clearwater. Clearwater City Council has identified multiple concerns about moving forward with industrial solar projects in our area. Growth is happening in southern Sedgwick County. Every road leaving south of Wichita has new homes going up. It's a beautiful part of the county. Country roads, open fields, gorgeous sunsets with lots of wildlife. We don't want to look outside to the prison fences. It'll ruin the way that we live and our possible health in the future. That's unknown how it's affected at this point. Also, the TED project directly borders two residential neighborhoods within the city of Clearwater's annexed area, which is the future growth pattern. Industrial solar scale facilities should not be placed immediately adjacent to established neighborhoods. We do not want to hear or see the industrial solar facility every day while looking out our windows for the rest of our lives. We built in the country for a reason. It is peaceful, beautiful, and a growing community. We have gathered more than 100 petitions from landowners within 1,000 feet of the TED project who oppose it. We turned in protest petitions for 71% of the property against the proposed project. Under this proposal, 4 to 6 families stand to make a substantial financial gain, while more than 100 families could lose quality of life and property values we spent years to achieve. And let me also add that 2 of the families of the subject properties have family that is also in the petitions against the project. Some of the other things that I also have concerns about are the water resources, the quality, the traffic and road safety, the noise, the quality of life, the wildlife impacts, the landscaping, which from my readings it was 8 feet and not 6 feet on the fencing. But anyway, I will close with this, even though I could go on for a long time. My family, my neighbors, and thousands of residents, the city of Clearwater, we've made our positions clear, and we ask that you please vote no and protect our families. Thank you.
Any questions for Serena? Okay, Steve Howard's next. Jane Burns. Jane wasn't here earlier, so if not, Arlene Sten. So Steve. Evening, Steve.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm coming at this a little different. You guys have been bombarded with all kinds of information, reports, technical testimonies, and so on. Today, I'm here to ask a few common sense questions that I think a lot of taxpayers and ratepayers would like answered. We're often told that these projects will benefit our communities, but can anyone guarantee that they will lower our electric rates or even keep them from increasing? The honest answer is no. No utility, no developer, and no regulator can guarantee our electric rates will remain stable because future rates depend on many factors, including transmission costs, grid improvements, inflation, maintenance, and future regulatory decisions. My concern is about the people that can least afford these increases, and believe me, there will be rate increases when these projects come online. Many of our seniors live on fixed incomes. Many families already struggle to pay their monthly electric bill. Even a modest increase in electric rates can mean difficult choices between paying for electricity, buying groceries, or even purchasing medication. If these projects are truly in the public's best interest, then the public deserves clear answers. Has an independent economic study been completed showing the expected impact of these projects will have on residential electric rates over the next 10, 20, or 30 years? Can anyone guarantee that county residents will see lower bills because of these projects? And if those promised benefits never materialized, who bears the financial burden, the developer or the ratepayer? Past experience suggests the ratepayer will bear the burden. The power company incurs costs to provide access to the grid, in addition to cost of purchasing the electricity and applying its profit margin. Ratepayers lose again. Before moving forward with these projects of this magnitude and approving similar applications in the future, I ask the citizens of Sedgwick County receive transparent, independent, and honest answers. One more thing I'd like to add before close. These companies are coming in. They're not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. They're doing this to make money, and that's what they're here for. They'll go anywhere where they can make a dime. Yes, it may help, but again, in the long run, it is probably going to hurt the ratepayers. Today, I would urge you guys to please deny this project. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Anybody got any questions? Okay. Jane Burns, I don't know that Jane is here. Yep. So we'll go to Arlene Sten and then Randy Timish.
Hope that didn't take any of my 3 minutes. Hi.
Fine.
My name is Arlene Stain. Thank you for listening to me. My husband and I, Thomas, and our disabled daughter moved here from West Plains, Missouri 5 years ago. We came from a town called West Plains. It had a solar farm. In fact, my husband was the city manager of that town. The solar farm was built on condemned land that was a city dump, away from all eyes. The public agreed it was okay. I live in Dove Haven subdivision. We will be surrounded by solar glass. We didn't come here to live by a solar farm. We came here to live by farms. In fact, we have such a beautiful area we live in that the cows across the street are some of our best neighbors. This is why we came here. We didn't choose the city. We choose to live in a rural area. Please don't mess up our beautiful landscape. I don't have my hills and my trees anymore, but I do have corn and I do have wheat, and I want it to stay that way. So please, think of us. And the other part of it is, our daughter is disabled. Our money is in our home. We've had medical problems for 25 years. My husband has worked very hard, and we have saved as much as we could. But our home is where that money will come from. When I can no longer take care of my daughter, or when I can no longer walk, which could be very soon, because I have a disability also.
Where am I going to get that money when my house is depreciated? Because it will be. We've moved many times. I can tell you, nobody is going to go look in Dove Haven when there's glass surrounding it. Forget it. It's over. The doves won't live there. It will not be a haven anymore. I'm sorry, but this is not the right thing. And I know some of the people who have land, and I'm so sorry. But I just want to live in a natural area without crap around me. I want it to be beautiful. Thank you for listening to me.
Arlene, thank you for sharing your personal story. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thank you very much. Okay. Next one, Randy Timish, followed by Lindsay Hamilton. Is Randy still here?
I don't think Randy's here anymore.
Did I skip one? Let's scribble down.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Lindsay Hamilton. My address is 11409 West Lotus Street. I live in Commissioner Bluebaugh's district, and I'm a program director for the Climate and Energy Project, a statewide nonprofit that works on clean energy and civic engagement. And I am tired and hungry, and I want to go home to my babies. So I'm not going to rehash the same things I've said at the MAPC and the MAPC again and here today. I just want to stand up again, though, and reiterate that there are people in this room, people in this state, people in this county, and people who live not that far from the project who do support it. And I want to stand here with these families today and reaffirm that they have rights to use their property the way that they want. I also just want to reaffirm our position that clean energy is the future. It's going to help decrease energy price. Well, I don't want to say it's going to decrease energy prices because y'all know as well as I do that that's a very complicated thing. But clean energy puts downward pressure on energy prices, which can help keep them from going up. And this model of energy development, where a developer creates the energy, is actually really great for ratepayers because they don't have to pay Evergy to develop the energy. And again, that's a really complicated thing we don't need to dive into, and you guys understand. So I'll just leave it there. But I just want to make sure that it's clear that there are people in this room who stand with these families, who stand with clean energy development, and the residents of Sedgwick County who were here earlier today telling you that they did want it, but they got too hungry and they wanted to go home to their families too, just like everyone else here, I am sure. We can agree on that, right? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Lindsay, thank you for being here today. And I know you were at both hearings and appreciate you standing here and sharing your views. So, Dorothy Burnett, followed by Adam Klossmeyer.
Dorothy also got me.
Okay. So, Adam Klossmeyer, followed by Debbie Klossmeyer.
My name's Adam Klossmeyer. I live at 15802 West 87th in Clearwater, and I am one of the landowners that signed up for this. My wife here, Jessica, and I've been farming my entire life. Farming is more than a job to me. It's a way of life and something I truly love. I also teach in Wichita Public Schools. Teaching helps our family weather the difficult years in agriculture by providing stable income and health insurance, allowing me to continue farming. When Ted approached us about leasing our property for a solar project, it was not an easy decision. Signing the lease meant giving up the opportunity to farm that land that was close to our home for more than 30 years. We spent months researching the proposal, consulting with attorneys, talking with family and friends before deciding it was the best decision for our family's future. One of the main reasons we purchased this property was its location. We own or farm nearly all the surrounding land in this 1 mile section. In fact, this is one of the last 1 by 1 mile sections in Sedgwick County without a house on it. That soon will change as the property directly east of ours sold last year and is divided into 2-acre residential lots. While I may not like seeing development move into this area, I have respected every landowner's right to decide how to use their property. I simply ask for that same respect in return. Agriculture has become increasingly unpredictable because of weather, volatile markets, rising production costs. This lease provides a dependable source of income that will help our family continue operating our farm through those challenges. We understand that not everyone supports solar development, and we respect those decisions. We simply ask that our decision be viewed in the context of the economic realities facing today's farmers. After months of careful thought and research, we believe this was the right decision for our family and the future of our farm. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Thank you very much, Adam. Appreciate it. Does anybody got any questions for Adam? Okay. Debbie Klossmeyer and then Russell Fox. I don't see Russell still here, so if he's not here, Wes Struthers will be next. So Debbie.
Hi, my name is Debbie Klossmeyer, and this is my husband, David Klossmeyer, and we reside at 8135 South 119th West, Clearwater, Kansas.
I think most of us have been to your house.
Pardon me?
I think most of us have been out to your
Oh, well, thank you. I hope so. We wish to address you today, the county commissioners. My husband and I wanted to share the reasons why we have leased our ground for solar and how we plan to use that money to benefit our community. In 2005, we too saw changes that you guys are all talking about. We milked over 100 dairy cows, but dairy farming got tough. So we started opening our doors and letting kids come in so that we could educate them on where their milk comes from. We worked very hard, and we continue to work hard. We grow pumpkins. That happened 2 years after we started the milking demonstrations, and we've partnered with Cargill and Farm Bureau different times throughout the years to teach and inform Sedgwick County students about farming, dairy cows, and agriculture. Unfortunately, we are at a crossroads. With our increase in cost in insurance, maintenance, employees, and cost of goods, we aren't able to expand as we would like. We strive to offer the lowest prices to all, and our biggest source of pumpkin patch sales is to schools. Our competitors, Sedgwick County Zoo and Exploration Place, are able to offer schools a heavy discount because they are funded by the county. We aren't, and we can't operate at a discounted admission price. The education and hands-on experience we provide isn't something these kids get in the classroom, and we feel it is important to have a basic understanding of agriculture. The lease money from solar would be able to fund projects, improvements, and for us to continue our low admission price. When we were approached about leasing our land for solar, we felt it was an answer to prayer. We can improve while educating students on agriculture, and now we could add additional solar farm education. We also believe in property rights. We have never fought a development or what an owner does with their property. We've even granted electric companies to come through our land with electricity poles to provide electricity to new development. We're thankful to live in America, where property owners have rights. We have followed the rules the county laid out, and as property owners have chosen to lease our ground for solar. But now with a no vote, the government is taking away our rights, even though the rules have been followed, and we plan to use this lease money to continue to benefit and support our community. Please vote in support of Branch Line Solar.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? All right. Thank you both for being here. We've got Russell Fox, but I don't see Russell here anymore, so it'd be Wes Struthers followed by Scott Klossmeyer. Good evening, Wes.
Good evening to you. My name's Wesley Struthers. I reside at 7741 South 119th West, Clearwater. I'm one of the, I guess I need to tell you I'm a co-applicant, and at least 50% of the landowner in this project. We thought about this long and hard, and we believe that this is a good use of the property. I think that our neighbors are somewhat upset about it, but I think this is really a property rights issue. After the word got out about this project, my wife and I was around the community, and these signs went up that said, no solar, save our land. And my wife says, well, you know, that's interesting how it suddenly got to be their land. And so our ability to operate agriculturally has been somewhat impacted by the influx of our neighbors, and we've never said anything to the people that are influxing on us about their right to do what they want with the land they've bought. We give up on our this is basically wheat and cattle land, and we've had to move our yearling cattle operation farther away from Sedgwick County because the people that are protesting, a lot of them had dogs that ran, and we had some bad deals with city people's dogs and our cattle. So we've lost an income stream there from that. The city of Clearwater thinks that this is going to be detrimental to their expansion. At least 2/4 sections of the land between this project and their city also belong to me, and that are not in the project, and they could probably be developed in the future. I think this is a responsible use of the property, and ask the county commissioners to approve. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Beatty.
Mr. Struthers, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You said you're not running cows anymore?
Not yearling cattle. We have a few cows, a few mother cows that are not excitable, but
yeah, sure.
We used to run like 1,000 yearling cattle in that area, and we've completely give up.
Okay. The land that you have agreed to bring into this project, is that, my mind goes to environmental and water use. Those are really, really red hard lines for me in any zoning case, not just this zoning case. Are you permitted to irrigate on the land that will be a part of this application?
No.
Okay.
No, we've never applied for an irrigation permit. The water is, under the jurisdiction of the state.
Yeah, I was trying to understand if this was going to be a net savings for water, if this was to be approved, if you're irrigating down there now. So that was the reasoning behind my questioning, but you answered that.
Right. This city council probably doesn't know because it was several years ago, but I own a mile of land between this project and the city requested an easement for a water line up to all the housing that's in the area that's next to me, and I gave that to the city of Clearwater.
Understood. Okay. Well, that's helpful to understanding current water use versus what projected water use could be. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you sharing.
Right. Appreciate your time.
Yep. Thank you, Wes. Scott Klossmeyer and then Denise Lewis. Good evening, Scott. How are you?
Hello. Thank you for your guys' time. I appreciate everything.
apologize. I'm a farmer. I don't do speeches very often, so it might be a little mumble jumble going on. But I've got
a plier case on your side?
And I didn't bring it.
I'm just checking you.
Everyone, my name is Scott Klossmeyer. My wife, Carrie, Brody, and Bryson. If you guys would stand real quick. Hopefully someday future farmers of America right there, 2 boys. I've got 2 daughters at home right now, one going back to college and the other one too little for a long day like this. So I live off 9801 West 87th Street. I am one of the landlords that signed up with Branchline Solar Project. I'm sure you guys have probably read a lot of our emails that my wife and I have sent off and why we think this is a good idea for farmers and ranchers like Wes. The reason it's simple. We were given an opportunity. Branchline reached out to us. TED Renewables reached out to us, and gave us an opportunity to make a responsible decision on our property. Our property, my wife and I property. I pretty much, like many farmers, I face the risk of input costs every year. I know farming has always involved risk. We're well aware of that. I sometimes wonder why we stay in the game, but it's in our blood. It won't go away. Those risks seem to increase every single year. Every single year. With this solar project, we would provide a stable source of income that would help me and my wife, my boys, continue farming. It would allow me to maintain my equipment, pay my taxes, but most importantly, it would allow me to invest in my operation as farming. With that investment, maybe I could be able to buy more farm ground, keep it from going to housing additions. I cannot express to you guys, I love thy neighbor, but housing additions is what takes away from farm ground. Once a house goes up, once it's developed, it will never go back to agriculture. It just won't. That's a fact. Our goal with this revenue would be from the solar project is to continue farming, ranching, expand our farm operation. Every acre that I can buy and keep in farm production is an acre that is more likely to remain farmland. As an American farmer, I have always believed in property rights. We've heard about property rights all night long today. As hard as it is to watch housing developments grow in our area, I don't complain to others. I don't protest. I don't make videos on social media. I don't downplay the realtor or the investor. I'm not bad-mouthing them. I know my time's up. I apologize.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
So I just simply wish them good luck. This is America. As a farmer, I spent my life harvesting what the land and the sun provide. Please give me a chance to harvest the sun for the community and for the people around. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Commissioner Beatty's got
Mr. Klossmeyer, same question, and thanks for introducing your boys over here. I'm a KU grad, so he's got a K-State shirt on, but we're fine. I asked the same question. I'm trying to understand net water. Water's a big deal for me. Do you guys irrigate? I didn't ask, Adam, I didn't ask you that either. Are you guys irrigating where you're at? No. Not irrigating? Okay. That's helpful to understand.
There's no water irrigation on any of our ground.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Denise Lewis, followed by Dalton Chambers.
Okay. Hey, guys. I'm Denise Lewis. I live at 14800 West Morning Dove in Clearwater. I wanted to visit with an additional concern that I have for Clearwater specifically. The intersection at 135th and 71st is relatively dangerous. If you're looking at your map, it's this intersection right here at the top of this little square. That's 135th and 71st. I drive through that intersection about 90% of the time that I leave my house or go home. In 2019, there were several accidents. One of them was really severe. 3 people out out of 4 in a car almost passed away. They all 3 made it by the grace of God. One of them has lifelong, life-altering disabilities as a result. After that accident, the county came in, put in rumble strips on 71st, but the other thing they did that is important to tonight is that they asked the landowner on the northeast corner of 135th and 71st to remove 3 or 4 pine trees because of line of sight concerns. After he did that, in my opinion, I don't have the solid numbers to back it up. I didn't have time to look them up. But in my opinion, we have had fewer accidents at that intersection, and I have heard much fewer sirens. There have not been but maybe 1 serious accident at that particular intersection. So that is the northeast corner of 135th and 71st. We are talking about putting an entire field of solar panels and fencing and trees on the southeast corner of 135th and 71st. So if 3 or 4 pine trees on the northeast corner of 135th and 71st caused a line of sight issue at that intersection, how is this development on the southeast corner of that same intersection not causing a line of sight issue? That's my question. We also had on 71st Street, I don't know if you know, but it was closed for a couple of weeks. Just a few weeks ago after the rainstorms, part of 71st kind of fell apart between Ridge Road and Tyler because of rain. How's it going to hold up to all this heavy traffic? It's the only paved road going east and west between the Turnpike, Hayesville, clear out to Norwich. 135th is the only paved road connecting Clearwater to K42. It is a very busy road. Everyone going into Clearwater to see anything or visit anyone is going to see all these fences and all these solar panels, and value is perception, as you heard earlier. So someone coming down into Clearwater is going to see all these solar panels and thinking, well, I'm in an industrial zone, not moving to the country, which is going to affect property values. It is in the growth pattern for Clearwater. I saw that the lawyers rebutted that and rebutted the letter from Clearwater and chastised the city council over it. But it is in the growth pattern. They said, well, Clearwater isn't growing fast enough. Well, let me tell you a story. I had clients that I helped for a year and a half look for a house in Clearwater. They were not being unrealistic about their expectations. They had a solid budget. We weren't looking every single day. We were only looking once every 2 or 3 months because that's how long it took for a house to come on the market for them. If we had more housing, we could probably grow faster because there are people that want to move to the area. I'm sorry, I know I'm over time. There are people that want to move to the area, but there just is not housing for it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody got questions for Denise? All right, thank you very much. Dalton Chambers. Dalton, thanks for your patience.
My name is Dalton Chambers. My wife, son, and I reside at 801 Eastwood, Clearwater, Kansas. I want to start by saying I respect the landowner's decision to lease their land and do with it what they may, but I also respect the effects it'll put on the homeowners of the land that is surrounded by the solar farms. I also respect Branchline Solar's push to greener energy because that's important. My family has been in Clearwater for 7 generations. My son will be the 8th generation. In 1870, we were homesteaded our 160 acres that my grandparents live on today, and I will live on someday. We have farmed this ground for over 100 years. Our land will back up to 160 acres of solar panels if approved today. The land the solar panels will be installed on has been Our land will be backed up to 160 acres. The solar panels are approved if it's approved today. The land the solar panels will be installed on, along with the rest of the ground surrounding our land, has been prime cattle grazing land and crop ground for the past 50 to 100 years. Sedgwick County is a fast-growing county that has numerous suburb cities of Wichita and towns. The more people that are drawn into Sedgwick County, they need a place to live. More and more people are moving to these surrounding towns. Take for example, Goddard. They are growing at an exponential rate, and they're building their 3rd high school soon. Clearwater has built multiple housing developments over the past 10 years. It's hard to imagine the potential growth it has over the next 30 years. But there will be the need for land to grow. I know the decision you have to make is very hard, but I ask you to keep the golden rules in mind. I strongly encourage the county commissioners to do the research before making a decision and making this permanent for the next 35 plus years. I'm asking you to oppose the branch line solar project.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember, thank you very much for sharing your opinion, and thank you for serving on the Clearwater City Council as well. Okay. That concludes my list. I'd like to open it up. Does anyone like to speak that has not spoke? If so, if you haven't spoken, please come on up and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Stan Evans. I live at 8661 South 129th Street West, Clearwater. We are part of the city of Clearwater. We are the section that's probably, 79th and 135th. We're in that housing addition in the second cul-de-sac. The reason we're in the city of Clearwater is because about 20 years ago, that whole area was on well water, and we all started going dry. The wells were dry. People were running hoses across the street. I may have mentioned that in the first session. But anyway, I just want to say we're opposed to the TED project here. Going farther down there, in looking at the brochure, when they listed out all the pictures, one thing they did omit is pictures of the land of the homeowners' houses that are actually in the adjacent areas to that. They may not be within the 1,000 feet, but they are within that homestead south of the main project there, and the one on the west side of 135th. Those are really nice home areas. And if you drive out there and look around, you would see there are established homesteads, nice houses. The property taxes on those things are, I know mine's about $6,500 a year, and mine's not the most expensive house out there. So we're generating quite a bit of revenue out there, and if those property values start going down, we're really going to take a hit on that. Another thing I want to mention is when the planning board approved this thing, if I remember right, they only approved it 7-5. So it wasn't an overwhelming consensus on the planning board because they had concerns about what solar panels were going to do out there. So let's see. The other thing was just concerned about our property taxes, and like somebody said earlier, says no one really says, oh good, I get to live by a solar farm. So I don't see this is really going to be good for the residents of Clearwater and the economic growth in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Stan? If not, next speaker.
Karen Burlett, 55th and Broadway. I didn't know if I needed to just reaffirm my concern for the groundwater contamination. They don't have the best there, but they still have the solar panels that can have the PFAS on them, as well as if they have a fire and have to use the fire extinguishers or that type of thing, and then spray it all down with water, they can wash it right into a stream. So I still have the same concern with that. And I would also add, I go to Clearwater just occasionally, different people that I might know or whatever. I can't imagine construction traffic on 135th Street. That's their main road into Clearwater. And you're going to have all those big trucks and all that traffic. And like she said, that one intersection was bad at the time. So I don't know if anybody from that area has addressed that, but I wanted to address it for them if they haven't, because I had to miss part of the thing. That's a major thoroughfare that you're putting construction traffic in. So I would be concerned about that.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. Does anybody get questions? Okay. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Nice to see you again.
Yep.
Vicki Winchell, 11689 Brookway Drive. My husband and I both strongly oppose the TED project. I'm going to start with the information on my phone before my battery goes dead. Inaudible sounds divided into low-frequency infrasound and high-frequency ultrasound. High-frequency components cannot be consciously heard by humans. However, scientific studies show they can still physically and psychologically affect the brain, nervous system, and stress hormone levels through the body, vibration, and subcortical neural pathways. This is provided by the National Institute of Health.gov, and I emailed that to all of you if you haven't seen it. Okay, in addition to that, I live in rural Clearwater. Someone commented earlier that the area out there doesn't pay taxes to Clearwater. I pay taxes to Clearwater. You've heard from Clearwater Mayor and the council members, 2 different letters. They strongly oppose. Our belief is that our city is in Sedgwick County, and if the city opposes it and is asking you to support them, then you should. The question has been brought up over and over again about land rights. Land rights as they are is not an option, is not an issue. Agricultural, residential, you want to do that to your property? You have that right. But you're talking about changing the zoning to industrial. Industrial doesn't belong in this area, and it's going to be detrimental to every landowner, the 1,100 plus that signed in opposition of this. It's going to impact all of us for the rest of our lives and our children's lives. Another question is, where is the water coming from? You've heard from the landowners, they don't have water on this property. We've previously heard from the company that they would be trucking this in, getting it from a fire hydrant. What, for free? How is that money going to be paid for? Where's that water coming from? Our tax money? Are we paying for it? That's not right. You hear about global warming, and it's been stated that these panels will raise the temperature like 7 degrees. That's where global warming's coming from. Please don't put this all over our property in Sedgwick County, raise our temperature and cause issues to our farmers that want to farm their land and to the people that are living there. I've lived at my property for 15 years. I have some evergreen trees that I do water occasionally. Some of them are this tall. That's all they've grown out there. It's hot, it's dry. The land is hard. Those trees won't cover that in any reasonable time. We've heard from other people at other meetings that like solar farms, the ideas, but most of these people, unless they are getting income from it, will state, I don't oppose solar farms, but I wouldn't want one next to my neighborhood. I wouldn't want to look out my back door and see solar farms. So please consider that. Thank you for your long day.
Thanks. Vicki, you got time for a quick question? Commissioner House got a question.
Thank you, Vicki. You said you emailed that to us.
I did.
I'm still not seeing it. Did you send it to our county email?
Yes. I sent a previous email, 1,000 plus residents would be the subject matter of it.
Yeah, I don't have it for whatever reason. Does anybody else have it?
Okay. You want to try sending it again?
Well, I don't know. Maybe talk to our staff in the back and see if there's a way to get that to us. That'd be great. Okay. And again, similar to that, this idea of a 7-degree temperature rise is very interesting. That I think also requires some type of validation or verification. Because I've been trying to find out more information about that. I've yet to find, if you will, a scientific source that can actually be, a good source to validate that point. I think that is a huge issue if it's true, but I don't know that it's true. I can't accept it unless I have some type of scientific proof that that's a real thing. But anyway, do you know the source of this so-called infrasound? What's the source?
National Institute of Health.
Where in the solar farm is it emanating from? What's causing the low frequency vibration that you can't hear it, but you can feel it, or it's impacting your health, but you can't sense it in some way?
The converters. Inverters.
Okay. All right. And you're saying this is a low frequency.
It's inaudible.
I understand that, but it's low enough frequency that you can't hear it.
You can't hear it.
You know what the threshold is for hearing?
That's what this study states. You can't hear it, but it still affects your health.
Okay.
Okay, we'll get to that. I guess I'll get to that later. But I'm trying to be fair with you.
I understand.
I want to be respectful to you.
Yes.
But what you're saying doesn't make sense to me. I come from an engineering background, and I did sound studies as part of my job. So I know a little bit about this, and I want to be respectful, but I also want to say if it doesn't make sense to me, I have a real problem accepting this. So I'm asking for the data to back this up. But, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Vicki, thanks again. Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, back again. Lynn Wilkin. I'm going to skip the I voted sticker.
Yep.
Go to something else. I too believe that landowners should have the right to do with what they want with their land, but not when it is a detriment to their neighbors. And then one other thing I want to quickly point out is, where's the IBEW and Sierra Club? They were at the first meeting cheering for the solar. I guess they don't need the jobs, or maybe they got paid. I don't know. I'm just saying, where are they all?
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tom Stain. I live at 15011 West Birdseye in the Dove Haven subdivision. You heard from my wife earlier in our medical issues. Yeah. I just wanted to go on record that I oppose this project. There's many reasons why, but they've all been said, so I'm not going to repeat them in detail, but property values, the growth factor of Clearwater, the safety of the intersection at 135 and 71. Just to add to Lewis's comments, I believe there was a double fatality there this year. So also, I was involved in the solar farm in West Plains, Missouri. I do not oppose renewable energy. I think there can be a good asset to areas. However, I do oppose them putting right next to residential areas. The one we did in West Plains, we put on an old landfill site, no property or surrounding residents next to it, and it's doing very well. It's doing what it's meant to do. But it didn't. It doesn't affect the property values like this one is. Earlier in the statement, I know you don't want to repeat what was said this morning, but earlier you mentioned that we're approving a project for 35 years, but our comprehensive land use plan only goes till 2035. I'd ask that you reconsider that as you evaluate this project as well. I appreciate your time today. It's been a long day. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. My name is Brian House. I live at 14300 West 79th Street South. And I do have a lot of questions about this solar farm and the impact it's going to have on property values and so forth. But a couple of numbers I want to run across the commission. Sedgwick County is the second most populous county in the state. It has, this is all Google, so take it what it is. 538,433 people and of an area of 1,090 square miles. So with that number, you divide the two, you got 533 people per square mile in this county. You go a mile south down that high line that they're talking about tying into, that goes into Sumner County, goes down into Oklahoma, which is where they're going to tie into the line, because that's where they're going to tie in. Sumner County, it has a population of 22,312. Area is 1,100 square miles. That's 18 people per square mile versus 533 per square mile. So you just take those numbers and kind of run it through your head. Does it really make sense that one of the most fastest growing counties in Kansas, in a populous area like this? We had a speaker come in and talked about Ford County out in western Kansas, and then another gentleman talked about Texas, where the landowners didn't even see the solar panels because they were so far out in the middle of open area, open farmland, grazing land. So I guess I'm questioning why Sedgwick County, with a population of 533 people per square mile, when the county south, the same power line goes into, we're at 18. I'm sure you'd find landowners down there that would be able to accommodate TED Energy and have very minimal impact on the surrounding communities with an area like that. So that was just basically my question. And as far as property values, we built in 1994, family-owned farm ground, been in our for a long time, been in our family. Early 2000, the housing development, which a majority of the people here in the audience are there. When they built those houses, they developed that ground, which is across the street from mine. My property value increased every year from 90, and it will do it just naturally, but it went up substantially. These people built wonderful houses. They're great neighbors. I don't have an issue with the housing development at all, but I can't say that's going to happen when I have solar panels adjacent to my property. It'll be right on my property line. So with that, I oppose the project. So that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening. I didn't plan on talking the governing body, and I'm Bert Usher, by the way, Mayor of Clearwater. I live at 444 South Clerk Creek Court. The governing body and I had a long discussion the other day, and the thought was I would not speak tonight. I would let the actions that we took from the city, but there's a couple things that I heard that I just want to make sure that I don't leave here having not said it. In the packet that everyone received, this is a 30 to 35-year project, and it says in there clear that if it's well maintained, and I'm assuming it would be, the max is 50 years. So the decision you're making tonight is truly probably a 50-year decision. If you back up 50 years and you look at Northeast Wichita, if you look at Mage, if you look at Derby, if you look at Goddard, and think that you put something like this there, how would that have changed what we're looking at today? So I don't have an answer for that, but I got to believe it would have altered it quite substantially. The other thing that's important to note here is if you look at the census, and it was brought up in a letter that challenged us, and it talked about what our growth is. In the last 4 years alone, we have built 63 homes. We currently have 70 platted, and we have 160 more that we are looking that we can plat with property within the city limits. So this growth is all within the city limits. There's all this talk about annexation and what the city is really concerned about. And that is simply if the solar panels go up. And again, I'm not against solar. I think it's, to the comment just made, there's got to be a better place than Southwest Sedgwick County. But if they go up and people drive into town, will they want to live there, number one? If they're trying to sell, do they lose property value? Everybody's guess at that. But then when someone tries to move back into the house that just sold, what's going to happen? So when I think of this, and I think of Clearwater and the projections going forward, I have to think that solar panels where they are, the renewable energy is great. There's got to be a better place to put this instead of where it's at. And I'm not trying to take away from the property owners. They have every right to do with their property. If you make a decision, you go with them, I'm fine with that. If that's a decision, I wish them the best and everything they're doing. But I think it'd be wrong for us as a community not to speak up for what I think is in the future. So I'll take your questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the mayor? All right. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? I'm going to ask one more time. Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'm going to. Okay. Well, you already spoke, Wes.
I can't. Do a rebuttal to the mayor?
No. Sorry. I'm going to close the public hearing. I know everyone has been very patient today. I do not want to rush this discussion, and I'm going to ask everybody for just a little bit more patience. It's 7:30. If you'll give us 15 minutes till 7:45, I want to take a short recess, and then I want to come back in here. I want Justin to go through some disclosures. I want to hear the applicant again, any rebuttals, and then I want to be able to have a healthy discussion with the commission, okay? Is that fair to everybody? Thank you very much for your patience. right, folks, we're going to go ahead and call it back in order, please. So, at this time, Justin, would you like to share a few words before we get into the applicant rebuttal?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. Just making, just like the last case we were doing earlier, I'm making a few points of clarification. There are a lot of good comments made all around on all sides on this issue, but I just want to point out a few things in terms of as you guys consider and deliberate on this matter. Similar to what we talked about before, the ownership of the company, whether it's foreign-owned, domestic-owned, is probably not a relevant consideration for you all today. I would suggest you would not consider that. Also, there was a comment at one point about that you would essentially just flat out defer to the city of Clearwater and their recommendation. I would urge you not to do that. The responsibility lies with you all as the Board of County Commissioners under state law that this zoning case is in front of you to make a reasonable decision. That said, I also want to point out the city of Clearwater has adopted a resolution, and I believe they attached some findings from their planning commission as well. That's completely irrelevant for you to consider on this matter. In fact, your comprehensive plan speaks pretty directly about making sure that these large-scale solar applications would not impact the growth of the city. So I do believe it's still relevant for you to consider. It's a factor for you to consider. I think you all know that you can't just hand over your decision to anyone else, and so just making that very clear on the record. And then one more point, Chairman. There was also a comment made, and this is just one of those that I understand why it's made, but it was a comment like there should be better places for this to be located. I understand the argument behind that and why you would say that, but really your analysis is this property, this use, is it reasonable and appropriate? And I would suggest you wouldn't consider hey, there's some other place that's better necessarily. It would just be more squarely this application, is it reasonable under the golden factors analysis for what's presented? Let me know if you have any questions on those. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about those? Okay. If not, go ahead and call the applicant back up, and you'll have 2 minutes, and then commissioners, you'll have time to ask whatever questions you'd like to ask of the applicant. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. So with 2 minutes, I will try to keep this short, but there's a few things that I just want to reiterate. I think our project will be 650 acres. There's these 2 parcels here that Mr. Struthers owns that we no longer had to comply with the 2-mile rule. Those parcels could be dropped from the application as a condition, and they could open up. And if the city of Clearwater would like to grow, then that would be a conversation that they would have to have with this private landowner who also happens to partner with us on other parts. Just like to say on water real quick, just to, so it's on the record, our project will use about 70,000 gallons a year. We will pay for that water, and we'll get it from the most easily logistic source. A USGS 2015 report shows that the average water use for a person in Kansas is 105 gallons per day. That's equal to about 38,000 gallons a year, so just to put that in perspective. There was a lot of questions about property values. If the commission has questions about that, I am not an expert. We have Trish Voth, a partner at Fulston, who may be able to answer questions should that be a topic of interest to you. And then to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, within the 650 acres, those in blue, there was 1 residential building within 1,000, or 1 within 100 feet and 34 within 1,000 feet. And then also, I think to follow up on the conversation about setbacks, we are definitely open to reiterate further setbacks against property lines to rural residential units. And we're also not opposed to the berms. It's just something I've never heard of, and it's something that I wouldn't want to commit making a big berm on a landowner's land without talking to them. But I just want to make sure that is a conversation that we're open to. And we're open to, we've sent mailers, over 100 mailers to everyone that lives near our project. And more importantly, we showed up to every single person that asked a meeting. One said, "I'm surprised you showed up. We didn't think you would." We want to talk to everyone, and we can address issues, setbacks, lines of sights for traffic. We want to be responsible and do this right, and that's a two-way street. And so, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Meister.
Yeah, thank you.
there's been a little bit of discussion about the decommissioning, and I see in the staff report dated August 5th, item 4, decommissioning. So you guys estimate decommissioning to be $6,276,810, whatever. But I'm more curious is you got that because of that's your average that you got from 7 other projects you have going on? Is that in? Well,
so I would have to refer to that. The standard of practice is to get a third-party engineer who has the qualifications to put together that estimate. Depending on what you include and don't include, that estimate can vary. If a county wants to be more restrictive, you should not include the salvage value of the steel on the posts. But let's be honest, there's a lot of salvage value in that steel. It would be sold as scrap and be put in good use. So if you want to have a higher decommissioning cost, you don't let the salvage value offset it, and you can use a multiplier, say 120% of the estimate from the professional engineer to get that. I would have to defer to my team if on this project in this specific decommissioning plan, if the methodology that we used, the standard and best practice that I've seen is a third-party engineer, mutually agreeable, that readdresses it every 5 years so you can account for inflation. I think decommissioning bonds are a really good thing. We've developed a lot of energy infrastructure in this country. A lot of that didn't have decommissioning bonds, and there's the legacy of tens of thousands of abandoned oil wells. We've developed projects in that area that have with oil wells that have now been plugged because of our projects. I think any responsible infrastructure development should have a decommissioning bond. And would happy to elaborate more. It's a topic that I feel strongly about, and I think it's a good thing.
Well, I just was seeing a number that I didn't know where it really came from. I see the explanation. Scott, did you make that number up, or you got that from
No, sir. Thanks for the question, but no, sir.
I was just saying, you're brilliant.
The reason why it was included is because we included the follow-up information that was provided to the MAPC at their second meeting. So there were questions that came up about decommissioning, and this was the information that we received from the applicant.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Meissner, or Chairman, can I make a quick comment? I did want to note that the way your zoning code provisions are worded, salvage value is not supposed to be part of the calculation for decommissioning. I would assume that's how the applicant came to that number and did not include salvage value of that, but that's our code provision on that.
Okay.
And we have our Vice President, Gauthier Dubois, who could maybe speak a little bit more authoritatively to the decommissioning bond, if that's of further interest.
Gauthier Dubois, Tide Renewables. Just to address the question, the $6.2 million was not made up. It came from a decommissioning report put together by a third-party consultant and engineer. And it's part of the application. It's a 13-page document that goes through the methodology and the cost estimate.
And again, it doesn't exclude salvage value.
Got it. Thanks.
Commissioners, what other questions do we have for the applicant? No other questions? All right. Thank you, man. Do we have any other questions for staff? Commissioner Beatty?
Thanks, Brenda. Yeah. Thanks, Chairman. Scott, a question, and Justin, you might be able to help with this as well. One of the conversations when we built policy a couple years ago was we wanted to guard against the city's, we wanted to make sure that we were enabling city growth. We didn't want to be at odds with city growth, and Clearwater has obviously issued, the city of Clearwater has issued a resolution to basically say that they believe that this would in fact do that. I have two questions. One, the prohibition in our policy is about urban growth areas. We have a restriction of any of these industrial scale solar projects in an industrial area of growth, or an urban area growth. This is not an urban area growth, correct? And if not, why? Because it's adjacent to the city of Clearwater. So
Yeah.
why is it not in the urban area growth?
Sure. I think the simple answer to that is because those have not been updated in some time. And we actually have a contract. We've got funding. We have a contract with a consultant to update and go through that process for cities throughout the county. But it's just one of those initiatives we haven't gotten to yet, but it's on the list and we have the funding.
As I mentioned several hours ago in other conversations, we have built policy, and I have a lot of heartburn when we create policy on a host of different things, particularly in zoning, and we communicate to the community, this is our policy, landowners, this is our policy, developers, this is our policy, and then we defer from the policy. I have a lot of heartburn with that, whether I like or dislike. We built a policy for a reason. But on the restrictions in urban area growth, remind me the heart of what we were trying to accomplish. And I'm not asking your opinion in as much as this is the struggle, is because the heart is to help cities with their growth. We did not want to be prohibitive in their growth. What we're doing in unincorporated Sedgwick County, we did not want to be at odds with our cities. Just because this isn't in the urban area growth, how should we interpret this? I'm having a hard time here.
Okay. The urban growth area, first off, what it is it's an area where a community is likely to grow and be able to provide services in the future. Sure. And I can't remember what the exact number is, but maybe it's like 20 years into the future, but there's a general time frame. And what is the process and how you get those and how they get expanded is that there needs to be evidence provided to the MAPC. The Planning Commission kind of weighs this, and ultimately it's something that the County Commission would consider based on a recommendation. But there's evidence, there's information that goes into that. It's a likely growth area. So that's one thing. The second thing is that when solar regulations were developed, you'll remember that there was a project that had been discussed, and the regulations were not crafted around this project, but it was information that context that people kind of were aware of. And it was located between two communities, and it was located in an area that was cited for an industrial park and some other things. And as part of the conversations, it really, I should take a step back before that. We also already had regulations back in 2019. As part of those regulations, there was also an update to the comprehensive plan with guidance language about solar facilities. And already in there was language saying that we should be very careful about the siting of solar projects relative to communities' growth, right? Okay. Like that was already information that was in there. That was a guideline. Then the question came, are the current regulations really a good fit for the county still? And so it became a question of, well, how do you measure growth? How do you measure what's going to be threatened growth of a community? And I think and partially that was answered by using the urban growth areas. Yeah. That was a device that already existed.
Okay. I guess my question is a legal question. In as much as we have a practical policy with practical geographic boundaries that's in our comp plan. This application doesn't prohibit that, but it is obviously in an area where Clearwater is intending to grow or wanting to grow, and Clearwater has told us this. How should we interpret this?
That's a good question, Commissioner Beatty. First, I might start by clarifying, and Scott was getting into it, how the 2035 urban growth areas map is defined in the comprehensive plan. And as you might guess by me saying 2035, it depicts the anticipated long-term growth patterns for the cities of Sedgwick County. These areas are not prescriptive or binding in nature, but serve as a reasonable indication as to where future efficient and fiscally responsible extension of public infrastructure, services, and corporate limits could occur by 2035. So at this point, it's a 9-year window into the future. I think, Commissioner Beatty, there's a number of ways you can look at this, but when you adopted a code 2 years ago, and this board did, you allowed where these can be considered. You made urban growth areas off limits. I think you could reasonably look at this and look at a period longer than the 9 years. Of course, this application that we're considering here is proposed to be much longer than that. But I think that you can also weigh the city's request on this matter and you judge it against your code. But does that answer your question? It's not easy.
It's not. Yeah. Let me contradict myself a couple times here. The heart of the policy was to protect cities and their growth patterns. even though Clearwater, this isn't in their urban area growth, they have indicated that they do see this as an urban area growth, even though it's not formal. And when we do update, it will likely become more formal, likely. Let me also say, I live 3 miles to the north of Mays. I'm in their urban growth area, and nobody asked my opinion. So I also, as a property owner who lives in unincorporated Sedgwick County, who's in an unincorporated urban area of growth, that nobody asked my opinion, and they're restricting my property rights, even though they didn't ask my opinion. And the people that the city council members in Mays don't represent me. I don't live in the city of Mays, but they've designated me into their urban growth area without my consent, limiting actions that I have. So this is you see the tension here, which is why they have county commissioners, not city council members, that are helping to navigate the situation. But this is an obvious tension here that the spirit of what we tried to do was to protect urban growth areas, even though this is not in the urban growth area. This is a tension that for obvious reasons. So I'm trying to process this out loud, which in politics gets me in trouble sometimes when I do this, but this is important for us to understand that their representatives, these landowners, their representatives are the county commissioners. They're not city council members. And this isn't in the urban growth area, although the heart of our policy was to protect exactly what Clearwater wrote us a letter for. So yeah, it's a tension.
It is. And I think, and I'll look to Scott to correct it if he sees any need on this, but I think there was a recognition a couple years ago when you guys did this that solar takes up more land than most uses can. And so this wasn't just a use that was going to be, traditionally not, if we're talking large scale solar, it's not going to be 4 or 5 acres. It's going to be much larger than that. And so there is a heightened risk of impact on a city's growth. I don't have anything else to add, but do you have any other questions, Commissioner?
I don't. And I would just add, I think in a lot of ways it is a conditional use because of that factor, because you wrestle with these, because what could be a good fit for one community may not be a good fit for the next community. And there's so many individual factors with these cases. I think that's why the conditional uses are so tough, but that's why I think it is a conditional use.
Okay. I'll wait and listen to some comments. Obviously, I appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with some modified conditions to help appease some of the concerns that I have with setbacks and screening and such. And I can make a motion with those things if it comes down to that, but I want to hear the conversation from the rest of the board, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Scott.
Okay. Commissioners, what? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I guess, start just with asking, the MAPC vote on this was a 7 to 5. Is that right?
Let me look that up. I know there was an abstention as well, sir.
I'm sorry.
So that was on June 25th, and the vote was 6-4-1.
6-4-1. There's 14 members of the MAPC.
Yes, sir.
So I'm curious, is it in their bylaws that it's members present, a majority of members present? Is that what it says?
I'm going to look to Justin for
Yeah, Commissioner Howell, Justin Wagner, County Councilor again. My recollection on both the state statute and also the Wichita-Sedgwick County zoning code is it's the majority of the members present is sufficient to vote for an action or recommend. I should say to recommend an action, whether approve or denial on an application that's in front of them.
And I would just quickly add that at the time there was one vacant seat, I believe. There was a city council.
That was the one, right? I guess what I'm getting to is we have 14 members assigned to that. We only had 6 people say go forward. So that's not a majority of 14. They would normally require 8 to be a majority of 14. And so we only had 6, and just was wondering how that's interpreted, because I don't like the idea that 6 people are essentially deciding this as a recommendation. To me, that's not a good process. I would like to have someone check that while we're talking, if that's okay, and if possible. And then second of all, if that is the way it is, I'd like to challenge that going forward. I don't think that's good policy. But all right. Let me try to get. I know I'm probably going to be repeating myself from previous, but I have some of the same concerns I had earlier. I think condition 36 is not well defined. I think we could do better. This deals with the idea of the Susan's office essentially doing a review of the MSDSs, and in my opinion, that's not enough on its own. I would like to have maybe a better process. So, again, if we have time to modify this, I would like to see us consider cleaning that up a little bit. Same concern about the herbicides that I articulated earlier. I can articulate that again if it helps. The deconstruction trigger, the decommissioning trigger, in my opinion, is also not well defined. I think we could do better. I would just have the same concerns about the storage on the site of inoperative panels or any other panels for that matter. Regarding the fire jurisdiction, can someone please explain to me who has responsibility at this site to do fire response?
Yes, sir. We have a staff member from Fire District 1 here. So.
I think it's a good question.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. That's a twofold question. Emergency response, Fire District 1 on this on this farm is 119th Street East. So if you go east of 119th, it's in the fire district. If it is west of 119th, it's in Clearwater and the township. They provide fire and emergency services too, so it's in both.
Can you show me for code? Your mouse? Show me on the map there where 119th is, please.
Oh, that's not good on trifocals. So 119th. Everything east of that is in Fire District 1. Everything west of that is in Clearwater and the township that they provide services to on the emergency response side. On the code side, everything outside of the city limits of Clearwater is in unincorporated Sedgwick County and therefore falls under the code jurisdiction of Fire District 1 through our MOU with MABCD.
Okay. Is that relationship going to, is that just understood because of other documents, or does that need to be clarified anywhere in the documents we're dealing with tonight?
On the code side?
Who's responsible for fire response? Does that need to be clarified in this document somehow?
We are defined by a geographical boundary, and we respond to all areas within that boundary and or any other outside that boundary that we have aid agreements with. Anything within the township is under contract with the city of Clearwater for emergency response.
Okay, then let me go to the report real quickly here. The emergency response plan there, item 32. Who has the authority to approve that plan? Because again, this is close to Clearwater, so they might have a dog in the fight.
Review and approval by Sedgwick County Fire District 1 and City of Clearwater Fire Chief prior to.
That will be dual approvals for things in the unincorporated area like gates, setbacks, fire department access. That would fall under the code side of things. For the emergency response and training provided by the applicant, that would be coordinated between our fire chief and the fire chief of Clearwater. But we would obviously include them in the code side of things, but that's a secondary review that has not occurred yet. We're kind of still in the conceptual design of the emergency response plan. We haven't seen, we've seen conceptual drawings as opposed to other projects. This one's pretty clear cut. The access is going to be the issues, the contact phone numbers, things like that are required.
If I may, what I would add is that number 32A, it states that the applicant shall submit an emergency response plan with the submission of the site plan for review and approval by Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1 and the City of Clearwater Fire Chief prior to the issuance of construction permits. So,
and they both have to approve it.
My understanding is that they both have to.
Okay. I guess that wasn't necessarily clear to me, but that's okay. Well, you say so, I guess. I still have concerns about the 24/7 phone a friend. Want to make sure we can get somebody on the phone if something happens out there. Does this have the same emergency control panel type things where if a firefighter does show up, they can turn things off if they need to?
I would defer to the applicant for the specifics on that, but I will look to see what is required. Bring that up.
Okay. This might be for the applicant, perhaps. I have a question on the noise. Since a conferee brought up this issue of noise and heat bubble, I just wondered if you, in your opinion, or do you know whether there's been any type of analysis regarding noise generation and how is that attenuated? How far? What's the frequency range? Can it be determined some distance away? You know, I don't know where the inverters are on the site, but the inverters, I assume that's where the noise is coming from, I guess. And how far can you hear that? Go ahead.
That's correct, sir. So the inverters are going to make the sound like a large AC window unit. And so by the time they get to our fence line, they would likely be below the background noise. And I want to say that's maybe 35 decibels, but it is inverters. One, they're not very loud. Two, when you're 1,000 or 2,000 feet away, that sound will dissipate. We've done sound studies on other projects that shows this, and we haven't done a sound study on this project. It wasn't required by the code, and kind of know the answer.
Yeah, he does say there's no sound standard in the material, in the plan here. So, again, I'll just throw this out there. Office noise is about 75 decibels. As we sit here right now, listen to about 75 decibels right now. And it's a logarithmic scale. So if you go from 70 to 80, it's 10 times louder. If you go from 70 to 90, it's 100 times louder. Does that make sense? It's a logarithmic scale. So 75 is office level. You know, what we're hearing right now is probably even above 75 as we sit here. But I know she talked about audible sound and inaudible sound. And by the way, she sent us some data. I did look at that just now, and it doesn't back that up. I hate to say that. So I'll show it to you later, but I have it right here. So if you got to the concern that there's a health impact from inaudible sound from solar farms, it's not what it says. Let's throw that out there. Okay. That's probably all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Scott.
Yeah, so in looking at just looking it up in terms of the conditions and fire, sorry, I just lost it here. Under 32, it indicates that the ER plan, so the emergency response plan that needs to be approved by both entities, that it shall include fire suppression methods that can be immediately deployed during both the construction and operation of the project. So it's not specific in terms of what technology is required, but it is flexible in the sense that Sedgwick County Fire District 1 and the City of Clearwater Fire Chief have the ability and flexibility to determine what's required as part of the infrastructure to respond to emergencies.
Maybe on the emergency response, there will be someone that can be gotten a hold of 24/7. These facilities are monitored with SCADA systems from areas 24/7, so there's always somebody available in the middle of the night, on the weekend, and we'll make sure all that contact information is readily available to the appropriate emergency response.
Thank you so much. I have one more question for Scott. I'm sorry. Is it okay, Chairman?
Yep, absolutely.
Scott, one more question. And I know you probably already covered this, but I'm actually a little bit confused I feel like I've heard more than one thing here. What is a setback going to be, let's say, along 135th Street and 171st Street?
It would be, well, it depends, but generally it would be 100 feet. From the right-of-way to the project area. And that is listed in the zoning code. It says, and that's for the structures. So it says all SECS structures shall be set back at least 100 feet from the project boundary lines, adjacent public road section lines, or right-of-way, whichever provides a greater setback. And this also goes on to include private road right-of-ways. But then there's a second one, which is if there was a dwelling, a home, the dwelling unit or a residence that was along that roadway, well then the project needs to be set back 250 feet. All the structures, including the panels, need to be 250 feet away from that dwelling unit.
So if there's no structures, I'm looking at Lynn right now, if 100 foot setback from Clearwater Road and in 71st Street, I remember when we cut those trees back and made some visible clearance there at the intersection. I'm not sure it was 100 feet. That may have been even less than that. Can you remember the details of that at all?
I'm sorry.
71st Street, 71st and 35th, when they had the fatality accident, I remember we went out there and did some clearance on the corner to make sure that people can see the sight lines were clear.
Correct.
Is 100 foot sight lines at the intersection seem reasonable, or is that adequate for someone to approach the stop sign and see if it's clear?
Yes, very much so. We have our typical is 60 foot, half road, 124. So yeah, that would be it. And I would point out, as Scott got to, in this particular case, we would have our 60 foot, and then there's that 100 foot setback from there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and to add just a little bit more nuance to this is that the setback applies to the structures. The landscaping could be within that setback. So that's where that landscaping plan is going to be important, because we're going to have to make sure that Public Works reviews that to make sure that we've got those sight lines at those intersections.
Okay.
Chairman, I was going to address Commissioner Howell's question on the requirements under state law for planning commission vote. Under KSA 12-757, it says a majority of the members of the planning commission present and voting at the hearing is what's required. And so in that case, you would have had 6 would have been a majority of the members present and voting. There would have been 10 voting. There would have been 6 who recommended in favor of it. There's also a similar provision in the bylaws for the MAPC as well, I'd point out. But I don't know if Scott had anything else to add on that, but okay, thank you. Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Brady.
Yeah, one question, Scott. When, we're talking a lot about urban areas of growth, things of that sort, when is the new comp plan that would update these things? When did you say we expect that to happen?
Well, it's what we're waiting on for that is the formation of the steering committee. And it's a little bit unique in that the steering committee would be established by both the county commission, by appointments from the county commission and the city council.
Yeah, no wonder it's taken so long.
So it's been a little bit complicated. Well, it had that complication of 2 jurisdictions and kind of figuring. And it was unique because we haven't done something like this in some time. So it was really, what process do we want to use? And then in the meantime, we've had other issues that have come up and emerged, like data centers and a few other things. So,
okay. We're having a lot of conversations about what the intent of the policy was versus actually what's taking place in a practical lens. And we know, I just think it's prudent for us to hurry up and get that thing done so we can update. If cities want to make adjustments, then we need to understand what they want to do. So
yeah, well, I guess I can't emphasize enough too that both the city and the county have allocated the resources for it, and I think that's really exciting, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity. So,
okay. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Okay. If not, again, this is just as challenging as the case that we heard before. Looking at the property rights versus the property rights of the neighbor. Got one of the property owners been in here since 1893. On land in the area. How do you tell them where your property rights end and your neighbor's property rights begin? And Struthers, you've done the cattle thing, and you kind of shared with me it's kind of got pushed out of the area with growth, and you can't run cattle there anymore. Same thing with Klossmeyer's. You guys got hit with the impact of the dairy stuff, and it's never really changed, and it's changing times. But then I have to look at the overall area and the district, and just trying to identify, and you can go ahead and sit down now if you like, Ben. Just trying to see what's best for the area. I don't know what the area looks like in 30 years. I don't know what ARC 95 is going to do. I would like to see, we haven't had a major infrastructure project in the area since K42 in 1920. I'd love to see, maybe it's 135th connects to the ARC 95 and runs all the way up to K96. We have a lot of changes that are coming to the area, and I think it is going to spur a lot of the growth. When you look at the 2035, the 2040 area, been down to the Clearwater Council meetings, you guys kind of claim to be like a Mayberry area. Well, people are going to drive to your community, and I don't want to do anything to curtail your growth, and I'm just afraid to handcuff the whole area for 30 years. So I'm going to make a motion to override the recommendation of the MAPC, deny the zone change for the following reasons listed with the golden factors and the subsequent findings to support the motion. The character of the neighborhood is not consistent with the proposed uses. The zoning and uses of nearby properties are not consistent with the proposed use. Lastly, there's a significant neighborhood opposition to the application. I make it on the following findings. There's significant neighborhood opposition as reflected by the protest positions that amount to approximately, Justin, is that still 71% or has that changed?
I believe that's still the same. I'm looking at Scott Wadle, and he's nodding that it is.
Okay. 71% protest, and the notice area and the case. The testimony at the MAPC meeting, which was primarily opposed to the application, and the number of comments against the application received today. The character of the neighborhood is a mixture of agricultural uses and single-family housing, a significant portion of which is not tied to agricultural uses. The application would introduce a large-scale use for a solar energy conversion system that would be akin to the industrial use. This would not be consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood. Nearly all of the nearby property in the unincorporated area is zoned rural residential and is utilized for agricultural purposes and single-family housing. There's also property annexed into the city of Clearwater that is zoned and used for single-family houses. The proposed conditional use contemplates a use that is significantly more intense than those in nearby properties, making the zoning and uses out of step with those already found in a portion of unincorporated Sedgwick County. The application area is currently zoned as rural residential purposes. Denial of the application would enable the property to continue to be utilized for agricultural and residential purposes, which would continue to be viable uses for the property. Nearby properties run risk of having the property valuations negatively impacted if the application would be approved. A study completed by Virginia Tech in 2025 indicated the residential houses located within 3 miles of the solar site would experience a 4.8% reduction in value. There are several homes located along the periphery of this application and well within the 3 miles, so this application would present some concern of reduced property valuation. This risk is heightened by the fact that there are multiple residential subdivisions that adjoin the application area. The application borders the city of Clearwater's urban growth area as identified within the comprehensive plan. In fact, this application borders properties that are part of the city of Clearwater within the comprehensive plan. Clearwater's urban growth area is identified as a growth area through 2035. For the next 9 years, the solar application has been proposed to last between 35 to 50 years. If approved, the solar application could act as an impediment to northern growth of the city of Clearwater for up to a half a century. Given that Clearwater is located to the south of Wichita, and many Clearwater residents may work in Wichita and travel there for other reasons, approval of this application could jeopardize the viability of Clearwater's future growth opportunities in the direction where the growth would be most likely to occur. I also find that the opposition from the city of Clearwater, as stated within their Clearwater City Council approved resolution number 7-2026, reflects concerns that this application, if approved, may interfere with or hinder future growth and development, which is a relevant consideration and further support the view that this application is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. I find that the aesthetics of rows upon rows of solar panels, which will most likely have a certain level of visibility, even with the screening that isn't contemplated, will not align with the rural characteristics of the area around the application. This is my motion with the corresponding findings. Do Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. I'm now opening it up for discussion before we vote. Commissioners, would you like to discuss?
Yes. Thanks for the motion. I am glad that financially we don't have the challenge at the state level. So I'm more secure there in that, which was a big problem, but it is. And I do respect, well, property rights for sure, but I also respect, Chairman, that it is your district, and often the commissioner that's closest to the district kind of has a feel for it, and so I'm kind of the opposite corner of the county, so I don't quite have the feel that you have, so I'll probably be supportive of the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. Again, thanks for hanging with us 11 hours. So thank you for that. Thanks for all the comments and all the emails. They really do help. It helps us to understand the perspective, the pro and the opponent perspective. And when you come here and invest time, we get to see faces that these decisions impact, and I think that's very helpful. I appreciate the perspective. We obviously have a tension here in regards to what we need to work out in future comp plans and conversations around policy that exists now, but that may exist in the future around solar. You know, obviously, as I've said before, we have a policy. We spend a lot of time developing a policy. I was going to hopefully create some modifications, tighten some things up, but I've read the room rather effectively, I think, and I understand where we're at right now. I'm going to be a no vote to the motion for the same reason as earlier, is that I know that our farmers are hurting. I understand that our farmers need to have options on their land, economic options on their land. I won't look farmers in the eye, property owners in the eye, and tell them the only thing you can do on your land is farm. I just won't do it. And it's, my family is from an ag background. And so I understand the challenge. I understand, and this is not an endorsement of solar or an endorsement of industrial use. This is an endorsement of landowner rights. It's an endorsement of our farmers and our property owners. We've got work to do to make sure that everybody's on the same page so that people all throughout Sedgwick County understand the rules in which we work by and the policies. There are tensions here with the city of Clearwater. I fully understand that. I see that in the heart of the policy, what it was intended to do. I see the tension. I fully see the tension. And when it comes to decisions like this comes down to principles, and the principle that I'm going to lean into is a principle of property rights and defending the rights and the decision-making of our property owners and our farmers. So I will vote no with appreciation and respect and an understanding of the reasons why many in this room are asking us to oppose this project and commissioners that are asking to do the same. So appreciate it.
Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and I appreciate everybody who's hung in there with us. I think that, as Commissioner Beatty said, everyone can feel the tension and how hard it is to pick winners and losers in these cases, because we all do believe in property rights for all of the people that we represent. Right before I was elected, the policy was adopted, and we set regulations that would help us to consider cases regarding solar industrial farms. What I think we're finding is we may have some holes that we need to plug up before we move forward with any approvals. With a 71% protest, I can't look in the eyes of all the people that are protesting this and do the same. So it just makes this decision really hard. I appreciate everybody's understanding and sensitivity to that. We don't like to make this hard for anybody, but it's been really tough, and I think that we know where we need to go now with our policy, because we're obviously not comfortable with it and we need to make some modifications. I will support the motion. I just wanted to express that this isn't an easy decision, and it certainly helped hearing from everybody the professionalism and the presentations from the representatives were very compelling. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for your time and spending the day with us.
Okay. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to, I think the previous comments were exactly what I was going to say. The testimony was very compelling tonight. In many ways, this application, my opinion, was actually better than the previous one in the fact that it was more simple, but it also had some, it didn't have the BESS, for example, but it does impact so many more homes. And I think there's the number of people being impacted by this one is notable. And I have some concerns about some of the conditions. I think we could do better, but that's really not why I would vote no. I think we could fix some of those things. I'd say that like I did earlier. I'd like to be able to take some time at this, maybe make some amendments, and maybe make this better, but I'm not sure it would pass even then. I'm learning a lot about this process. I just, to me, the number one reason why I'm probably going to vote to support the motion is it's just the proximity to so many people, and really the city of Clearwater. I just think that, to me, is compelling. I think this is not the right place for it. So I do appreciate, again, you guys have been tremendous tonight. Respect and the decorum in this room is fantastic. Chairman, you did a great job managing this meeting as well, so thank you for your good work. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay. There's no other discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Can I just add that if this motion carries and it needed 4 votes to do so, but that does trigger that the applicant can come and reapply within a year or even 6 months if it drastically changes some. So, okay.
Would call the roll, please.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty?
No.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Chairman Bluwah?
Aye. And the motion passes 4-1. Got a couple more agenda items. If everybody wants to, you guys want to clear out or give everybody a couple minutes here?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
That was so tough.
Sorry.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Thank you. Keep talking to us.
Like right now? Or?
No, in the future. Yeah. Everybody, we still got to continue our meeting. We got a couple more things to do. So if you guys would kind of quietly. Okay. Next item, please.
Don't leave us.
We'll let it clear out.
Hang in there. To the end.
Budget discussion?
Okay, budget discussion. I've got my budget book here, and if we could go ahead and turn to 151, Tom, I got Next item, please.
Other?
Does anybody? I just want to say one thing on other. I do want to give a. Hey, Harvey. Hey, I do want to give a shout out to the election commissioner and all the volunteers. I mean, the timing last night, everything was just a well-oiled machine. I sent her a text late last night letting her know how much I appreciated it. So just want to give a shout out to her. So thank you very much. That's our last action item. Next item.
Executive session?
We don't have an executive session. So, meeting adjourned at 8:36.
Almost 12 hours.